Michigan native Connor Hellebuyck stopping all but one shot up in Montreal as Team USA's offense took care of the rest. As heard on Sportsnet, the U.S. routs Finland 6-1 during their first game of a four-nation face-off. Dylan Larkin did not long appoint, but skated 11 minutes for the Americans. They'll take on Lucas Raymond's Sweden team after the weekend. At 10 a.m., Tigers single-game tickets will officially go on sale for opening day, promotions games, and more for the 2025 season. There's a Tarek Skubal mystery bobblehead on May 10th, a Comerica Park replica on July 26th, and several hats, jerseys, and more. And circle April 19th if you're a Michigan fan. That's when they'll play this year's spring game for Team 146, slated for a noon start at the Big House. Plenty of eyeballs will be on the quarterback competition, which includes incoming number one freshman Bryce Underwood. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass on Valentine's Day.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day, buddy.
Happy Valentine's Day, John.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
I would say it to Heather, but given what's happened recently, I think there might be an HR violation. Heather, happy Friday.
I know.
Thanks. Happy Valentine's Day, guys.
Any visions or
You know what? Evan was in my
dreams?
dream last night. He ran like a dental office, and he was giving me free teeth whitening.
What? Of all the guys.
Well, he wasn't performing it, but he was
No,
like,
but he was like
salesperson.
he
the
was
manager
like,
of the office.
yeah, and he's like, well, how much should I charge you? I'm like, yeah, he's like, $25, and I'm like, how about free? And he's like, okay. So yeah,
How about free?
What a deal.
yeah.
Wow.
Evan Jenkins.
So I wonder what it takes to get into one of your visions.
Were you talking to him yesterday?
I was.
Okay, so that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We talk for 4 hours every day.
Yeah, you're just not memorable, John. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. So here's the plan today. We're going to pick up the pieces post-Bregman. We're not going to wallow. We are going to look ahead. There are a bunch of Tiger storylines with pitchers and catchers reporting. 7 storylines. We call it the 7th inning stretch. We'll do it coming up at 6:35. We'll have some fun with Valentine's Day as the show rolls on. A little trash talk from Amon-Ra St. Brown and more. John?
Yeah. I know this is the last one for you for a week. We are on the precipice of I will be taking off February, 16? No, 17?
Whatever Monday is through Friday.
Yeah, 17th.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be taking this off. So we were put on notice, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah, you guys had plenty of time to plan.
Yeah, that you were going to be leaving on a jet plane and weren't going to be back again for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we have prepared, and as preparations have come to a peak, we will have Stoney in all week next week.
Has anybody thought of, Stoney in the morning? I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yes. Is anybody let Stoney know?
So he'll be in next week, which will be awesome. And yes, this was the time that I, quote, demanded off. This is how vacation should work. You give people notice. You let them know, hey, I'm taking a vacation. I won't be there.
Here's how I operate, especially if I'm leaving, the 48 states, which I don't even remember the last time I did that. It would have been fishing in Canada at some point. Anyway, if I'm going on vacation, I do not, every once in a while, and if I get a text, somebody says, did you hear what they said in the morning? Like, I don't really listen because
Are you asking if
I've
I'm
got
gonna
other
listen?
things. Yeah, I'm because Stoney would listen intently.
Oh, well.
When he
I
was
guess
off.
I'm not
and
surprised that's Stoney.
I need a mental break to be able to come back some fresh ideas, all of those different things. So I'm curious, will you be listening from the beach?
No.
His little pina colada and his cabana suit. Jam it at 97.1. Jam it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Using the chapter feature going back.
Yeah.
What are they talking about today?
Hold on, I gotta
Do
take
you have
notes.
a new onesie?
I don't have a new. It was never a onesie, by the way. It was a
Come
matching
on, don't spoil a good
top
thing.
and bottom.
Fact,
There
don't
were
let
swim
facts
trunks.
get in the way of a good story.
I know.
Swim trunks.
Swim
Sound like
trunks.
my grandpa.
Is there
What
any
should I call it? Go ahead.
A bathing suit?
Okay.
Is there any sports story that would make you tune in? Would Myles Garrett make you see, I got to see what they're saying?
Yeah, I think
Listen, Kelsey.
Yeah.
I think I'd be getting some looks from her. But yeah, I'd want to know what people were saying.
Anything else?
Wait. So if you're sitting on the beach,
Yeah.
you're there together,
Yeah.
and obviously you want to have conversation, but you're not going to be talking the entire time. Like
No.
you can have an earbud in
of
and be
course.
listening
Yeah.
to. You don't have to tell her, "Oh, I'm listening to Led Zeppelin," or I don't know what you'd be listening
Led
to.
Zeppelin?
Yeah.
Well, that was in Heather's news yesterday.
Yeah, or you could be listening to the Odyssey app. I just want to see what the boys are talking
Yeah, but if
about.
she's like,
They
what do you-
signed a third baseman.
But she would ask, what are you listening to? It'd come
She
up.
would?
Not constantly, but I don't think it's out of the question.
Like
It would come up.
If you're laying at the beach reading a book,
Yeah.
she's going to be like, sweetie, what are you listening to?
Yeah, want to make
She's
sure you're
probably
not
listening-
thinking
yeah.
about work. I mean, she's going to.
You think that's like nosy? Is that what you're saying?
I just think it's an odd question. Like I would
Yeah.
never, if we're both kind of listening to music, laying in the sun, I would never be like,
Yeah.
tell me what you're listening to, Colin. Oh, that's a bad choice. Like,
Yeah.
I don't care what he's listening to.
And honestly, I wouldn't ask that question because I wouldn't want to know the answer.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's like what why would I ask what you're listening? Because Lisa, she's a lawyer by trade, so she likes listening to lawyer dork stuff, and so then if I ask her that question, it's going to go into some conversation that I will glaze over after 5 seconds. Mm-hmm. So
You do what? All right. Anyways. Seriously, what would like I've been on vacations and big things have happened and it doesn't I wouldn't even think twice. I would never listen to talk radio at the beach ever.
I really thought there was a chance that Bregman was going to decide while I was gone. Because the longer this dragged out, I
Right.
figured, more likely than not, it'll go into next week. And
So
then I would be curious. I'd want to know, obviously, if he signed here, great.
Sure.
Listen to everybody feel a certain way about it,
Yeah.
excited. Some people might not like a 6-year deal.
Oh, I'd listen to talk radio.
Me too.
I would listen to sports talk radio. I would just listen and try and pick up on some ideas. Okay, what are people doing in other cities? What are they talking about with post football? What's their hockey team or baseball team doing this time of year? Like I would tune in definitely.
You're
to
saying
listen
when
to,
you're in another city? I've done that too.
Other cities,
Yeah.
other
Out of the
if I'm in
country?
another country,
Yeah.
then the world is your oyster. I'm not going to
Yeah.
listen to what they're talking about football. But
They're most likely going to be talking about football if you're in another country.
right, yeah. So I
They're not
mean,
going to be breaking down the Raiders.
right, but the beautiful thing of the internet is you can listen to any city
Correct.
or any station that you want.
But I'm saying, being in a city and you get in an Uber, or you're in the city and they have the radio
yeah,
and you can
yeah.
listen. You're like, oh, what are they talking
yeah,
about?
you got any sports talk there?
Yeah.
I always ask the Uber driver because they always got some stupid music on. Be like, hey, can you find a sports talk station? And begrudgingly they usually do.
So I was on a vacation and two things happened once. So one was Alan Trammell got fired, and I was on vacation with Kelly when we were dating with some of her family in Orlando. And the only thing I did was Stoney reached out to me and saw to see if I had Trammell's phone number. And that's the way we did things back then, and to see if they could get a hold of him. That was it. I never, other than that, cared one iota about what was being said about it. And then also on that vacation, we actually went to the Lions-Tampa game in Tampa, and that was the Marcus Pollard catch game. So they had gone up, and then they got reversed, and people were all mad about it and stuff. But I actually took a picture of the scoreboard when the Lions actually jumped ahead temporarily before it got reversed, and all I did was send them a picture of the scoreboard. And they put it on social media or whatever, but I didn't listen. I can check out and get away.
Sure,
Like,
I
I
can
just
check
don't
out.
have-
Yeah, but that's kind of I.
But it's
I
also
like
one of our interests.
sports.
Yeah,
so if
I
I'm
was
on
gonna say.
vacation, I still want sports.
Yeah, I wouldn't be listening as a talk show host. Like, what are they saying? How are they running the show? Are they getting to break on time? None of that. I'd be just curious of the sports of it all.
Greg Wood, he said.
I know. Yeah, some of the behind the scenes stuff is hard to turn that off.
I was on my honeymoon when Michigan Ohio State 1-2 happened in 2006.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
And I did make it a point to watch the game. Kelly totally understood that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and obviously big news happened that day before with Bo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
And I had no clue until 5 o'clock that day because I just wasn't paying attention to anything. Got us off the rails.
Yeah, we
You're
did.
right.
Yeah, but where we
It's
were
always my
going
fault.
is we wanted to bring up a topic that just to prime the pump for our listeners that Stoney will be in next week. And this is a very stony topic
Oh, yeah, it is.
because of the Kachuk brothers and the fact that one of them last night,
Both of them.
well, both of them, but I mean, it was 4 goals, right?
Between the
two
yeah.
of them. And who are the greatest brothers in sports? And I would actually like to say we need to say siblings because there might be some sisters. Oh.
Let us know. 248-539-9797. Prime the pump. Stoney will be in next week. This is a very stony topic. The best brothers in sports. Brady and Matthew Kachuk last night combined for 4 goals. A lot of free bird at the Bell Center as Team USA rolled Finland 6-1. Best brothers or sisters in all of sports. First that came to mind for me, they've been in ads the last couple weeks. The brothers Manning.
Oh, sure. Peyton and Eli. Yeah. I mean, obviously one that would come to mind would be Jim and John Harbaugh. I mean, the brothers in sports.
Sisters Venus and Serena.
There you go.
Easy.
That was going to be the sisters in sports. Mm-hmm. Travis and Jason Kelsey.
They were everywhere.
Yes.
So we're obviously going to miss some. Let us know. We don't want to steal the thunder of everybody this early in the morning. We'll talk Tiger baseball. Bottom of the hour. It's 97.1. Last night, Team USA poured it on Finland, led by the Tkachuk brothers, who scored 4 of the 6 goals. They ended up on the same line late in the hockey game, and they're rolling. And it got us thinking. Stoney's going to be in next week. This is a very Stoney topic. The best brothers in sports. Brady and Matthew Tkachuk finally get to play together on this big stage. They're thriving. And Team USA, by the way, looks really good. Best brothers and sisters, siblings in sports. Rondi and Tiki Barber on the ticket text.
Yeah, Rondé.
JJ and TJ Watt on the ticket text.
There you go. Yeah. And don't forget brother Derek.
Yes, don't forget about
3 of
Derek
them,
Watt.
yeah.
Yes. What else we got? 248-539-9797. John, what are people saying on Twitch?
You know what? I don't have Twitch pulled up
okay.
yet, but it's funny because I am gonna go full Stoney on this.
You got like an old school one?
Oh, we got some old school. So I think the most Stoney old school would have to be Gov. Tell me if you've heard of these guys: Maurice, the Rocket, Richard, and Henry. Yeah, Richard.
Yes. Great players.
Yes.
Rocket Richard.
8 Stanley Cups for the Montreal Canadiens. And Stoney would then go into his one sentence that he knows in French.
Yes.
Just predicting what will happen.
Yes.
You also have Dizzy and Daffy Dean.
Come on, John. The DiMaggios.
Right, yeah, going full Stoney.
You can go Espositos if you really want to throwbacks.
Sure,
Yeah.
yes.
Were any of the Disciples brothers?
Oh,
I mean, seriously.
Cain and Abel. What do you guys think?
Adam and Eve would be brothers these days.
Yeah, hey, Kane had a good swing, right?
Reggie and Cheryl Miller on the ticket text.
That's what I was going to say. That would have been a very Stoney one. Sister and brother.
Yes. Locally, have there been any?
Monroe St. Brown.
Yeah, right.
And
But
his
I mean,
brother.
did both play here?
Oh,
I don't know.
So there were the Fedorovs, Sergei and Fedor.
right.
Fedor played for the Vipers, I believe. You're like, what?
Scratching my head. Heather, you brought one up.
I brought a local one up. The Romine brothers, Andrew and Austin Romine.
Yeah.
They were together. I don't know. They didn't play together.
They competed against
but
each
yes,
other.
Well, technically, the
They
Meadows.
both played for Detroit, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Parker and Austin Meadows. Luke and Christian McCaffrey on the ticket text. Let's get to
What about
Jason.
Dylan?
Yeah. Sure.
Yes. Don't forget about brother Dylan.
There's always a Cooper Manning, right?
Yes.
Jason or Jason and Jackson, good morning. What's up?
That's a singer.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Hey, I was thinking about Eddie Payton and Walter Payton. I believe Eddie played for the Lions, and of course Walter was with the Bears.
I'll take your word for it.
I'll take it. Yeah, I was just saying, I don't remember Addy.
I'll
But,
ask Stoney on Monday.
how about Sterling and Shannon?
Oh, yeah, the Sharps.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Now, a texter claimed they're the only two brothers in the Hall of Fame, but aren't the Richards?
Maybe you meant the football Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I
Although
guess
once
so.
Eli gets in, I know he wasn't first ballot.
And the
but
Watt brothers, probably.
Yeah.
TJ
Yeah.
might have some work to do still, but
Dimitri and Delman Young on the ticket text.
Yeah, the
Both
Hughes,
played here.
Hughes brothers.
Yeah. Jack and Luke.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Quinn. Quinn obviously is great, but he's just not playing in this tournament. And Luke isn't either, so it's just Jack. But
Jim, you made a great point for the show, though, when this came up about, you know what? It's nice to root for the Tkachuks.
yeah, so they are prickly, to put it nicely. They are a pain in the ass when they're going against you. Like, we've seen the Wings run into mouthy, physical Brady Tkachuk and the Senators, Matthew Tkachuk last year, and the Panthers really put it on them. They are so much more fun when they're skating on your team because they play a hard, brash brand of hockey, and they give you very little room to breathe. And then when they put them on the same line, I mean, Jack Eichel in the middle, this is great.
Yeah.
I'd have given anything for Matthew Tkachuk to come here when he was
here we
available.
go.
There you go. Hey, at least they've turned the corner here a little bit.
They have.
Will you be able to watch Team Canada and Team USA?
Saturday night?
Yeah.
I plan on it. Yeah, I don't know why. What
Will that be allowed?
do you mean allowed?
I mean, we just had this conversation, right? Your wife's going to ask you what you're listening to. She's going to govern exactly what you do.
See, this is how it gets
So
misconstrued.
For the next
you're
7
gonna watch
days.
this game tomorrow night, your first night of vacation?
I haven't thought that far ahead. Like, I want to watch the game. I'm sure there will be a way to watch the game. Heather's shaking her head no.
You're not, don't watch the game on the
Why
first night of your
not?
vacation. Because you're on vacation in like a tropical paradise. There's so many other things you could be doing.
Well,
Kelsey likes hockey.
She likes hockey. We have a whole week in paradise. It's okay if for 2 hours we're watching a hockey game,
I guess
right?
it depends where you're
what else are
watching
you going to
it.
do for 2 hours?
The purpose of vacation is to do what you enjoy
What you
doing.
like, yeah.
You
Right.
enjoy watching hockey.
Yeah, you can do
Yeah.
that at home though.
Okay, so you can't do anything on
You can't do
vacation
anything
that
you
you
like
can do at home.
that you can do at home on vacation?
Yeah, you can. I'm just saying.
I'm feeling judgment.
I am judging you.
Only from one. I think it's
I get judged the
100%
other way.
acceptable.
I don't
No,
care
but
what you do on vacation. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to sit at a bar and watch a hockey game while I'm on vacation.
Well, you could do it from your hotel room.
Yeah.
Or
That would be even
your
worse.
cabana.
I do not want to sit in my hotel room and watch a hockey game. I want to be out and about.
Well, you can have the door open. I mean, if maybe you can
Crack a
hear
window?
the. Well, yeah, crack a window. You can hear the
Hear the
ocean from
breeze.
there.
But this is a microcosm of this show. John's like, you're going to let your wife decide that you can't watch hockey? You got to watch hockey. Okay, I'm going to watch hockey. Heather, I can't believe you're going to watch hockey. I'm just going to do what I want to do. How about that?
The price of sitting in that chair.
I know. Let's get to Heather's news.
A Warren police officer was seriously injured after a suspect fled a traffic stop and then caused a 3-car crash. Happened on Thursday afternoon. This Warren police officer tried to just conduct an average traffic stop for a license plate violation, but the driver said, nope, I'm not stopping. A chase ensued. The driver, driving recklessly, ran a red light, ultimately crashed with 2 other vehicles. But then the officer that was chasing the suspect approached the intersection, and then he was involved in another single car crash. So the officer was taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. And then the suspect, a 33-year-old man, was arrested at the scene, and his 12-year-old daughter, who was in the vehicle as well, was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Yikes. Yes. One of the biggest musical festivals in the country takes place along the shores of Lake Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
That's
But
Milwaukee.
it isn't. Thank you, Stony. With an accent, of course. Hundreds of performers will play on 12 different stages. This is at Summerfest 2025. It happens over 3 consecutive weekends in June, and they've released the lineup. So if this is something you're going to attend or you're thinking about, you can go and check it out. On the first weekend, there's going to be 160 musical artists. Def Leppard, James Taylor, Jason Mraz, Lindsey Sterling, Rick Springfield will be performing. Obviously, tons of others. Weekend 2, Lainey Wilson, The Killers, Megan Thee Stallion, Riley Green. List goes on and on.
Wide variety.
Yes, wide variety. Weekend 3, Benson Boone, The Lumineers, Baby Metal. I don't know them, but it's on the list.
Is there a question mark after Baby Metal, or is that just how you said it?
It's just how you said
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either.
Yeah.
But they'll be there. The athletic director of Alabama has a solution to
Yeah,
stop
this is wild.
students and fans from rushing the field or the court after major wins. So this guy, Greg Byrne, told ESPN that he thinks that the home team should basically immediately forfeit the game if fans storm the field.
You think? Sure. That's dumb. And you know what? Why? I don't understand. I get the whole, what we saw last year with one of the Duke players, and I can't even remember his name.
Poor Filipowski.
Yeah, Filipowski, yeah. He fell down because somebody bumped into him. Like, he was a great athlete, and you're going to fall down because of, 180 pounds.
But he made a miraculous recovery. He sure
Right.
milked it, but he was fine.
But that's part of what makes college athletics so unique. It's the passion. We talked about it the other day with, the arenas in college basketball, storming the court or the field. I understand the safety concerns, but there's risk in everything.
Yeah, let me use my simple mind, and I'll get criticized for it. I like court storming.
Yeah.
Didn't Stoney have an opinion once that girls shouldn't storm the court during like a female.
Oh
he
no,
had
that nobody storms the court in female competitions.
but they do.
But
and they
yeah,
have.
they
He thinks
have.
they
yeah,
shouldn't?
yeah.
Yes, I believe that was his word. Is that
Yes.
they should not?
I don't know if Stoney has said that opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if is Stoney's opinion.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
I know he had. We've had that. We had that topic. Yes.
I'm pretty sure he has.
Yeah.
Millions of igloo coolers have been recalled after reports of fingertip amputations have
Ow!
been made.
Just
And
the tip.
just the tip. Well, I mean, it would be hard if it was the whole. Well,
It would be what?
to like cut off your whole finger would be more difficult.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, the coolers are recalled after like several people have said they've lost their finger or they've had bone fractures or just plain, cuts, lacerations, things like that. So anyway,
What, from one of the igloo coolers?
yeah, from the way it closes, I believe, like the latch.
The latch.
You just keep your fingers out of the-
finger out of it.
I'm not. You know what? I've not watched a video on anyone losing their fingertip, but it does happen. So there's a whole list you can go on and see which ones they are. It sounds like it's the 90 quart flip and toe rolling coolers specifically.
Coolers with wheels are
80
awesome.
to $140, manufactured before January 2024, sold all over Costco, Target, Amazon, Dick's, all over.
John, come on.
Sporting goods.
By the way, baby metal apparently is Japanese metal music.
Oh, there you have it.
So just to fill that
with a question mark. Baby
yeah.
metal?
Answer that question. All right. Next is the seventh inning stretch. 7 non-Bregman stories and discussions ahead of the Tigers season. It's 97-1. No, Bregman takes some wind out of the sails, but the Tigers will still play baseball this season regardless, and there's plenty of things to look forward to. It's the 7th inning stretch.
Nice. Love this music, Greg. All right, big question right now is rotation. They've got so many different choices to make. Who breaks camp as the starting 5?
Well, breaking news, Tarek Skubal will be your ace. Jack Flaherty will be number 2. All right, again, awesome. breaking news, Reese Olson, number 3. The question is really going to be 4 and 5, and I do think that there will be a measure of pitching chaos throughout the course of the season, and it's going to be a matter of managing innings for the next 2 guys and managing when and who they face. But the number 4 pitcher is going to be Jackson Jobe. I think he starts the season. I don't know if we see him ever get past the 5th inning, but and that's why I say pitching chaos, because it'll be basically a 3 innings some days, 4, 5 innings. I don't know that we'll ever see him get past the 5th. And then your 5th starter, Kenta Maeda. They're gonna go back to him as a starter. I don't know if it works, but it could be he's just there. He's going to only see the lineup once, and then you have chaos.
So no Mize or Montero?
No. You could make an argument for Montero and Montero, Maeda, okay, but Mize, no, you're not going to see him. I don't even think he's on the roster.
Really? I think he will be in the starting 5. Now, here's the thing, though. It's going to be musical chairs. As we learned last year, injuries happen, chaos ensues. At the end of the year, it could look very different, but I think it'll be Skubal, Flaherty, Olson, Mize, and Maeda to start. I didn't have Jobe.
So, Jobe, do you think that's more of we're not going to bring him up because we don't want to have – they're going to do the whole contract?
I didn't say he won't be here.
All right. Quickly, I think one of the biggest keys for the Tigers this year is actually Reese Olson. And I don't know if he's a 2 or a 3. If he becomes a 2, this team is going to make the playoffs.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, and I think that the other thing, too, just with this, we'll get to it in a second, but Jackson Jobe, I'm not so sure, John. So what do you think his role is going to be? You've kind of already said it.
I said a starter.
Yeah, I think the bullpen, because he hasn't thrown 100 innings in a season. So I'm not sure how much work they want to put on his plate. I mean, if
we got to start at some point.
Okay, so let's say he starts the year and he goes 5 innings a pop. He's done in August? You see, that doesn't really work for this team then, right? Like,
I understand that, but I do think that they manage his innings and
skip some starts.
Okay, yeah. Instead of just every 5 games, it might be hey, there's
well, I just
2 times where they pitch 5.
1 week chaos, 1 week Jobe. 1 week chaos.
Maybe.
I think there's going to be a large measure of that because this worked. It's not going to work for 162, but it will be a part of the strategy going into the season.
See, I had thought they'd start him in the pen and work him up into a starter for the second half of the season where he could be hitting his stride. But either scenario, to me, is in play.
So is that Montero then? Who else?
I had Mize.
See, yeah. I don't think I think Mize starts in Toledo.
Well, look, if any of these guys struggle in the spring, it'll be like Manning last year. They just won't make the rotation.
Yeah, I think Mize is in the rotation unless he bombs a spring. I do think he's going to be the 5, and I actually agree.
Last chance for him.
I actually think Maeda is going to be the 4, and I think Jobe's starting in Toledo.
Oh, wow.
Because they can bring him up when either number 4 or 5 fails, or you got Cobb working in here too eventually.
Yeah.
He's not going to be ready for opening day, shocker. What does a full year of Parker Meadows and Kerry Carpenter look like?
For Parker Meadows, I think he does actually pick up where he left off, and the disappointing thing about the whole Bregman thing is that we don't know who's going to be behind him. And against right-handed pitchers, sure, you've got Kerry Carpenter in there. He's just going to be limited because he's not going to be an everyday DH, which is what I think Kerry Carpenter is. And you got to have that power. You got to have that bat. They also have to make sure that he makes it through an entire season healthy. And do you want to risk him as an outfielder? Know that he could get hurt at some point. So, hey, his value, Kerry Carpenter, is the bat. He's gonna be exclusively their designated hitter. But Parker Meadows, I think I look at him as a guy that could get 15, 16 home runs, but it's really going to be his ability to get on base and steal bases.
Look, without Bregman or a replacement for that bat, you're going to lean more on both these guys who didn't play a lot last year. Parker Meadows played 82 games. Kerry Carpenter played 87. So the argument is a full season out of both these guys will help juice the offense. Parker Meadows, by the way, they were 54-28 when he played.
Right.
It's a 108-win pace when Parker Meadows was in the lineup.
I love him.
He's very
Well,
toolsy. This could be a big year for him.
But they were limited for different reasons. Parker Meadows was sent to Toledo
Yes.
to fix things. He fixed it, and Kerry Carpenter was hurt.
Yeah.
I think a key thing for Meadows is that playing a full season, can he stay healthy? Because he's such a good outfielder, he makes himself vulnerable. And I think one of the other keys, like I said with Olson, can Parker Meadows handle leadoff against lefties?
I think it's a huge question.
He couldn't last
Right.
year. But as he played better last year, late in the year, and in those playoff games against a lefty against Cleveland, remember they bumped him up to 7?
Yeah.
So, but I think if he could be the leadoff guy virtually every day and do it 140 games, wow.
If Carpenter is healthy, just real quick.
Yeah.
What's the over, Mr. Castro, take a guy? What's the over-under on how many home runs you expect him to be at?
He should be north of 30, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Ooh, I would
So
go
what-
under.
Ooh.
If he's for a whole season, how many did he hit last
because
year?
I don't think he's going to play. I think he's going to be platooned quite a bit with Malloy.
But most
They think
pitchers
highly
are
of Malloy.
I know,
Yeah.
but most pitchers are right-handed, so
So he'll
will
be in there
still
more than not.
More than not. And last year he hit. I guess he only had 18 last year. But
Yeah,
if he plays the whole season, he could be right around
he played
30.
half the season.
Yeah.
All right. Is the infield defense, right side specifically, going to be a problem?
I am very curious to see how this transition goes. Keith was not a good defensive second baseman a year ago, and Gleyber Torres led all second basemen in errors committed. In fact, Keith and Torres were 1 and 2 in errors committed at second base. I think it's a sneaky, important storyline. They don't really have any plus defenders on the infield. I guess shortstop, they're all right.
Yeah, Gleyber Torres, to me, that's going to be the bigger risk because, whether it's turning double plays at second base, it's trying to get to some of those, balls that are hit to left or right of him, he struggles with. But they promised him that, if you sign in Detroit, we're going to make you a second baseman. Colt Keith, I'm fairly confident he's a good athlete, and I think he's going to make that transition well. I think he'll be a plus infielder at first base.
Now, one of the keys for him is how good is he going to be at scooping balls early
Right.
in the year, because balls from the other far side of the field, third base, who is not going to be. Yeah, are you going to be able? Is he going to be able to do it?
Well, and the other
That's
question.
you can't just do that overnight.
Well, and the other thing for Keith is, too, by the way.
Yeah, but he's also got third base in his background, so he knows. I mean, he's got a decent glove. I think being able to scoop at first base is something that will happen for him.
Look, I have no doubt he's got a great work ethic. I loved what he thought once they added Torres. Hey, I'll play anywhere. I love that attitude. He also needs to get better at the plate. You can't be a first baseman with an OPS under 700. So as he focuses on defense in the transition, he also has to give him more oomph at the plate.
Me and you last year, point of contention was Colt Keith back and forth. He's got to be consistent.
Yeah.
He was way too wishy-washy, which is fine for a
Young
rookie.
player, yeah.
All right, how much Javi Baez do we have to endure?
Too much. He'll be on the roster. He'll play.
He will, and he will play. And if it's once, it's too much.
Who's a surprise bat this year? Torque? Jace Young? Somebody else?
I actually think it's going to be Jace Young. I like his. I'm kind of in between Jace Young and Trey Sweeney. And I know nobody's going to really say Trey Sweeney, but I think his ability to get on base. I like their mentality at the plate. They're a little bit more aggressive, but I think Jace Young is going to be the biggest conversation piece about the improvement he makes from last year to this year.
Yeah, Jace Young flashed. I don't know about him in the field, but his bat has always been the thing that people get excited about. He had good plate discipline. I think there's power in that bat. I just worry, can he play third? And he's yet another lefty on a team that already has a ton of left-handed bats.
Mine's Malloy. I think he's going to play a significant role right-handed DH.
Yep.
Finally, are the Detroit Tigers division favorites?
No. I wish they were if they had been able to add another bat, and they might still be able to do that. But I think they're going to be chasing Cleveland.
Yeah, they're in the mix, but they're not the favorite. Bregman would have made them the favorite. Or another right-handed bat.
Yeah.
Ideally, someone who could also play third base.
TBD.
They're not the favorites because as we went through this, although we have more confidence than last year, way too many question marks. You
Yeah.
can't be the favorite when you have so many question marks.
Not at this
I
point.
still like Cleveland. They got the best closer in baseball. As long as he hasn't been shaken for good. That's a little storyline to watch this year. Does the postseason carry over to this year? But I think
don't
Cleveland's
think
a
so.
favorite.
And it's, by the way, it's not a two-horse race.
Minnesota.
Right.
Minnesota and Kansas
City.
City are going to be in this thing. That is your seventh inning stretch. It's 97-1. Good morning. Happy Friday. 7:02. I've got your Saturday night plans. Valentine's Day weekend. I've got your Saturday night taken care of.
Oh, yeah?
John looks confused. Let's talk a little bit about the Tigers and what they do now, okay? What is the third base plan? Because, John, I looked around yesterday, and I think you probably did a little perusing of your own, and I think we came to the same conclusion.
It's kind of a shrug. It's
really
the
nothing
emoji,
What now?
the shrugging emoji. What now? I don't know. And that's where Scott Harris, I know none of us were upset that Bregman's not here. I think the bigger question, and you kind of brought this up yesterday when Erod and nothing happened at the trade deadline, it was, okay, what was the backup plan? And there wasn't. If you don't get Bregman, because you put all your eggs in one basket, or did you? And my question is, what next if you don't get it? Because there was no guarantee. You could put the best contract out there, which I think they did. Hey, kudos to them. But if that's not going to be the answer, then what's the backup plan? Is it just simply Jace Young and Matt Vierling?
And here's my issue with that. Matt Vierling has only played 74 career games at third base. He's a much better outfielder. You can play him at third. You can give him all of spring training to acclimate. And he's one of those guys that busts his ass and maybe you get something, but it's certainly not proven. And speaking of not proven, Jace Young, he was only up here for like a month and a half last season and is not good defensively at third base at this point in his career. And even if he hits, and I'm optimistic he will, it doesn't solve the right-handed bat problem. He's yet another lefty. So I bring up Nolan Arenado, and I know Tom immediately shot that down earlier today. I'm not in love with Nolan Arenado. I'm not pounding the table for him. He plays the position defensively at a high level, and he brings a right-handed bat with, albeit much less power than he once had. But that appears to be the only option, and he can tell you no because of the no-trade clause. So I don't know what their best option here is, and I don't bring this up to rail against Scott Harris. I think the Flaherty stuff was handled brilliantly, both at the deadline and then bringing him back. I think they made a big boy offer to Bregman, and I'm not mad at Harris for that. But I will be upset if this is his thing where he just doesn't have backup plans. He's got one really sharp idea, and if it doesn't work out, it's figure it out later.
Right. And so for everybody that's on the, Arenado train, here's where it stands right now. He's got 3 years left on his deal, $74 million remaining. Now, not all of that would have to be paid by the Tigers. So I'm not necessarily worried about the impact on salary. But right now, he had a no-trade clause. And going into the season, it's been no secret. The Cardinals are marketing him to see if they can trade him. Aggressively, but he has only given them 5 teams.
One of them was the Red Sox, who no longer
right. And so it was Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, Padres, Angels.
Yeah.
And so Red Sox, I think you could pretty much remove that. So it's Yankees, Dodgers, Padres, Angels. Those are the only teams that Nolan Arenado has said, I will waive my no-trade clause for. At this point.
Yes. Does someone convince him to play his baseball somewhere else? I don't know. He holds the cards.
He does. And I think as we've seen over the past couple of years when the Tigers have been willing to go out there and sign some free agents, whether it was a few years ago, shortstop, this year, third base, they haven't been able to sell the Detroit Tigers, their franchise, on those free agents. And now you're trying to sell the franchise on a guy that's under contract that holds all the cards.
Do you think, and I know Rieger has banged this drum, and I think Mike and Rico brought it up yesterday, how much of a deal is the ballpark here? Why guys don't want to play here? Was that maybe a tipping point with Bregman? I know Castellanos complained about the ballpark. I mean, guys have been complaining about the ballpark for, 2 decades.
Right.
Do you think that's a factor here? To me, it shouldn't be, but it is.
I think it's not as big of a factor as some might want to make it think. But if that's the factor, what do you do?
Move the fences in?
Well, no. So without redoing the entire
construct a green monster overnight,
right? Yes, is you use it to your advantage, right? And you may not be able to get the bats, but can you get the arms?
Right, and then develop the bats, which is the opposite of what they had been doing, but under Scott Harris, they are putting more of these young guys
Right.
at the plate.
And so you do have baseball has helped out a little bit with outlawing the shift. So if you're going to have singles, doubles, triples hitters and not home run hitters, then that's been a rule that has helped the Tigers. Doesn't help you in signing home run hitters or guys that are going to view the park as a, I'm not going there because of the park. But then you look at the pitching staff. You better put together the best pitching staff in all of Major League Baseball. And right now you have the best pitcher on the planet. You're able to go out there and get Flaherty. You've got Olsen. You've got 3. And you think you have a future with Job. So, I mean, they're kind of constructing the team to the park.
Ticket Texter says Alec Boehm is the guy they want. Phillies third baseman. Young player, some upside, plays the position, right-handed bat. Their general manager, Dave Dombrowski. Obviously, we have some familiarity with him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know his availability. I know he was being shopped around at the start of the offseason. He's now reported. I mean, the Phillies are getting underway for the season.
Right.
How would they find a third baseman if they traded him? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I looked at their, do they have one in the pipeline that they don't want to block or that they're willing to give a shot to?
But Dombrowski's typically give me the proven guy, especially for a team that's chasing a championship the way they are in Philadelphia. I just don't think there's that great option out there right now. And this was the risk they ran when they passed up on other options to wait for Alex Bregman. They felt he was worth waiting for. And I agree with them, by the way, that he was a player that was a cut above these other options. He was an ideal fit. But it's why I don't understand other hosts on the station who are relieved we didn't get him.
Well,
because I don't know who's playing third and who's hitting in. By the way, you might find a third baseman. They're not hitting in the top half of your order the way Bregman would have.
Right. And that's the thing is you could find some other replacements and they have them, right? Guys that are going to not necessarily be in the top half or you don't really want in the top half of the order. They may have to be, but this is where when you preach patience as we did on Monday and it bites you in the ass later in the week, the patience didn't pay off because the longer you waited for Bregman, the more your options began to dwindle until there were no other options.
We made a list, I think it was like 5 or 6 guys who were free agent bats that had received the qualifying offer. So they were considered, some of the best guys. And we watched one by one Willie Adames to the Bay Area. Pete Alonso eventually ends up with the Mets. Santander goes to Toronto. You just start tick, 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 and they're all gone at this point. There's nobody's left. So what now? I wish I could come on today, and John, I know you feel the same way, and go, guys, study the landscape. There's a clear pivot point for Scott Harris. There's not.
But that is for Scott Harris to answer.
Yeah, it's his job. We don't get paid to do that.
Right, yeah. and that's where there's this great mystery of what type of magic, because he always talks about the ways that you can add players. And, the big part has been developing the players. And then it was, we don't want to block them, but we can do both. And it's free agency. Well, they've struck out in free agency on the bat side of things. Mm-hmm. The other one that he talks about is trades. And this is where we need to see him work his magic that we just haven't seen yet.
I think teams know you got him over a barrel, though. So it's a little harder now when they know you're desperate.
Well, you've got some prospects. Are you willing to part with some of those?
Yeah. It's just frustrating because we all said the same thing when the season ended. Boy, pitching's good. They managed the hell out of this team. If they could just add a couple good bats, and we're saying the same thing as pitchers and catchers report. Yep. All right, guys, coming up next, we got your plans for Saturday night. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Another member of the Lions poached, apparently. ESPN says their director of scouting advancement, Mike Martin, is heading to Notre Dame to be the new GM of their program. It's a long wait until the Lions get back on the gridiron again, but Amon-Ra St. Brown hopes that when they play Game 1, it's against the champs. Yeah, that's Amon-Ra and his brother on their podcast. Detroit and Philly have identical odds to win the 2026 Lombardi following the conclusion of Super Bowl 59. At spring camp, Tigers manager A.J. Hinch says they're hoping to get top prospects Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal in at least one exhibition in the coming weeks. He considers their development better suited for minor league camp. They're also 2 years younger than Tyrone Lorenzo, who did get a big league invite. Tigers single-game tickets for 2025 are also going on sale this morning at 10 a.m. at tigers.com/tickets. Domination by Team USA up in Montreal. They slaughtered Finland 6-1 to begin the Four Nations tournament schedule for them. The Tkachuk brothers had 5 points between them. No goals for Wings captain Dylan Larkin as of yet. And ahead of this weekend's Daytona 500, Austin Cindric and Bubba Wallace won the Daytona Duels races to finalize the lineup for the big race on Sunday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You heard a little bit of St. Brown there. We're going to talk about that at the end of the hour. We've got the Cookie Jar at 7:35, a Valentine's Day edition of the Cookie Jar. And John, I think I've got Saturday night planned out for everybody.
Oh, do you know?
At least part of your Saturday night.
Uh-huh.
I didn't book you a dinner reservation or get your wife a Valentine's Day gift. But what I would tell you is Saturday night we have the chance to renew a great rivalry. USA-Canada.
Mm-hmm.
The Four Nations face-off has been so much better than a stupid all-star game. These games have been chippy. They've been intense. The players care a lot more than they would at some skills competition.
It's fast.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Have you been watching it?
I have. I haven't watched all the
two games.
Every minute of every game, but I have tuned in to be able to watch it, and it is fun. And here's where I talk about this anytime I'm a big Olympics follower, and even the World Cup. Not a soccer fan, not a football fan, but I do like it when you wear those three letters, USA. And I don't care who they're playing. Now, this happens to be a lot more fun because it's our neighbors to the north, and we get a chance to see USA take on Team Canada, where, they haven't had the Stanley Cup, and they are very, let's just say, snooty about their hockey. And the game was invented in their country, and all of that is the backstory. But anytime you put those three letters on your uniform, it changes the game for me. I don't care what the sport is. USA versus anyone, and now I've got a vested interest.
So how hard do I got to sell you on this? 248-539-9797, because for John, it's three letters. And John, the players feel the same way.
Oh,
you
sure.
can tell. Connor McDavid said after their opening game, this is not just an all-star game. We're taking and he's never been able to play in this competition because the NHL had taken their players out of Olympic competition for the last 8+ years. This has opened the door, by the way, to this changing. The U.S. and Canada and the NHL are going to finally do this right. But it's long overdue, and I think the product's been great. So when you have a chance on Saturday night to watch USA-Canada as part of this round robin, they may end up playing for the championship of this Four Nations tournament. Some people have told me this feels forced, like this is just out of nowhere. Well, that's how everything gets created.
Right. Yeah.
Somebody had to come up with the idea, and I think it's been good hockey.
Yeah, and maybe it grows a little bit. Maybe you include a couple more countries.
Well, that's what they'll do when we get back to the Olympics.
Right, but so once every 4 years, sure.
Yeah.
But in between, I do think this is a better concept, and I understand that the NHL is also working with time constraints. Like there's 2 weeks where there's no NHL hockey, so you've got to be able to get as many games in as possible, and maybe it's going to max out at 4.
Right. I mean, in terms of like Russia clearly makes sense to be in this moving forward, just from a skill perspective. And then there's kind of a drop-off. Czech Republic, Germany, Switzerland. You could grow this even more than Four Nations.
Sure.
But I think this is a really good start, and I wonder if people have paid attention to it. Like last night, there was no Pistons. There was no Red Wings. I don't think you had any footage of Tiger spring training. So this was kind of, to me, the marquee sporting event last night.
Yeah, and so there is an option tomorrow night. You could watch, isn't the skills competition?
The basketball skills competition?
Yeah.
Oh, so like Cade in the 3-point contest? I like Cade, but like, come on, guys.
Well, I think local people will want to see his performance in terms of selling out to watch the entire night.
Oh, no.
Let me put it this way, guys. We're all creatures of habit, right? And the NHL is on shutdown, so normally you'd have maybe a Red Wing game going up against the All-Star competition. It's going to be a cold, maybe snowy Saturday night. We're sports fans. We don't have football anymore. What are you dialing into tomorrow night? I would think the majority would dial into the hockey game because it's Canada-USA, and it's going to be the best hockey in the world, basically.
It is, because Canada's loaded. They've got Crosby playing with McKinnon and McDavid on a power play. Oh, this is absolutely ridiculous. And then for the U.S., the hockey program is in much better shape than it was 8 to 10 years ago. They've ramped this thing up. Austin Matthews is the captain. He's one of the best hockey players in the world. You put those Tkachuk brothers on the same line, and I love that we get to root for those guys as opposed to them inflicting that punishment against us.
But that's the beauty of, and I mean, I mentioned the three letters, USA. You get a chance to be a fan of everyone that is on your team, and it may be somebody that it might even pain you a little bit to be a fan of, but now you get it behind closed doors. You can actually root for the Tkachuk brothers.
Or how about Toronto Maple Leaf Austin Matthews? We never get to root for Austin Matthews. He's a great hockey player. You get to root for him when he's wearing the USA.
You got Raymond playing for Sweden. You know, I mean, there's just a lot to look for. But like for me, it really, what you're getting here is it's Olympic hockey without the name on it.
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing about tomorrow night is that the energy and the feistiness in that game is going to be, like, to me, electric. Like, I think you're cheating yourself. If you're just a general sports fan, you might just be casual hockey. To me, this is the best hockey in the world. It's on Olympic ice, that's international ice, where it's a bigger rink and there's more space. That's why it was so exciting. Like, I think
I wonder if people gave it a shot Wednesday night or especially last night with Team USA playing. And there wasn't anything else going on locally. Have you given this thing a shot? It may have felt gimmicky at first, right? What is this? Is this just another way of doing an all-star game? The players take it much more seriously, and the rosters are loaded. And I think this does fill the void of the Olympic sport hockey thing that we missed.
Yeah, and if you're looking to fill a Saturday, you've got two windows. And you've got the early window, 1 o'clock, Finland, Sweden. Now, that might not do it for you.
Whatever, but they're rivals. A little appetizer.
We're always trying to fill the sports schedule. There's no
Swedish
football.
Yeah.
There's no Swedish meatball.
It's an appetizer.
You going to IKEA?
Maybe.
But it is, hey, you get a chance to get up, do your thing in the morning, and, for us, right, Teddy's going to take a nap. So I'll watch some of that Finland-Sweden game mid-afternoon. I won't watch the whole thing. It'll be, kind of wallpaper, but I'll be keeping an eye on it. And then at 8 o'clock at night, what else is everybody else going to be doing? And again, the all-star skills competition does absolutely nothing for me. No. I will want to know the numbers for Cade, and maybe I'll flip over and watch just a minute or two of it, but it's going to be USA and Canada. It's a great matchup.
Yeah. Let's get to Brandon and Shelby. Brandon, good morning.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So one thing that was cool about the game last night that you never see is there's never fights in international play because, it's kind of like a respect thing. But the Tkachuk brothers were dicing it up. Like, there was a few times where I thought we were going to have some brawls.
How about, right away?
Mm-hmm.
We crash the crease, Team USA does, and this Finnish defenseman who's been on the team for all of 3 minutes is like, whoa, hey, I got to defend the goalie here. Yeah, there's a little chippiness to it. You're right.
Didn't it kind of remind you of the Hanson brothers from Class
Yeah, time to foil up.
Like, there was one where I can't remember which Tkachuk it was by the bench, and then the other Tkachuk comes and lays out one of the Finnish guys. But, like I said, there's never that much toughness, but last night's game, it got really interesting.
I thought so. Look, it was Finland scores first. You go, boy, all right.
Yeah, let's see, and then pour it on.
Yeah, U.S. ties it up, and then by the start of that third period, game over.
Mm-hmm.
Just and I told you this thing. They're doing the Freebird.
Yeah, after
Leonard
every
Skinner.
goal.
Yeah, so apparently the junior team started this, and junior team beat Canada, and some of it trolls Canada, but it's also just kind of, hey, how fun is it that these younger players are embracing a song that came out in 73?
Yeah, there are certain classics that, that will take the test of time.
Yeah, but I just love that they've adopted it.
Oh, sure.
You get kind of a rallying cry. Beyond the obvious, we have a national anthem, but now you have kind of this goal song that adds a little extra juice to it.
Yeah, and it makes it fun. And that's when you're talking about a Four Nations tournament, or you're talking about some of the other, outside the parameters of the regular season. You just want it to be fun. You want it to be entertaining. And that's what hockey has been able to do in this 2-week break.
Ticket Texter says, I haven't watched any. Where can you watch these games? ESPN.
Yeah, ABC, ESPN, yeah. You don't have to worry about it being, you don't have to worry about a quick extension for YouTube TV viewers. By the way, just programming update. Last night they did reach a brief extension. Paramount channels and YouTube TV. This. Yeah, they were going to cancel or weren't going to be able to watch any of the Paramount, which CBS with the tournament coming in. Yeah, so but late last night they did reach a temporary agreement.
Texter says, speaking of college hoops, number 1 Auburn, number 2 Alabama, Saturday, 4 o'clock. There you go. You can do that before the game at night. Texter says, USA, Canada. Loser gets a 25% tariff imposed on him. Brody and Saginaw. 248-539-9797. We got the cookie jar bottom of the hour. St. Brown's already trash talking ahead of next season. We'll play the audio. We'll get your thoughts on that too. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers that you can see and meet with and talk to, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Ticket Texter says, forced patriotism is lame, and that's what this thing feels like to me. He's talking four nations. Says, at least the Olympics and the World Cup are tried and true established traditions. This feels like a lazy cash grab. See, I looked at it very differently. I look at this as trying to make amends for the fact that NHL players haven't been in the Olympics.
Sure.
This is giving the players a taste before resuming, and that's the plan, to resume NHL hockey players in the Olympics. And it's so much better than what was actually a lazy cash grab, the All-Star game. Players weren't trying. It was 3-on-3. It was a cartooned version of the sport. Now these guys are actually throwing the body around, playing hard, gutting it out, trying to win.
Yeah, and I mean, so they're trying to fit it in within 2 weeks. And that's why I mentioned, would love to have more nations represented in this, but then you start to get into Olympic hockey. And that's ultimately what everybody was looking for. But when you have only 2 weeks, and it is in the middle of the NHL season, it would be really hard for the NHL to say, okay, yeah, play every other night, or play every night.
You brought up that Finland is going to play Sweden.
Yes.
Before the U.S. plays Canada.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, and that's their own rivalry over in Scandinavia. Tom asked, why is Norway not good at hockey? I don't actually want to do this as a topic, but if someone could explain it in the ticket texts, how a country that's in that same conglomerate,
the same
similar
region,
climate, yes, and I don't know if Norway's good at any sports. Why not hockey?
So there's a clear 5 in hockey if you had Russia.
Yes.
I like, seriously, what would be the reason why? That you have 2 of the elite countries in hockey, and then Norway's right next to them.
Explain
and they're no
it.
good.
Doesn't make any sense. One of life's mysteries. Why is Norway not at least competitive at hockey the way Finland and Sweden are?
Norway
Heather,
did.
you're Scandinavian.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that though. I mean, I've
Your
never been
heritage,
to Norway.
your people.
You
claim
don't vacation
them
in
as
Oslo?
your people, but you've
I
never
would
been
love
to the
to go.
homeland.
That's on my list. It is on my list.
Okay.
I will go one day.
Are your people from Norway?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, any family names?
Well, my mom's maiden name is Erickson.
Oh,
and they're,
okay. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Son of Eric.
Yes, exactly. Well, not her, but yes, down the road.
Somewhere down the
Somewhere
family
there
tree.
was the son of Eric. Yeah.
Jonathan. Usually spelled with 2 C's instead of CK.
This is
The
CK,
Scandinavian way. Oh, it is?
Mhm. It's changed though. If you look at my family tree, the spelling changed throughout the years.
Got Americanized.
Probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know the Wings drafted a player from Norway, but the history of hockey in Norway doesn't rival Sweden and Finland.
Yeah. On Twitch, it says they like caber toss.
They like what?
Caber toss?
Caber?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the big pole. Yeah.
Caber toss. It's the big pole. Would you stop?
No, it is.
No, it is. Oh, yeah. It's like a log, right? Like a giant.
Yeah, it's like a telephone pole.
Yes.
A
And you-
miniature version of a telephone pole. Yeah.
You just
and
launch
you toss
it?
Yeah.
How do you toss it?
You pick it up from the bottom and you.
like-
Yeah, you flip it over end. Yeah.
Yeah. Not backwards though.
Yeah.
You
Be
went
very
over your
careful.
head.
Yeah,
Oh,
do we
yeah.
think that cookies could actually participate in
No.
the caber toss? I don't think so.
No.
Most people could throw a telephone pole. How far are you supposed to throw this
It's not.
thing?
John could,
It's
though.
not a telephone pole. It's a small version of a telephone pole.
How
It's
far
just
do they
a
throw
long-
this? I've never heard of caber tossing. What's like the world record toss in caber tossing? Apparently, this is a Scottish athletic event too, so you may see some kilts
Yeah, I
if
saw
you
some
watch
kilts.
some videos of this caber toss.
Is the caber toss hard to perform? Successfully tossing the caber involves strength, balance, and coordination,
I don't have any of them.
and mastery requires years of training and practice. So, yeah, I guess if you start now, maybe in about 5-6 years, you'd be a master.
2030, I can compete in the caber toss
Mm-hmm.
games, whatever they are.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. John,
Highland Games.
I sent something to Tom, and he goes, "You should bring this up on the air." And I don't know if it's. Should we bring it up on the air? He's
What?
nodding. I sent him something that I saw on social media this morning. This is not a topic we planned. I don't really think there's
is
a
this
topic to it.
Does this involve me?
It's
Should I-
relevant. It's relevant.
It is relevant.
And there's it just, yeah.
Okay, so I follow on X the Philadelphia sports station's morning show.
Okay.
I've been on their show before. They follow back.
Sure.
I keep an eye on what they,
Isn't that John Ritchie is on one of their shows, right?
Yeah.
Former teammate of mine.
Yeah.
We've had him on here before.
Yeah. So I follow their show, and I'm not a Philly sports fan, but I occasionally see their stuff. And I sent Tom what they just posted this morning. It's a view of them perched atop the parade route for the Super Bowl today. It says, on top of the world, the view from our vantage point above the Eagles parade. They got their little Odyssey mic flags, bundled up, and they've got this view of a stretch of where the parade's going to be.
Okay.
And obviously the parade would have been today here if the Lions had been in the Super Bowl.
Not all good news is good news.
Okay.
We would have been there right now, and it would have been today.
Setting up. Yeah.
If they would have made the parade Thursday, it would have been Friday because they would have moved it to Friday because of the snow. That could be us right now. That could be you.
You guys are such buzzkills.
Why?
That's why I said I don't want to bring it up, but he said you should bring it up.
Why'd you text it to me?
I just
Were
want to
you
get
trying
your
Why'd you just text it to him?
I want to get his reaction.
Like you're doing the reverse me yesterday. I tried to make you look the bad guy. Now you're trying to make me. I never would have known about this if you wouldn't have sent it to me.
I'm not trying to bum anybody out on their Friday. It just passed across my feed.
Yeah, right. We're 4 weeks removed from the Lions losing. And this is the conversation that you want to have?
Last year we did the topic 4 weeks after. I remember to the day. Are you over it? Why'd we do that?
What are your feelings, John?
I am over it.
You are.
I am. Yeah, I'm over it. I'm ready to move on to next year. What are the answers? Fix it.
We'll
I'm
talk
not
about
going to sit here and bemoan the fact that we're not having a parade today.
Look, they don't deserve to be talked about that way. They were bounced in their first playoff game, right? Like, I think some of that needs to be said. They lost their very first playoff game this year. They didn't earn their route to the NFC title or the Super Bowl or certainly to be Super Bowl champs. I just know it was something that we had discussed for weeks and months, the possibility, what it would be like. We had talked about a parade on this show. This is the day it would have been. It would have been today. They would have gone around Woodward, right around Hart Plaza. They would have looped through.
Oh, you have the parade route all mapped out,
Of course they would be there, right? Where else would they be?
So what he didn't share is the hosts were also wearing gold chains and sunglasses.
Yeah. Did you send him yours?
Yeah.
Look at Heather's disgusted.
I'm just, okay, enough.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
we get it. It's like
It's a good thing you're off for a week. We can all get a little bit refreshed. Have a happy Friday instead of the bummer that you are.
We'll look ahead since that's what you want to do. Amon Ross St. Brown has some look-ahead thoughts. We'll get to it at 7:50. The Lions receivers already chirping the Philadelphia Eagles, looking ahead to next season. We'll do that. We got the cookie jar coming up at 7:35, but first, Heather with the news.
Okay, so there's a Genesee County Sheriff's deputy that is facing charges after he accidentally left his gun outside of Lapeer High School after attending a sporting event while off duty.
Where did he leave it?
Oh, I'll get to that. So he was arraigned on Wednesday on a charge of reckless use of a firearm. Tuesday morning, an employee at the school found the gun inside of a lunchbox in the parking lot. So he went to a basketball game the day before, Monday night. I don't know if he was carrying the gun in a lunchbox or not, or if he had it in a lunchbox in his car and it fell out.
So I don't know what
or if somebody found it and put it in said lunchbox.
Carry rules are for police officers, but I know you're not allowed to take them into schools. There's certain things that you can't do, right? As even though you have a concealed carry permit. I got to imagine it's a little bit different for police officers, but also if that's the case and you're walking in going, oh, I shouldn't take this in there, I need to leave it somewhere. A lunchbox in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Did he ride his bicycle there?
Right. Or if it was already in the lunchbox and it by the door and it fell out, you'd hear, I mean, it would be loud, a clatter, it'd fall out of your door and you'd know that, my lunchbox and gun fell out of the car.
Like Santa Claus.
Like Santa, yes.
Allowed such a clatter.
Yes. Anyway, the gun was turned over to police, who then determined it was owned by the Genesee County Sheriff's Office, so he's facing some consequences for that.
Huh.
A Warren police officer was seriously injured after a crash following a high-speed chase. So the officer attempted to pull this driver over for a license plate violation, but of course the driver said, no, thank you, continued on. Chase ensued. The 33-year-old suspect driving the car ran a red light, crashed into 2 other vehicles. Then the officer was involved in a secondary crash, was taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. The 33-year-old, the suspect, was arrested there at the scene, and he did all of this with his 12-year-old daughter in the car. She was taken to the hospital with just minor injuries. Nobody else involved in the crashes were injured. So that's the good news, and hopefully this officer will be okay. All right, this story is absolutely wild. You might have seen this trending online yesterday. There's a kayaker who was swallowed by a whale.
I saw this
a
video.
Humpback whale, and he lives to tell the tale.
What?
And you saw the video because
Yeah.
that's what makes it even crazier. It was all captured on video. He was out with his dad. It was like this father-son excursion. They were kayaking in the icy waters around Chile's like southernmost Patagonia area, right? Like this crazy kayaking excursion. The dad, I don't know if he had a GoPro, whipped out his phone, whatever. He saw some really pretty waves. That's why he was recording. Had no idea that this whale would come swooping out of nowhere and like gulp down his son. But thankfully, the son wasn't swallowed, but he did stay like in the whale's mouth for a couple of moments and then was spit back out
Like
into the
5-6 seconds. I'm watching it.
wild.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, and you see the whale crest and go back under, and then all of a sudden he pops up, and then the comedy of it is that the boat pops up next to him.
It's so crazy that he's just, able to live.
Yeah.
I mean, live to tell, like, one in a, how many people have been inside of a whale's mouth?
I don't know. The last one I think reported would be Jonah,
Like, this is crazy.
but he was there for a lot longer than just the
And he said he
minute.
thought for sure, he didn't really know what was happening, but he thought for sure he was going to die. And he said he like felt something slimy, like a slimy texture.
Yeah, that was
on
a
his-
whale tongue.
Of course it was, but he didn't know. He didn't know because he was just do-do-do-do-do, and then
Yeah.
he had no idea.
the lights
It
went
is
out.
crazy. It's a crazy story. Check out the video for sure. A pair of Dallas Mavericks fans who were recently thrown out of a game for chanting "Fire Nico" got some free courtside seats, all thanks to Mark Cuban. So the fans were ejected from the game on Monday during the second half of Mavericks' loss to the Kings. The chants apparently led to a verbal altercation with Cuban. And Cuban says he wasn't mad at the chants. He wasn't mad at what they were saying. He was mad at when they were chanting during like free throws, and that led to this altercation. Well, now after the fact, kind of in an attempt to, extend an olive branch, Cuban gave the fans courtside seats for Wednesday's game.
So they can chant "Fire Nico" louder and closer to the court.
Yeah.
When did he want them to chant it? Like free throws are a natural stopping point, right? I guess like during a TV timeout, they wanted.
He said they were causing a commotion while the Mavs were shooting free throws. So
okay.
yes, so you don't want to do it
While
then,
your
right?
own team
Yes,
is. Well, they're mad
exactly.
at their own team, which is probably
are.
why they did it.
Cuban said they were doing it the entire game.
I get it. I'll kind of understand their frustration. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Cookie Jar 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar. It's part of Fridays here, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Series of questions. Let's get some big opinions. It's Valentine's Day today. We go in standard roses and a box of chocolates, or is there a better gift option out there?
I think there's a lot of better gift options, and it doesn't have to be anything big. It just has to be something that is maybe unique to your relationship, special to your loved one, and something that just maybe means a little bit of something. I think the meaning of it at Valentine's Day has more value than a standard box of chocolates. To me, that's maybe the worst route to go.
I do agree with you. I will say that a standard box of chocolate and some roses is better than nothing.
Oh, well, sure.
Oh, sure. You
So-
can't show up empty-handed.
Exactly. So if that's what you got and that's all you got, it's better than nothing. However, I do agree with you. You know, you got to know your partner and do something. You said the word unique. And I think this is the perfect day to do something a little out of the ordinary to show how much you love your partner.
Right. Like, Kelsey doesn't like flowers.
I don't either.
And I think if you're with someone who does, great. You got an easy win every anniversary, Valentine's Day, birthday. But Kelsey likes strawberries, so I do chocolate-covered strawberries is like the go-to for Valentine's Day. And I think that kind of gives you the chocolate from your box of chocolates without because not everybody likes every kind of chocolate. There's always the one or two that you don't like in there.
Or more.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as we all know, life
Life's
is like a box of chocolates.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get.
Heather, better than a trip to White Castle?
Yeah, I would say so. I would rather the flowers and chocolates, which I don't eat chocolate and I don't like flowers, but I like
So what
that
do you
more than
expect
White Castle.
from Colin? What does he normally give you?
All I want is a card that's not just signed his name, like here's a generic card signed Colin. I want a little note and I want some candy.
Okay, well, we'll get to the card
get to
thing
the
in
card.
a minute. Yes, I'm curious about that.
Mm-hmm.
The average American spends $155 on Valentine's Day. More for Gen Z, over $200. Now, that may be some newer relationships. $155, does that sound too high or too low? And will you be over or under that number?
It all depends on what you're including in that number. If you go out to dinner, you're going to be right up against it, if not over it to begin with. You're going somewhere nice.
And you have some drinks, or at least a drink each, or a bottle of wine.
And this is very generational as well, because if you're a college student and you're going out with your, special someone, you're probably not going to a place that's going to cost you $155 for dinner.
But now, too, I wonder if this is just on their significant other, because I'm also I get Valentine's for my kids.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, I spend money on the gifts I'm getting for my children, as well as my partner, as well as like the school Valentine's. So that all adds up fast.
Yeah.
And when I hear at first $155, that's too much. But then when I started thinking about how much I've already spent, I'm like, I don't know.
I think I would anticipate that this is simply just on your partner.
Yes. Does it seem high? No, you think it sounds right. Are you going to be over?
Probably. Yeah, I'm over. I'm not going to obviously say
I'm not
think
asking you.
Lisa is listening, but
Don't say anything.
yeah, I'm over that.
Okay. I'll be under that this year.
All right.
But I don't fault anybody
How
who wants
much
to do it right.
does the vacation plan? Are you trying to parlay that
That's
into?
not a
Hey,
Valentine's vacation.
Yeah, we're spending all this money. I'm going to go a little bit lighter on Valentine's Day because I'm giving you this vacation.
Yeah, this is specifically for Valentine's Day, not, I got to go to the grocery store and, pick up a bag of chips, or I got to fill the tank up, so that's another $50.
Sure, yeah.
What's better, the homemade card or the store-bought card?
You're looking at me.
Yeah, you already planted a flag on this one.
Either or is fine to me. I appreciate more of something. I like the homemade stuff, right? Especially if you get the kids involved and you put their little handprint on there and it makes a heart or something cheesy like that. I like that.
Sure.
But to me, it's more about what's in the card than the card itself. Like, I don't care what the card says if you bought it from
Hallmark?
the dollar store, as long as it has.
You gotta
don't
personalize
sign
it?
Yes.
Yes, you need to write a love note.
But what if the card is written so
No,
beautifully?
I hate those. Those are the worst. No. No,
so
then
it's always funny to me walking into wherever you're going to get a card.
Yep.
And
All the
you
dudes.
see, but you see women there and they're picking up one, they're reading it. No, I don't want that one. Look,
yeah.
another one. I literally
yeah.
pick up a card and I'm like, dude, this is exactly what I would say. or this is exact, and then every dude goes in there and they literally pick up like one, maybe two cards, and they're like, "Yep, this is probably what I would say." And so, okay, I'm not going to just sit, and put ditto.
So the problem is some of them are way too sappy.
No. That's what I was going to say, John. Are you going for the sappy ones? Because I find the funny ones, right? Like, I want the funny card that's hilarious, even though they're not really hilarious. Whatever. I want to find a cheesy card, and then I write my nice note.
Okay.
Are you going for like the ones that are like, to my wife?
Dearest wife.
Yes.
My wife doesn't necessarily always appreciate my sense of humor. And so comedy is very subjective. So I try and stay away from the comedy because what I think is funny might not go across as funny on Valentine's Day.
No sexual innuendo in your Valentine's card? I'm going to let you wait on that. All right. This one is kind of a classic. Dinner in or dinner out?
So I would say at this point of my life in our relationship, dinner out, because dinner home means there's going to be at least one kid there, if not 4 or 5.
So from a peace and quiet standpoint.
Yeah, I would go dinner out. But if we had an opportunity for all of the kids to be out, I would prefer them dinner out and us dinner in.
You just want to be alone with your wife wherever you eat. It doesn't matter if it's in or out.
Yes.
And I kind of agree with that. I typically don't go out to dinner for Valentine's Day. However, I think I would enjoy a night out right now with the current state of my household, with the 2 little ones at home. Sure. Like, it would be nice to get out and enjoy a nice meal that somebody else made. That would be great too. If your partner can cook well, like, cook me a dinner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want steak on the grill?
Well, no, I don't want that. But that would be nice. Eat at home.
Yeah, I prefer dinner out. Any consensus behind the glass over there, Greg? Dinner in, dinner out?
Dinner out. If it's going to be made on occasion, dinner out.
Should women be expected to give gifts too? What's your expectation?
No. I do not expect, and I've told Lisa, I don't expect anything. I don't expect a card. She's already texted me, Happy Valentine's Day. Sent her back a nice little note as well. I do expect that, call me chauvinist or traditional, whatever you want to, adjective you want to use. I do think that the man in the relationship should always recognize Valentine's Day with as big or small but meaningful gesture.
Heather?
That's good to know. I mean, I wanted to hear your opinion.
I think it should go both ways. I think if I'm giving a gift, I should be getting a gift. I think love is reciprocal.
Okay. I always get Colin something small. I mean, I don't get big gifts for Valentine's Day myself, but I always get him, whether he likes it or not, I get him a card, I write him a note, that type of thing. And I normally get him something small that whether it's chocolate or candy or what, but personalized for him.
I guess maybe the point
crazy.
is I don't think this one has to be matching. It doesn't have to be equal.
This day is more about the girls. It is more about the 100%. Ladies.
Do you expect to have sex on Valentine's Day?
Yep. And so how you get there and how you set it up is how you expect that. If you're not going to do the work to make your loved one feel special, that they're valued, that you and that they feel that how much they mean to you, then you shouldn't expect that.
It has to be earned, is what you're saying.
Right. It's got to be earned.
Well, I'm glad you said that because you immediately said yes. But I do agree that if you go into that thinking that that's exactly what this day is going to it's going to happen today, I don't think that's the right attitude. I do think you have to focus on let's make this day a little romantic. Let me
earn is a good word.
Let me woo you.
Yes. And then if you do that,
wooing.
Everyone will have a great day.
Well, that's the point, is you both should want that to be the goal at the end of the night.
Yeah, but if you go into it being like, all right, honey, like this is what's happening today.
Wham,
Let's
bam,
go.
thank
Like,
you, ma'am.
That's not romantic. But it's like,
there certainly needs to be some wooing involved.
Foreplay.
And it also doesn't have to be on Valentine's Day. As Heather, you are learning, and Cookies, you may never learn. With kids, the timing isn't always as you would want it to be, but there is a window.
And that is a revealing cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Since we're getting personal here on the show, injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you all get the medical care that you need to get your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We got some trash talk from Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's already looking ahead to next season. Want to know how you feel about it. But first, your response on the cookie jar.
Okay.
All kinds of Valentine's Day questions.
Mm-hmm. Happy
Texter
Valentine's
says-
Day, by the way, everybody.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody out
You
there.
two guys.
Some people are doing the obligatory, it's a stupid Hallmark holiday, we don't do anything for it.
It is, but it also is just a good day. It's an excuse to show the person you like that you appreciate them and you love them. It's just, I agree. I don't like Valentine's Day because of that, but it is an excuse to let your partner know you appreciate them, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah, and ideally, you do that all the time, but there's nothing wrong with taking a day
Yeah.
to spend quality time with your significant other.
Mark the moment.
Yes. This one says, a coupon book is the best gift. Massages,
homemade.
chores, it's homemade. She can
Yes.
redeem it anytime she pleases.
that's cute if you take the time to do that. I've done that before for Colin. He's never made me a coupon book
Oh,
because that's not his thing. Like to get a paper and markers
Yeah.
and that's
a little
he's
uncomfortable
not
put down.
crafty. Well, no, he's just not his thing. Like he'd rather just buy a gift than
Sure.
like make a craft. I
I
guess.
thought that text was referring to the Val packs you get in the mail.
Here you go, sweetie. $20 off your windows, blinds. I don't know what else is in there.
Lawn care.
Yeah,
We're
sure.
getting closer to that.
50 cents off a Blizzard at Dairy Queen.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, just for you. This texter says, I bought us both tickets to a Candlelight Violin Valentine's Day concert in Detroit this weekend. Can I count that as the gift being covered? Matt in Oxford.
Oh, 100%.
Yes.
If you're
Yes.
going to say that again.
Candlelight Violin Valentine's Day concert.
Yes, that is your gift. It's an experience.
Yes.
John, you
If-
said you
if-
like live music. This is live music.
If it's something that you wouldn't choose to do, but you're choosing to do that because you want to spend time with your loved one, then yes, that is counts.
Costs money. It's quality
Yes.
time. Counts. Texter says, I'm taking my fiance to the melting pot, and I got her a Stanley cup with a bunch of candy bars in it.
Oh, there you go. Melting pot's awesome.
Getting a quick yes, a very quick yes from John on the getting lucky question was funny.
Okay.
Didn't surprise
I
me.
answered it as every dude would.
Texter says, y'all have to earn it, question mark.
No,
You
but
know what we meant.
if you go
Yeah.
into the day with that is what is going to happen,
Yeah.
it's not very romantic.
It's not a wake up and brace yourself.
There's a buildup, is what we
Yeah.
mean.
romance
There
her. Give her some romance.
And my point is, both partners should want that. You're in a loving, healthy relationship,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
I don't think it's weird to say yes, even if John said it incredibly quick.
As they would say in the NFL, you can't just roll the helmets out there and expect to win.
Right.
That's a good analogy.
Well done.
Heather says you want alone time with your wife, whether it's in or out. Ha 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 ha. Okay.
J-Mo's always there for us.
Guys, I will not spend $155. I will spend $1.55 on a card because my wife and I don't do Hallmark holidays. She will actually be mad if I buy her something. We don't need a specific day to let each other know we love one another.
I 100% agree with that person.
But they're lots of fun.
I mean, I don't love Valentine's Day, but I do think it adds up. I'm thinking I spend more on my kids for Valentine's Day than I do on my husband. I've got little gifts waiting for them at home, some balloons, and I can't wait for them
Emily
to
got
open
Teddy
it.
one.
Yeah, and Emily got some of her friends a Valentine.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it all adds
Little
up,
Play-Doh,
right?
yeah.
Like, yeah, she got a little Play-Doh, some Dino
Yeah,
Play-Doh.
some dinosaurs, a little heart there. He's going to be pretty pumped.
What is the best Valentine's candy? Because that's what you get in school, right? Everybody would have the little Valentine's treats.
So obviously the go-to is the sayings on the candy hearts.
Sure.
Conversation heart.
I think the best Valentine's candy is the cinnamon hearts.
those are
The
good.
red gummy cinnamon hearts covered in sugar. Once that bag is opened up, it's one of those where I go back and I get 2 or 3, and then I go sit down and I'm like, oh, I wish I would have just grabbed more. And then you go back and get more, and by the time you know it, after about 15 minutes, the bag is gone. It's one of those I can't stop.
I like gummies, but chocolate is Valentine's Day. And Valentine's Day is chocolate. To me, that is whatever your preferred chocolate. It could be nougat, toffee. You could have caramel. It could just be milk chocolate, dark chocolate. But to me,
Caramel?
caramel, throw it in there. I like dark chocolate.
Well, you said caramel.
Did I do something wrong, John?
No, it's caramel.
Potato. I say caramel,
Yeah.
caramel, whatever you want.
Caramel feels more sophisticated, so when I was describing it with chocolate in like a decadent presentation, it's
Yeah.
caramel.
Trying to up
But
your
yeah,
game. Yeah.
caramel, if you will,
Yeah.
is also an acceptable option, John. 248-539-9797. All right, 8 o'clock hour. We will get into this trash talk from Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a Tigers 7th inning stretch, 7 questions about this season that do not involve Alex Bregman. I think some of you are Bregmaned out. So we'll talk about everything else with the Tigers. And we have do's and don'ts from Heather Park ahead of Valentine's Day. Guys, 8:35, Heather's going to go through some do's and don'ts for Valentine's Day. John, with the St. Brown stuff, should we play the audio for people to whet the appetite?
I think we should. They could stew on it over the update and just form their opinion on like, dislike, too much, not enough. Where are we going with this?
This is from the St. Brown Bros podcast. See what would really happen if this team was healthy. He wants the Eagles week 1. There's a lot to discuss next. 97.1.
Eight Michigan Wolverines invited to the NFL's Combine later this month in Indianapolis, including Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and Will Johnson. Bilal Cohn of Western Michigan, also one of the 329 participants as players look to showcase themselves to teams ahead of the NFL Draft. April 19th will be the U of M spring game this year. Sharon Moore will enter his second season as head coach and run drills and scrimmage in front of the fans at the Big House in Ann Arbor. Dylan Larkin skating for about 11 minutes for Team USA with the Four Nations face-off against Finland. The Wings captain didn't score, but they did run away with the win 6-1. Commerce Michigan's Connor Hellebuyck stopped 20 shots in the victory for the Americans. The Lions' new running backs coach, very familiar with their backfield, Tashard Choice hired. He worked with Jahmyr Gibbs at Georgia Tech during their 2020-21 season. Former running back coach Scotty Montgomery is shifting to receivers coach. Tigers single-game tickets will go on sale later this morning, 10 o'clock specifically, including opening day on April 4th against the White Sox. Detroit also hosts the Yankees, Royals, Padres, and Orioles during their first month at Comerica Park. Again, tickets on sale at 10. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So I actually think this is the perfect topic to wrap the week up with, right? Super Bowl's crowned. It's got a little look back involved, but it's also got a whole lot of look ahead involved. Amon-Ra St. Brown on his podcast says that he wants to open the season playing the Eagles because Philly will have the opener, and says you would see what our healthy defense, how that S operates. John, baked into this is a little trash talk. It's a little we would have beat you, and it's a little bit we're going to beat you. How do you feel about it?
I'm okay with the wanting to open the season with Philly. That's how everybody should actually feel. You want to, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And right now, Philly is the best. I have absolutely no issue with that. The only issue I have, the cringe moment, and as we were listening to that, I don't know if you were looking over this direction, but it's cringy when he says anything about what would have happened in the NFC Championship game. That is, after watching Philly, and I think they were the sleeping giant, one that we didn't recognize throughout the course of the year, because you start looking back and saying, how is it that Philly did this to Kansas City? Some of it was Kansas City and an aging tight end, wide receivers that just weren't as effective. But I think we slept a little bit on what we were seeing from the Eagles. Now, they played their best game of the season. Had not seen Philly, even going back and watching some of their games and seeing if what it is that I did miss. They played their best game in the biggest game of the year. The front four played a dominant game for Philly in the Super Bowl. I hadn't seen that type of production as an 11 on defense in any game that they played during the regular season or even against the Commanders or against the Rams in the playoffs. But having said that, I don't know that there's any... What makes us believe that if the Lions did beat the Commanders and they faced Philly in the NFC Championship game, and as it was pointed out, the injuries, that they would have won that game against Philly?
Hubris. That's what it is. And you got on me a little bit earlier in the show for this. Stop looking back, start looking ahead. That's the issue I have with it, is anything looking back.
That's a great point.
Like, John, the Eagles won 16 of their last 17 football games. They had the number one defense in football. They won 3 of their 4 playoff games discoing by double digits. They actually walked the walk and backed it up. I don't feel like Lions fans can comfortably say we beat Philly if we're healthy. Philly was a different breed.
Whoa. If they're healthy, that's a different conversation. That we're starting to devolve into a mythical reality.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to happen. Even if they beat the Commanders, they weren't going to be healthy against Philly. So that argument, there's no point in having that argument.
No, but part of what St. Brown says is, well, you'll see what we look like when we're healthy. There's no guarantee you were beating them when healthy. And I think Lions fans may be hanging on to this like, no, you still have work to do. Philly's a juggernaut. Did we not just watch Philly run the gamut? I mean, again, they lost 1 game from October 1st on, and we're sitting here going, yeah, if we're healthy, we're kicking their ass.
I do
slow down there.
Want to see a healthy Detroit Lions team play against Philly.
Me too.
That wasn't going to happen in the NFC Championship game. It can only happen next year, and we don't know if they're going to be healthy at that point. Lee McNeil probably not back.
Correct.
I think Aiden Hutchinson will be back, but how long does it take him to
week 1? You
to
don't know.
Be 100% comfortable out there playing? I mean, he could hit the ground running, and you're going to get a lot of other guys back, but they're going to be 2 completely different teams next year.
I hope so. I mean, that's kind of the goal, right? Is that the Lions will get even better, and which is why I want to see the Eagles. Week 1 would be great. It'd be a good tone setter because you'd learn right away what moves did you make, how do you stack up, and if you lose, you have that as fuel the rest of the way. And if you win, it's a statement win the way it was a couple years ago when they beat Kansas City to open up the season. And they would go on to the NFC title that year. Like, I have no issue with St. Brown saying, bring on the best. We want to play the best. I don't think that's in poor form. Anything looking back, any woulda, coulda, shouldas, to me, we need to move past.
Yes, I don't like the coulda, woulda, shouldas. I like the look forward. I like the look into the future and the challenge of taking on the defending Super Bowl champs and making a statement to start the season next year, using all of the shortcomings from this year, as we heard the previous year with Penei Sewell talking about how many times he watched that and how much it hurt to watch the NFC Championship game against San Francisco that they lost and how they lost it. I want to hear about the motivation moving forward. I don't really want to hear any mythical situations of, oh, well, if we had beat them and we were healthy, what would that look like in the NFC Championship game? Even if, which you didn't, but even if you had beaten the Commanders, you weren't going to be healthy playing against the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game. Now, it would have been at home. That's the only thing you could talk about. But again, I don't want to look back.
I know.
I want to look forward.
Yeah, to me, the Lions, as currently constructed, beating the Commanders, would have lost to the Eagles. Now, you still say, hey, I want to play the game and see what happens because the Commanders pulled off an upset. Why couldn't Detroit? I understand. But the most likely outcome was Detroit loses to Philadelphia at Ford Field in the NFC title game. And I would go as far as to say, even if they were healthy, they would have lost to Philadelphia, which is why this offseason is so important for Brad Holmes. It's why it's so important to get these guys healthy and build off of it because they do need to be better. I think it's a flawed premise to just say, line up the helmets, get everybody healthy, and we're the best team in football. It flies in the face of what Philly just did this season. It completely disrespects what Philadelphia did this season. You have to respect your opponent. I think that humbling, I went through it personally with the double-digit disco. We all kind of collectively went through it as a show, and I think as a city, we all need to put that in perspective. There is work that needs to be done.
To me, again, I don't have it. If you want to talk trash about the game that you're going to play to start the season next year, have no problem with that. And if you want to talk about a healthy defense, and I'm not even going to sit there and say if they were healthy, they would have lost. We don't know, and it's pointless to even have that discussion. But to sit there and say that, oh, well, if we had played this year and had been healthy, to me, it's just excuse making. And
Yes.
you know who you're not going to hear it from? Dan Campbell. So for those, and I've heard this before, well, they're just, repeating what they hear. I disagree with that 100%. Those players are not going to hear anything from Dan Campbell about, oh, well, we lost because of the injuries, or we lost because this. We didn't play well enough. We made mistakes. The Washington Commanders won the game.
This is such a great point. Dan Campbell didn't let injuries be excuses all season long. We'd sit there and go, but Dan, you're missing 8 guys here, 10 guys here, 13 guys.
We gave him plenty of opportunity to come up with an excuse.
And he's like, I don't care. Get your moldy bread, and we're going to find a way. We're going to get humbled. We're going to work. We're going to work with who we've got. We've got enough, and they won 15 games. He's not going to make excuses. And he's also someone who I didn't think was over the top in terms of this, needing to be humbled. When they lost the NFC title game, he said, we just might not win. He was very blunt and honest about the work that needs to be put in each and every year. I don't think he's someone who was looking past the Commanders or would look past the Eagles or felt like he got too big for his britches. I certainly didn't feel that way. I think they got outplayed, but I don't think it's because Dan Campbell looked at this team and gave this idea that they were they were guaranteed anything or promised anything. The way they coached and played all year indicated that they knew not everything would be promised, and that started when they lost the NFC title game.
And when you look at, I think because of the phenomenon that Patrick Mahomes is and the way that he has performed and what the Kansas City Chiefs has done, this is not to take away from it. This is to add to it along with what Philly has done. They've been to the Super Bowl 3 times. They've won twice. And the one year that they didn't go, last year, they lost both coordinators, didn't do a good job of hiring now that one of those coordinators down in Columbus, which is
hilarious.
Awesome. But they have been able to retool, rework, rebuild on the run and be a consistent winning franchise. I think it goes way under the radar of what they have done over the last 6-7 years.
Some ticket text. And we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Amon-Ra St. Brown on his podcast says we want to open the season with the Eagles. Great. You and I agree with him.
Yes.
But any of this implying what would have happened if they faced in the NFC title or making amends for that, guys, they weren't healthy, so it's a moot point. And even if they were, a ticket texter points out, injuries didn't make Goff turn the ball over 4 times. Things are going to need to get better even if they are healthy because the Eagles are that good, whether we want to acknowledge that or not. Texter says, the amount of trash talk from a team that hasn't backed it up when it matters most shows me that this team is more bark than bite.
I'm not going to go that far. Okay, what's the other trash talk? What is the other trash talk? We were doing a lot of trash talking, which has no impact on how the team plays.
Correct.
And we had to eat some crow.
Oh yeah.
In whether it was
Still
the loss to
bits
Buffalo.
out of my teeth.
I know. It was we were all in and way overconfident. But the trash talk that we had wasn't what was coming from the locker room, the players. This is the first time where it's been a cringe moment of something that you didn't earn. And it sounds to me like, first of all, you didn't earn the opportunity to play against the Eagles. You also are starting to make excuses for why you didn't.
I don't believe in this team going forward. Every team has a better defense than us, unfortunately. No Aleem and Hutch with half a leg. St. Brown needs to stop embarrassing us on his podcast, Brandon in Sterling Heights.
I'm not going to go that far. I think this is still a really good team. It's still going to be one of the top 3, 4, 5 teams that everybody's going to be talking about to be in the Super Bowl next year. And I do think with Brad Holmes, utilizing the draft, utilizing trades, utilizing free agency, this is still going to be a team that has to be reckoned with.
Commanders cap space worries me. Yet another reason why that loss to San Francisco could haunt us forever.
That is the big concern, because if you just talk about Myles Garrett, who has the best odds of landing Myles Garrett outside of him staying in Cleveland? One of the teams is the Commanders, because they have the cap space to absorb it. They have capital. They have more capital to be able to offer Cleveland than a lot of other teams, and they're one of a small group of teams. Plus, it's also a team where I think if Cleveland honors the request of Myles Garrett that says, I want to go to a playoff team, they're certainly fit the bill.
They do. I wouldn't mind playing the Eagles in week 1. Super Bowl hangover. I think we match up well in the run game. It'd be a great game to kick off the NFL season. Tyler in a car.
I agree with that. I mean, I thought that when they were playing Kansas City.
Guys, Lions lost 3 games last year. All were at home. There's no guarantee just because the game was at Ford Field, they would have played Philadelphia and beat them last year.
Agree.
I fully agree. I love Amon-Ra, but some of his chirps and antics are getting old. The blue hair, the disparaging players drafted ahead of him, exhausting. I'm not there with St. Brown. I like the chip on his shoulder.
I do too. But I go out there and win. That's the bottom line. Go out there and win when it matters most.
Yeah. Did injuries make Goff turn the ball over? It wasn't just the injuries. You can't assume they were going to win anything, have to put in the work. I agree with that to a T.
And that's why I don't even want to entertain an argument of if they had played in the NFC Championship game, because if they did, they weren't going to be at full strength. And honestly, neither was Philly.
Right. Well, they were healthier, but I understand your point. Lions regular season champs. How about zip your lips and stop choking? Stop talking. Start walking. So there is a little bit of that undercurrent. We want to hear from you guys on the phones, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need help. You need someone who cares about you, who's looking out for you. That's KG Law. Lawrence KG built his business. He's got this loyal staff that's been there from the start. And I've met those people. They don't cut corners. They care, and they win. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out online, kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Wow, guys, making St. Brown the villain. I know Cookies is soft, but John, come on. Why wouldn't you want to play the Eagles? We do.
Yeah, I do. I really want to play the Eagles. I really want to open up the season in Philly because this schedule, what did we talk about last year when the schedule was released? We talked about the opponents, but then it was released and everybody said, oh, the schedule's too tough. They may be a better team, but the record's not going to be the same.
Bring it on.
I thought it was awesome, and I thought that this team was built to be a 13, 14. I didn't predict 15, but I did predict 14. This is also a huge challenge when you talk about the best quarterbacks in the game of football right now. They are all on the Lions' schedule next year, and a lot of them are on the road. I can't wait to play this schedule, and I want to kick it off against Philly, against the defending Super Bowl champs, week 1, game 1.
I think the issue is when St. Brown's saying you'd see our healthy defense and how that S operates. It's this idea that, hey, weren't you just humbled? Weren't you just humbled in a big way? Don't you have to kind of take that into the offseason now and eat that? And
right. If you wanted to play against Philly in the NFC Championship game, you could have.
Beat the Commanders.
Yeah.
And they didn't. And I know they were injured, but I think that's what it is, John. That's maybe what bothers me, is there's this idea that it's only because the Lions were injured did they not win the Super Bowl. And it completely ignores how dominant Philadelphia was. And it completely ignores that Goff, on the healthy side of the ball, offense, was part of a 5-turnover day, a day where he committed 4. You hate when I do this. Even if they were healthy, you should not have this assumption that you were going to win the game anyway.
No, but you could go, okay, let's go down this road. Is the assumption that Jared Goff's going to play that bad 2 weeks in a row? No, I don't think so. Could he have? Sure.
My point is you got to be humbled. I was humbled in a pretty big way, and I think the team was humbled in a big way. I think a lot of fans were humbled in a big way, yet you hear this quote, and it's like, we would have seen what?
Yeah, I mean, we could make up scenarios.
Right.
You know? Oh, Hayden Hutchinson comes back a couple weeks early. Not just the Super Bowl, but for the NFC Championship game. I mean, let's go down that road.
My point is nothing's promised or guaranteed anymore.
Right.
And I think that was a hard lesson to learn as we finally started to win in this city, and the players and coaches and everybody needs to take that to heart going into next season.
Here's what I do like, is we are having arguments about a player that we all love and that is very confident and has a right to be confident.
Sure, he's an all-pro.
Yeah. Versus what is the conversation that we've had for decades.
I know.
John,
I
and
know.
for those that came before us that had to talk about, black swan moments and SOL, like we don't have to, we haven't,
I know.
and we've talked about not doing mock drafts until at least after free agency, or not until March or April after we have that luxury now because we have a good football team, but we don't have it takes a great football team to win a Super Bowl.
You know what it is? It's first world problems.
Sure.
It's I can't find my TV remote. It's not I can't get water or food. I don't have shelter. Like that was life as a Lions fan for the majority of my life is we don't have our basic needs met. We are a third world poverty organization. Now it's my third flat screen TV starting to go on the fritz and the picture's not clear. First world problems. Let's get to the phones. Brian in Westland. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
So first year having season tickets last year, and I got to say a heck of a year to invest.
No kidding.
I want to talk about the things that we can control and what we couldn't control, right? So injuries, something outside of our control. The turnovers even. I mean, yeah, we could have played better, but that's going to lead me into my next point. Washington's a good team. They got a good defense, right? I feel like it's not being talked about, and maybe I'm just, inhaling the smoke, but the lack of focus from Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, taking a full day of interviews the week before. I did see on social media a couple of weeks ago about how Ben Johnson had been recruiting coaches for his future head coaching position as long as 2 months ago. And the lack of game plan and the lack of focus was very evident. After watching them all season long and being 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of whoever we were playing. That just was not the case against Washington. And I feel like, that might not be getting talked about enough. Again, it's hindsight, but.
John, you kind of made a face.
Yeah, the whole, distracted by an interview with Chicago or, recruiting coaches. Again, I don't know what's true and what's not true, but were they distracted when they played the Packers? Bills, I don't even know if you could say distracted. It just was, they faced a buzzsaw in Josh Allen. Were they distracted against the Bears?
Or the Vikings week 18 for all the marbles in the division.
Out in San Francisco. Where they didn't show signs of distraction.
I know how it looks when you hear that he had been recruiting a DC for months. I'm not surprised by that. That was going to be one of the biggest questions he was going to answer in job interviews is how are you going to fill out your staff as a first-time head coach? And they had the number one offense while he was reportedly vetting candidates. I'm sorry, he spent all game week done with interviews. You can have an issue with the game plan, and I think many do.
And play calling.
And many do. I don't feel like it's because they took interviews. Kansas City coaches took interviews. Every team every year has their assistants take interviews.
I could make a better argument for arrogance in the game plan and overconfidence in the game plan in terms of play calling and trick plays and all of these different things versus distraction. There clearly was arrogance in the game plan. But it is also who this offense was throughout the course of the year. If you loved the trick plays in the regular season and they worked, and you saw some trick plays that didn't work, and you're saying that's why they lost, you're not wrong, but it's also who they were throughout the course of a 17-game season.
Yeah. All right, we're going to have a little Tiger talk at the end of the hour, 8:50, the seventh inning stretch. We got 7 questions about the Tigers that don't involve Alex Bregman. I think everybody wants to just look at what we have to do moving forward with our baseball team. We've got Heather Park's do's and don'ts ahead of Valentine's Day, and we got Heather's news as well.
Yeah, Detroit police are searching for a group of suspects accused of robbing a 15-year-old boy last month. So police just shared the photos of these men that they say were responsible for this robbery. And the 4 suspects actually jumped out of a black Explorer, robbed the teen who was just walking down the street. One suspect pointed a gun at this teenager while the others just demanded all of his personal property. The suspects then got back in the SUV and fled the scene. So now authorities are hoping, because internet sleuths are great, somebody can recognize these guys, know something about their vehicle perhaps, and if you do, call the Detroit police. Last year, who was it? I think it was James Houston, correct? That definitely pooped his pants, even though he said it was yellow Gatorade, right? So first it was James Houston, and now it's Jimmy Butler. Did you see this? Yeah, all eyes were on Butler's butt Wednesday night after it appeared he pooped himself during a game between the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. And it's exactly like James Houston. I mean, it is poop. Like what
do you mean?
I mean, what else could it be? Is what I'm saying. It's not yellow Gatorade, right? He didn't sit in something.
Yeah,
come on. I mean, they look very similar. This yellow, brownish color on the back of your shorts. Well, anyway, ESPN, the camera zoomed in on him walking off the court. Anyway, everyone saw it. Internet sleuths zoomed in on it, right? And everyone had something to say about it online.
Yeah,
and he has yet to address it. Right.
The awkward part about this is, okay, for football players, right, it's tight pants and a little mistake can go a long ways.
Yeah.
With basketball shorts, it feels like this is more of the splatter.
I mean, he's wearing something tight underneath there, right?
Not necessarily.
Because otherwise it'd be like down his leg.
No, I mean, you could just be wearing a jock.
But I don't know.
Which means there's no protection.
Right,
there's no buffer in the back.
That's not like holding your poop there. Like it's going to be going
right.
Like,
you would think if it's a mess like that it would start to. But it also looks like he's got tights on underneath.
So I'm guessing he's got something tight there that was holding whatever it was in there, and then the leakage, spillage is now on the outside of it.
Never want to have leakage.
No, never a good thing. After 15 years, Scott Hansen is negotiating a deal to leave NFL Red Zone. So apparently his contract expired following the completion of the 24-25 NFL regular season, and it appears that he is now moving on. I guess there has been some negotiating with NBC Universal. Sources say that NBC is eyeing him to return as Gold Zone's prime host for the 2026 Winter Olympics, possibly the Summer Olympics in 2028 in LA.
Maybe he just doesn't want to be busy during the football season
Or maybe
anymore.
not.
He just actually like to watch one game.
Who knows? I got to share this story again because this story captivated me. A kayaker out enjoying the day with his father
This is amazing.
was literally swallowed by a whale and then spit back out. And he lived to
Right.
share the story. And what's so wild about this is that story, if I heard it from somebody, I'd be like,
Yeah.
really? It was captured on camera by his father. His father started recording. His dad said that he had seen some really pretty waves. Like I don't know if he had a GoPro or what, just his phone, but was recording it and literally watched his son get swallowed, probably thinking he just watched his son die. And that's what the guy said. He's like, I didn't know what was happening, but I thought it was death. And then spit right back out into the open water, and he was able to grab onto the boat and.
Yeah, and watching the video, it's like not a second or two. It's 4 or 5 seconds where he's under with the whale, inside the whale.
And experts say this whale wasn't targeting the guy. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong
time.
time. The
Yeah,
whale
he
was
was-
just,
No kidding.
Yeah,
trying to fish.
Scooping up some bait fish.
And
Yeah.
he just
was
happened to be
there.
right there.
Yeah.
How wild is that? Not so wild. I guess probably could have predicted this. Kanye West and his wife, Bianca Censori, are headed for divorce. Like I said, no surprise. She's, I guess, finally at her breaking point with his antics. It comes on the heels of her controversial appearance at the Grammys where she showed up naked. And then also his anti-Semitic and hateful social media rants and posts and Super Bowl commercials.
Apparently, this is what it took for him to wake up to who he is. But I don't think this is like a surprise, right?
No surprise.
Anyway. Heather with the news. Coming up next, do's and don'ts for Valentine's Day. Tiger baseball talk, end of the hour. It's 97.1. We live in a post-Bregman world. Coming up at 8:50, seventh inning stretch, 7 Tigers discussions that don't involve Bregman or third base, but a look ahead to the baseball season. Today is Valentine's Day, and Heather Park is here to help us out.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best. I've got a couple little pointers, some do's and don'ts for this Valentine's Day. Let's start with the don'ts, because to me, that's the easiest thing, right?
Okay.
And the first thing you don't want to do is just forget the day. Like, that's the worst thing you could do, is if you don't even say Happy Valentine's Day, you need to acknowledge. Don't forget that today is a day. Even if you're not into the holiday, you think it's a Hallmark holiday, it's a day to show your appreciation and your love for your partner.
Yeah, start with the low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
Just don't forget.
Exactly.
Even if it's a Hallmark holiday, we don't celebrate. I do think that even if that is the agreement between partners, you still have to say Happy Valentine's Day.
Exactly.
And I love you.
Let's start there. Also, I don't think you need to spend a ton of money or go overboard on this holiday. It doesn't need to be an extravagant gift you're giving your significant other, like this expensive watch or a handbag or whatever it is. This is a day to use some creativity. You could make a gift. I don't think you need to go overboard, especially it should all be depending on your budget, right? Like, if you're a college student, don't go out and buy her a Louis bag, right? Like, let's think of some other options. Even if you have a lot of money, you don't need to do that.
This is where it gets weird for guys, because it's not about the money that you spend; it's about the meaning.
It is,
and
John.
that's where things get weird.
Yeah, and sometimes like those over the top gifts and gestures can just kind of feel like empty, like you just went and bought this instead of really thinking about me.
This was
and
a last second
personalizing
purchase. You had to overspend. You didn't really put thought into this.
That can maybe be misconstrued like that. Also, a card is great, but don't get a card where you just sign it, John. You could make a card. Well,
why are you naming names?
Earlier today in the cookie jar, you said, well, what if I pick out a card that says everything I feel?
And then I followed it up by saying, I'm not just going to put ditto on there. You got to put a little bit of a message.
Okay,
but I was just talking about the difference between dudes and chicks buying a Valentine's Day card.
Fine. Anyway, for the rest of you guys out there, not John or Jim apparently, but just don't get a card and just write love your name, right? Like, put some thought into it. If you're going to get a generic card, that's fine, I think, but give a little love note in there. Put a little nice message in there.
Is it acceptable, not saying I would do this, to say, this card says everything I wanted to say?
Not at all, John. Not acceptable to say that. Not acceptable to write it in an email, send it via text.
Send an email.
Like, that is not acceptable. No,
Cut and
like
paste.
handwrite something.
Yeah, but if you send it in a text or an email and you cut and paste, then it is technically your words.
Yeah, unless you use GPT to write it.
No, don't use that either. That's a good one. Don't do that. Next one, don't get lingerie. I think that this could backfire on you significantly. One, if
it doesn't fit.
Well, you better, if you're going to do it, make sure you know the size, because if you get the wrong size, either way.
Again, this is where there's a lot of pressure.
If you get something that's too big, okay, this is the size you think
I would
am,
fit into this,
and then you get the wrong size. Wait, I just say.
So there is some workarounds.
Yes.
You can do some investigating. You can go into her drawer and make sure you get the right sizes and things like that.
But brands can be different, so that's the one thing you got to keep an eye on.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
So if it's too big, then the excuse is, well, it's just wanted to make it easier for you to get out of. If it's too tight, then you're like, well, I just wanted to see every curve that you have.
You're not going to say that until she attempts to put this thing on, and then if she can't, no.
And that's why you got to think on your feet. That's what's called being a part of a relationship.
Sure, but you kill the mood if it doesn't go well.
Yes, you do. And then I also think, let's say it fits, right? You got the right size, the color, the whatever.
Bingo.
But also, it leaves the idea that there's only one thing on your mind, right? Here's your gift. It's for me, right? Like, we talked about like wooing your partner, romancing her.
So it can be in partnership with another gift. Or you're saying lingerie at all.
Skip it. Yeah. I think that ultimately it could backfire, and there's more
there ever a time to get it then? Because it feels like it's always going to be.
Do that any other day.
Okay.
Not on a Valentine's Day. Yeah, I'm saying skip it. That's on my don't list.
February 15th. All right.
I also am going to say just skip save it for the next day. Skip the chocolate, skip the flowers. Those are very basic, very generic. Put a little bit of thought into it, a unique gift that is specific to your partner.
But Heather, what if my partner likes? Yeah,
yes,
you know
if
that's
your partner likes flowers and likes chocolate, then that's a perfect gift for you. But I would say put a little bit more thoughts into it. Next, don't propose and don't break up on Valentine's Day. Don't do either of those two.
Seems obvious.
Yes. Also, if you're not with your significant other, or let's say you're single and you're trying to mingle with somebody, do not send a naked photo. Like, let's not send that pic.
So these are obviously rules for guys.
Yes, that's kind of these were all rules for guys.
If it was the other way around, I'd be like, okay, I'm not going to send one, but
this was all rules
feel
for
free to
guys.
send.
Was on there. So that's my list of don'ts.
I'm going full meathead on this.
So my list of do's. One, do some background work. Make sure you know what your partner wants. This is something you should have done in days prior.
Well,
obviously today's
background
a
work,
little
yes.
date.
It's called a relationship.
It is, but sometimes people don't talk about what they expect for Valentine's Day or these Hallmark holidays. Like, I think it's fine to have a conversation about it. Do you want to go out to a crowded restaurant, or would you rather we stay home? Like, that's something you should talk about.
Communicate.
You don't need, yes, just have communication.
So no spontaneity.
No, yes, you can have spontaneity in maybe the gift you give John, but you want to make sure she likes what you're doing.
Right.
So,
And the restaurant could be something she doesn't know. I'm going to take you
Yes.
somewhere nice.
Sure.
Do you want to go
yes,
out?
there's still spontaneity, but also knowing what she wants is very important. An experience gift could be better than those flowers and chocolates. It could just be the dinner, right?
Right.
Or maybe it's an activity. Maybe you want to go axe throwing, or I don't know what you're into, bowling or foaling, or,
That's where the breakup comes.
well, watch out for that. But do something you could build memories off of together, I think,
Okay.
is better than just here's a gas
Box of
station
chocolates.
rose or something,
would
you know?
100% agree with that.
Yeah.
The experience is always better than
Yes.
just a
Yes.
object.
It could be really nice to cook her a meal.
Support that fully.
I think that would be great instead of going out to a stuffy restaurant that's going to be very crowded, right? Because everyone's trying to get in. Cook for her, make her a nice meal if you can. Don't try something too extravagant that could backfire on you. Just make something you would both enjoy.
Or at least have a backup plan.
Sure.
You know, I mean, if this
If it
doesn't
does go
work,
wrong,
if this
we
goes
have
wrong,
this.
I have a backup plan.
Focus on the romance, right? Because ultimately, if you focus on her and the romantic side of everything,
You'll get what you want.
yeah, there'll be a happy ending for all. You could offer a massage. That would be really nice.
Sure.
Sure.
Put your feet up. I'll rub your feet. Back massage. That's good.
Is the foot rub how that should start?
Sure.
No, I'm just
Anyway,
curious.
or-
Like, yeah. I mean, if
either or.
you're you're
A
sitting
back-
down
a
watching
back
the back
rub I would
rub.
take.
Yeah. I mean,
You could do the homemade Valentine.
Like the coupons and stuff.
The coupon book is cute. It doesn't cost any money. You put some thought into it.
Specific things you know your partner doesn't want to do around the house.
Yes, but make sure they're specific to your partner, right? And
Yes.
don't put coupons that just you want to get, right?
Yeah,
like
right.
it's got to be things that your partner would
It's
want
for them.
Yes. That's kind of where my list. I mean, it's pretty generic, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
but it's stuff that people screw up anyway.
it is.
I'm sure there's a whole lot more. The don'ts were easier to come up with.
Yeah.
Like, don't be a jerk. Like, they're just like it's easier to come up with
Sure.
your don'ts.
So the do not propose.
Yes,
On
that's a
Valentine's
rule
Day.
of holidays. You
Really?
never propose. I know you did, John.
But Valentine's Day seems like it would be the one acceptable.
No, it's cheesy.
Nope,
It's
it's-
cringy.
yes.
It's cliche.
Yes.
Okay.
And definitely don't break up with your girl on Valentine's Day either.
Yeah, make sure you do that on the 13th at
or the
11:59.
15th. That's fine too.
Didn't you say
Yeah,
like
but then you just spent the money and
The money though, I just said don't spend a ton of money. Don't go overboard.
Yeah.
You could do a lot without spending a ton.
Heather's here to help. Do's and don'ts. It's Valentine's Day. It's 97.1.
hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know you, as they did for me, and they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. It's not cookie cutter. They customize it for what you need. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, They're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live and work, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. All right. Here we go. 95-11, Jansen. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers can bet on FanDuel and get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra to bet on everything from conference clashes, tournament upsets, and even who's going to be cutting down the nets. And we have no idea. All you have to do is pick a favorite. Maybe it's Duke. Maybe it's Auburn. Maybe it's a local team that is outperforming. Michigan State, they're both in the mix. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, so download it. And when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get on the college hoops action before March takes over. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Opening day tickets and more can be had just over an hour from now for Tigers fans. 10 a.m. actually. That's when single game tickets officially go on sale for the upcoming season. Every Friday will be themed Party in the Park with live music and fireworks after the games. And Kids Day with Running the Bases will also return on Sundays. The entire Tigers roster won't report to Lakeland until Monday, but the pitchers and the catchers are still getting settled in, including new signing John Brebbia. The veteran applauded a winning culture that Detroit has right now. Says he also tinkered with all of his pitchers over the winter to improve on his rocky 2024 season. First game, no problem for Team USA Hockey, a 6-1 final against Sweden, their first of 3 games during this NHL break, with the potential championship next Thursday. Tonight, the NBA's Rising Stars Challenge tips off All-Star Weekend. Asar Thompson of the Pistons set to play alongside his brother on Team M. Not very creative with the naming, apparently. The winning team will take part in the actual All-Star Games, which is where Cade Cunningham will be playing on Sunday. And the weather was winning at Torrey Pines for the start of the Genesis Invitational on the PGA Tour. Only 13 players were under par after round 1 in the rain and the wind. World number 1 Scotty Scheffler, one of them. He's 2 back of the leader, Denny McCarthy, who was 4 under. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Nine o'clock hour on a Friday. Happy Friday. If you've missed any of the show, use the Odyssey app. Go back, click through the chapters. And if you listen on the Odyssey app,
Had some fun stuff today.
yeah,
Heather's do's and don'ts. Cookie jar.
cookie jar, yeah.
A little bit of a Valentine's.
As it should be.
Yeah, a little
Happy
running-
Valentine's Day to everyone.
Running theme in the background, a little St. Brown stuff, a little baseball. We're going to talk a little more Tigers here in a second. But if you missed any of it, use the app, Odyssey app. And while you're listening, you'll have the chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. You could win $20,000. That sounds great. Plus, you and 3 friends will be at the Circa Resort and Casino. That's Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. And you'll be able to take in that big March hoops party at Stadium Swim. All right, John, we went through a bunch of the storylines for the Tigers. But I think everybody's still wondering, what are they going to do at third base?
Well, and that's going to be the big question. That's the question for, we can speculate, but it's really hard to speculate because there's not guys out there anymore. Bregman, they put all their eggs in one basket, and now that basket ended up landing in Boston. And in the process, as we preached patience, as we thought he was going to be here, everyone else has signed and found their home for the 25 season. And now it's going to be a matter of trades or continued development of Matt Vierling, Jace Young, who's going to be that third baseman. But for me, I do want to see improved play from both Vierling and Young at third base on the defensive side of things. I think that will come, and they will get better play as they get more experience. I don't know how much more their bats are going to provide this year. I think Jace Young will take a step forward. How much of a step forward? Is there going to be a slump at some point? Every batter goes through it. It's usually a little bit extended for young bats. When that happens, where are they going to get the offensive production? And are they still going to be able to add a bat that can matter in this lineup? And to do that, they're going to have to hit the trade market.
There are very little, if any, good options for third base right now. We're talking about a right-handed bat who can be at the top of the order, top half of the order, and can play good to great third base. I'd even take good at this point. I mean, you're not getting a Gold Glover and Alex Bregman. But that's why I didn't understand people who were relieved yesterday. Okay, great. He doesn't want to be here. Screw him.
Yeah.
Now what? And we looked around, and I'm canvassing, going, I don't know, what about Nolan Arenado? And Gov's like, oh, shut up with Nolan Arenado. I don't love Nolan Arenado. The power's dipping. He's getting older. He's not the player he once was. He is a right-handed bat that could field the position. Find me a better option. Now, he has a no trade. Could be a moot point. He hasn't listed the Tigers as a team he's willing to go to yet. So then who is it? And that's kind of the whole point here is Jace Young, I don't know if he's a third baseman long-term. I don't know if the team knows he's a third baseman long-term. Vierling has not played a lot of third. I think he was gearing up to do it a year ago before they added Gio Urshela. Maybe he gets a real crack at it, but he's better in the outfield. So, yes, he can play third. You'd be better served if he was playing the outfield and you had a good defensive third baseman.
And
I don't. Colt Keats moved to first. He was once upon a time a third baseman. They don't feel that he is anymore. There's really not an option that jumps out to me.
no, and I mean, I summarized kind of where we were to this point, and now we're okay. What's the answer? Where do they go from here? And just to summarize the whole Nolan Arenado deal, he has a no trade clause. He's got 3 years left on his contract, $74 million. Some of that's going to be paid by the Rockies, some by the Cardinals. So it's not as big of an impact in terms of the next 3 years. How much the Tigers, if they were able to consummate this trade, would be on the hook for. I'm not necessarily concerned about that. The problem is he may not even be gettable. He may not even be an option. He's got the no trade clause, and he has waived it. Originally at the beginning of the offseason when the Cardinals were actively and right out front marketing him as looking for a trade partner, he waived it for the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Angels. Now, we kind of all believe that the Red Sox are
Clearly not
in the market anymore. So you got 4 teams. Are they going to try and make it uncomfortable for him in St. Louis, and say, so that he will add more teams to the list? Would Detroit be one that could possibly be on that list? Who knows? But as of now, it's a no-go.
Ticket Texter brings up Justin Turner, who I don't really believe is even a third baseman anymore. He's a decent bat. I don't know that he played much third. I mean, unless I missed it.
Okay, you can still add a bat.
Yeah.
And in terms of, would Justin Turner be in the top of this lineup?
I mean, maybe by default.
But by default, or
he is a righty. He draws walks. So yeah, he could in theory be the 2-hitter in certain lineups against left-handed pitching.
So I don't think moving forward, you might not be able to get the bat and the third base. And at this point, I would simply take the bat.
Okay.
And see what you can piece together with those that are currently on the roster, and those are right now Vierling and Young, to play defensively at third base. But you'd need another bat.
Yeah, in 2024, Turner played 6 games at third base.
Right. So
you're right. You may have to do this in pieces.
Right.
And AJ's more than comfortable mixing and matching and getting in the lab and kind of Frankenstein monstering this thing, which is, I think, what they're going to be forced to do here. And it's why I don't understand being relieved they didn't get Alex Bregman. And with Scott Harris, I'm not looking to beat him up. I think what they did with Flaherty was brilliant, getting something for him and then getting him back. I love the approach for Bregman. They offered him, I thought, a really fair, lucrative contract. But this would now be the second time where he didn't have a plan B. Eduardo Rodriguez, his first year at the deadline, walked all the way up. It's going to be the Dodgers. It's going to be the Dodgers. There's no plan B. Bregman, we're willing to let all these other bats go. There's not an obvious trade. We don't have a plan B. This would now be the second time he was caught in this position.
Right, but I think that's where Tigers fans need to look right now as we get through the weekend, and everybody will be in. It's been reported that everyone will be at spring training and fully reported by tomorrow. They don't have to be there, I think, until Wednesday, but they're going to be there tomorrow. They'll start things, and it's going to be that same way across Major League Baseball. I think what we need to focus on is just adding a right-handed bat.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a third baseman. Don't get hung up on, and I don't think Scott Harris will, because I don't think there's good options to trade for at third base that are going to fill both spots.
Yeah, it could be a guy that can play the outfield, a utility bat.
Sure.
A little first. Ideally, it's torque. Can we just call it what it is? Ideally, it's torque, but I don't think anybody should be walking into this season expecting anything from see-ball, hit-ball Spencer Torkelson. He is fighting for his MLB career. It should not be a guy that you're counting on to be a missing piece on a playoff baseball team, which is why we asked the question, like, who is this guy going to be? Doug in Ypsilanti. Doug, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I think there's a veteran bat out there that can play third base. He hits right-handed, can play shortstop if you need him, and that's Paul DeJong. I mean, the guy hit 24 home runs last year. He's got some pop in his bat. He's about 31 years old, but you'd only have to go maybe 1 year with the guy. I think that would be almost not a perfect fit, but a decent fallback. I haven't heard his name mentioned at all. So.
Hit 227 last year. I get it. Nobody hits 300 anymore, but a 276 OPS doesn't feel very on the zone. Look, you got to get a body. He's a right-handed guy with some pop in a bat. This is the conversation we're forced to deal with now.
Yeah, I mean, in total, because he was with the White Sox and the Royals, total he had 24 home runs. Is it a stopgap for a year? Yeah. And again, if you're just looking for a bat, it could be an option. I don't love it, but
I know that's just so people understand. Like, this is the other side of not landing the big domino in free agency.
Yeah.
A couple more texts, by the way. Go ahead. No, you got something else?
No.
Sawyer Gibson-Long is another guy you guys didn't bring up for pitching depth, and says Parker Meadows is a potential MVP candidate this season if he plays all 100-plus games.
Well, I mean, the impact that he had last year, you had that stat of games that he played in.
Yeah,
it would be on pace for
something. Yeah, like 106. They were going to win a lot of games with Parker Meadows and did win a lot of games with Parker Meadows. And the appeal is he can steal a base. He's going to play outstanding defense. There's still some power in that bat. I mean, when he got sent down. When he came back up, he was a completely different player. Texter says, are we just giving up on Torque? I am not.
Well, so that's the question, is what is Torque going to be? And I kind of fell into that trap last year. I thought he was going to continue last year in 24, what he ended with in 23. That wasn't the case. And even when he was sent down and brought back up, there was one example of Parker Meadows who found some answers. And I don't think that Spencer Torkelson ever found the answers.
I mean, if Torque even hits, like, what's this do for third base?
Well, to John's point, at least fills the right-handed bat issue.
Right.
To me, if Torque hits, does that open up Keith? See, that's the thing. Where does Keith go if Torque plays? Well, Torque, everybody's going to say DH. Well, you want Carpenter to play more. This puzzle is crazy. I mean, you have options. You hope one works out. Malloy's in the works, I think, in terms of right-handed DH. DeYoung, he struck out 156 times in 139 games last year. Not good. No. That's the deal breaker. But Tom, I was open to it because of the homers and his OPS is only 16 points lower than Arenado. So economically,
yeah, but economically it doesn't matter. They were willing to spend another $28 million on this year's payroll.
No, but you go get DeYoung until I saw the strikeouts. You get DeYoung all day over Arenado because you don't have to pay him, and you're getting the same production except all of a sudden the strikeouts. It's like no way.
Right.
I mean, I think John said it perfectly. I don't think the bat is out there that matches the position.
No, I don't think it is.
Like even Justin Turner, you're going down. Okay, well, first base. Well, that's taken. Right-handed DH. We just went over that. It's like I could see Turner being signed maybe if Torque just flops in spring training, but is he going to be available? The Cubs are linked to him now. So I don't know. I mean, in the end, it's going to be the answer most likely that you hate the most. And it's a platoon. It's Young and Vierling. And that's just the way it's going to be. And that was plan B.
Yeah. Couple creative ideas on the ticket text. More of your thoughts. Cookie jar bottom of the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all your great sporting events. We got some good ones coming up in March at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
looking ahead for the Detroit Tigers. I know it doesn't feel like baseball season outside right now on your way in or out of your car or into work, but they are down in Lakeland. We had AJ Hinch on yesterday. The Bregman stuff is behind us. And we simply ask, okay, well, who's going to be that right-handed bat in the top half of this lineup? Who's going to be the guy that plays the majority of the innings at third base? And we don't have those answers. It's why I don't understand being relieved that Bregman didn't pick us, but we've been looking to see what their options are. And there's some internal, right? Vierling, can he stick at third? You're going to lose him in the outfield where he's better defensively. Jay Shung, I don't know if he's a third baseman. We don't know about his bat, and he's another lefty, so it doesn't solve all the issues. We brought up Nolan Arenado. Clearly the trade market, I mean, he has a no-trade clause. It's not a given, and he's not even a polished player the way he used to be. There's a drop-off with the power, and he is a guy who will strike out. So then what? The Ticket Texter says, keep an eye on Toronto and points out Bo Bichette. Toronto's fascinating because they underachieved a year ago. Bichette's got a year left on his deal. Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s got a year left on his deal. Big payroll, not living up to expectations, young players that haven't signed long-term deals. The Tigers have 6 top 100 prospects.
You're going to have to part with some of them.
There's the ability, whether it's now or if they get off to a hot start or get to the deadline. We remember what it was like when we were selling, and you're going, boy, if we can get a top 100 prospect, that'd be gold. And to Scott Harris's credit, they have a bevy of these guys to use as a trade chip. And I don't think you got to part with 2 or 3 of them, but one strategically. Like McGonigal, is he a shortstop? Is Rainier the shortstop they just took? Are they both shortstops? Could you part with one for the right player if you're in contention? Like, these are the conversations that I think we'll be shifting to post Alex Bregman.
There's also another name, if we're just simply looking to add a right-handed bat.
Yeah.
Not one that I would be, jumping through hoops for. JD Martinez. I mean, this would be a 1-year deal. And it is simply to add a bat to this lineup. So, and this is, and I bring his name up simply to discuss the fact, because I think it was 38? It doesn't have to be a third baseman. I don't think you're going to get the total package that you're looking for. So if you're not, then you got to start thinking, how can we improve on the offensive side? If that is the number one concern, you don't have enough bats. Who could provide some offense?
Well, and that is the issue. I think we'll all go into this season excited because the pitching staff has been reinforced, because they're coming off a playoff berth, because you still have AJ Hinch to mix and match with the pieces. But we all remember why the season ended. They didn't have enough clutch at-bats, guys who could drive people in, too many strikeouts. And they themselves said at the start of the offseason, we're too left-handed, dominant, dependent. We need some right-handed bats. So we're not saying anything that they don't know or that that still needs to be addressed.
Yeah. I mean, but Scott Harris is going to have to get creative.
Yep.
And whether the creativity is in trade or you've got to add another bat to this lineup. If you want to be looked at as a contender, not just in the division, but to make a run in the postseason, you're going to have to add some offense.
Or to win this division, I think, is another way of looking at it. Ticket Texter says, when I brought up the no plan B thing, that I was trolling. I said Scott Harris didn't have a plan B with Eduardo Rodriguez or Alex Bregman. I don't think that's trolling. I think it's a fair critique of the guy.
Well, I think people were looking for you to add a strike.
Oh, okay.
Is what they were thinking. You're heading. No, you didn't, to your credit.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Growing, maturing.
Sure.
248-539-9797. Wrapping up the Tiger stuff, this one says, if I'm AJ, I bring Job as my high-leverage reliever, 7th or 8th inning, and then work his way into the closer role, at least for this year. Tom and Flat Rock. They've said they view him as a starter long-term. Eventually, you got to start getting his workload up. He's not throwing 100 innings in a season. I think that's a fair goal for this year. I don't think he gets to 100 innings unless he's like a multi-inning reliever, and they use him aggressively. I think at some point he's a starter this season. I just don't know. Are they skipping starts or are they starting him in the bullpen? Either way.
Either way, you're not going to get everything that you want out of Job this year, because they are, I mean, just like they did with Casey Mize early on. And I mean, that hasn't really panned out, but that's probably how they're going to manage his innings.
248-539-9797. All right, Heather, what's going on in the news?
We could get hit with another winter storm this weekend. So brace yourselves. Make sure that driveway is shoveled now, I guess, because if you haven't shoveled yet, we're just going to get dumped on some more. So we can expect snow to move in after sunset Friday night, so tonight and into the overnight hours. Some of that could then be moderate to possible heavy snow at times. We can expect that snow to continue into Saturday. Might get a break or two, Saturday afternoon for a little while, but it says it will return in full force late Saturday night and into Sunday.
Sounds like this one's going to be where the last one we had was more over like a 8 to 10 hour period. This one's going to be spread out.
Yeah, this is over a 48-hour period. We're going to get about maybe 4 to 6 inches, depending on where you're located. So, just be prepared for that if you haven't prepared. And then they say next week, while the snow stops, it's going to be cold.
It is.
I like the snow. If it's going to be winter, I want snow, but I don't
and you've had a lot of it.
I don't like the bitter cold.
I was going to say, if you give me the choice, 28 with snow or 10 degrees and
no snow, this could be. It could feel like negative 100. Negative 100. Oh my gosh,
it's going to be cold.
-0 next week. So get ready for that.
Negative zero.
Negative zero. That's a lot worse than that positive zero.
Below zero. I literally wrote -0, so I just read, I'm Ron Burgundy. I just read
it was on the paper.
I wrote it down, so I read it out loud.
I'm going to have to work on slipping you a piece of paper over there. See if you'll read this.
Yeah. Pennsylvania sportsbooks lost millions, $6.5 million to be exact, on Super Bowl 59. So a record $101.5 million was bet on the Super Bowl with Pennsylvania sportsbooks, which is over 20%. From their previous mark that was set in 2023. And officials say a high percentage of wagers were placed on the Eagles to win, and that led to losses for the books.
Yeah, shocker in the state of Pennsylvania.
Right, and it's a sharp contrast to other states. New York's Gaming Commission on Thursday reported a $47.4 million net win on the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and most of the casinos are all connected in some way. So you win some, you lose some, but they're winning more than they lose.
You know who I bet killed it? Missouri sportsbooks.
Yes, I believe you are correct.
There is an athletic director at Alabama who has come up with what he thinks is the best solution, a genius solution to stop students and fans from rushing the field after a big win. Greg Byrne talked with ESPN, and he said that he thinks that the home team should just immediately forfeit the game if fans rush the field.
That's very righteous of him. I'm going to throw something out there that's not going to be something that anybody wants to do. No one's going to ever do it, but let's just go ahead and make it public.
I like court storming.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to make the change. No. And by the way, on his proposal, what happens if a bunch of visiting fans storm the court? Is it a forfeit for the home team that won?
Well, it could be. I think the logic is there's not going to be that
enough
many
fans
of them.
to do it.
Yes.
You guys, more than 1 million Igloo coolers sold nationwide have been recalled after dozens of reports of fingertip injuries, including amputations.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, yes, broken bones, lacerations, the whole 9 yards. And earlier, I thought it had something to do with like the lid and the latch of the cooler, which is in my head what would be strong enough to cut a fingertip off, but it's not actually. It's on this cooler. It's one of their like tow and go coolers. It's actually the towing handle that apparently can somehow pinch your fingers so tightly that it causes the need for an amputation. So
it doesn't amputate it on spot?
No, I think it's pinching it, and then people are going to the hospital and be like, "Well, sorry, guy,
we're gonna have to take
this off." Yes. So they're saying if you have this at home, stop using it. You can contact wherever you bought it for a free replacement handle. So they're not going to give you a new cooler, just the new handle,
or just be a responsible user.
Yeah, I was looking at it, I'm like, what? I don't get it. because it looks just like a basic handle to me that you
Right.
just. It
And
looks
if
like a
they've sold
luggage
millions
handle.
and it's what 12
Dozens, yeah.
or dozens.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
don't
a
know,
low percentage.
But it's happening. Finally, it is Valentine's Day, and more than half of Americans plan to celebrate this year. And data shows customers are going to spend a record amount this holiday, $27.5 billion. That is an average of $188.81 per person. Now, this does say that people plan to spend money not only on their significant others, but also on their family members, their friends, coworkers, and their pets. So,
Pets for Valentine's Day?
Oh, yeah. You can get him the little heart-shaped dog toy. You can get him dog treats.
But is your dog your Valentine?
If you're a single guy
I think
or
we
girl
are
and-
stretching the meaning of this holiday
It's
a
about
bit
love,
much.
John. People love their pets.
They do. Candy, of course, is the most popular gift this year. Also, flowers, they say greeting cards, jewelry, a night out, and clothing are some of the more expensive things you'll be spending your money on.
You didn't get your dog anything, did you?
No.
Damn.
I didn't either.
I didn't get room.
But I did get my kids something.
Sure. Okay.
And
We've been over this. Yes.
Yeah.
Pets are not kids.
They're not to everyone, but some people do treat their pet.
Well, I'm glad you
like
finally
kids.
realized that.
Did you also see all the dogs out there today?
There's a lot of dogs here.
Yeah,
go
I
take
know.
a walk.
Yeah,
they're doing like
yapping.
but they're adorable. They're these little puppies. They're doing like a
Yeah.
what's it called? Rescue
Oh,
adoption.
take these dogs home.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
cute.
yes.
Gotta go check them out.
What I'm curious as to their thoughts on having the puppy pet adoption on the new carpet.
There is some pads down there, so you know,
because I'm sure they're just
The
gonna
wee pads.
they know
follow
exactly
those.
where to go. Yeah.
Right. Heather with the news. Cookie jar next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is the place you should be working out. It's a clean gym, and everyone, when you walk in there, the staff is very friendly and helpful. And no matter what type of membership you have there, no matter the level, if it's just a regular membership, $1 down, $15 a month, get you in the month, you can get free fitness training on every level. You want a little bit more, you can obviously go to the Black Card membership where you have access to 2,600 clubs nationwide, 50 here in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. So if you travel and you still want to work out, again, Planet Fitness is the place you need to be. If you like variety in your workouts, they've got plenty for upper and lower body strength machines. They've got aerobic machines, whether it's Stairmasters, treadmills, bikes. They've got it all. I mentioned it already. $1 down, $15 a month, get you in the door. And you can find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness. Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because now on FanDuel, it is your home for NBA live betting. Even if you've missed the first few minutes of the game and want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your bets, live bets, into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. FanDuel offers customers right now, new customers, if you're going to get started, $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets, and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got some ticket text coming in, reacting to Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wrap up this week and get Carson Anderson in here.
Get you on your way.
I know.
I'm glad you've been able to stay focused. Nice job.
Didn't mail it in.
You got a week off. A lot of vacation time coming up.
This was the week
demand.
I demanded this
Yes.
week off, as you guys put it.
I will be out, is how you put it.
That you took that as a demand. To me, it was a statement of
I will be out. Make sure that you have somebody to work for me and nobody else take those vacation days because I won't be here.
you were given notice. Prepare the others. PTO.
But it was also to Jimmy. Like, it's normally like you request your time. Like,
Yeah.
I would like to request this
Yeah.
week off. And then it's the wait till you're approved before you're like,
Yeah.
all right.
Can I ask why it
we've
wouldn't
done-
have been approved?
I don't know. Maybe somebody. I don't always include everybody here. I include Tom and Jimmy. And
No,
when
I
I make a request, and a lot of times we talk about it, right?
Yeah,
because one of us
course.
has to be.
Yeah,
here.
someone's
So,
got to show up and do the job.
But I always send it is, hey, can I have next Friday off? Or, whatever that day
Yeah, you
might be.
check.
Yeah. And,
But this wasn't a week away. I figured no one had taken time off 6 months. Now, I since have learned that you are willing to take time off 18 months in advance.
oh, yeah. Which I also say, is it possible for me to have these days off?
Right.
Seems appropriate to me versus I won't be here. Cover me.
Make plans accordingly.
Yeah.
I will be somewhere tropical. You'll
Yeah.
need a stand-in for the following days. I'm
It's like
giving you
we're- yeah.
notice.
It's like we're in a shootout. I'm going in. Cover me.
You got no choice at that point.
Yeah.
You'll find someone to be there. We all get vacation time. Use it. For me, outside of football season, I didn't think there was going to be an issue.
And there ended up not being.
and there's not, which is awesome. So I'm looking forward to a little time away. And Stoney will be in next week.
Yep.
So that'll be fun.
We're ready for Stoney.
Yep.
I hope everybody else is.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Some of these ticket texts. Wife and I are on the same page that Valentine's Day is stupid. You shouldn't have to set aside one day a year to show your partner how valued they are.
Okay. We all agree with that statement.
It says you can spoil each other regularly if we celebrate it. It's a week after when places are less busy and cheaper. Avoid the gimmick.
Oh, sure. I mean, my wife and I are going to probably go out Saturday versus Friday.
I think that's smart.
Some of that's kid scheduling. Some of it's, there's just a lot of things that go on in life. You might not be able to do something on that day, but you can still wake up and say, Happy Valentine's Day.
Of course, you
Love you, babe.
for sure.
Having a dedicated day to do something nice for the person you love is not,
Yeah.
not at all a gimmick.
No.
You don't have to do it on the 14th, but yeah, I don't get the people who it's a Hallmark holiday. I don't. All holidays are made up. Yeah, someone decided we're going to do them.
I don't know that the birth of Christ.
Sure, we want to go
was
down this
made up.
road with 5 minutes left.
We have changed Christmas.
He wasn't
into
born on December
gift-giving.
25th.
Right. So the day,
the
So
holiday
we
has
made
been
up when we're going to celebrate it.
commercialized.
right. Yeah. I don't know. Is New Year's Day made up?
We decided that's when the year's going to end.
It's
No,
a
it's
new
when it's
year.
going to begin. Yeah.
What?
New Year's Day is the beginning of the new year. It's not made up. New Year's Day
Right.
itself.
Yeah.
Not treating it as a holiday is. But
He's just saying somebody made up that the year is going to end on this day.
Well, it seemed logical after the 31st and before the 1st.
That we would start a new year the
Yeah.
next day?
I get it. I'm just trying to say what he's
When it
trying
turns
My
to
from
say.
point is
24 to
we
25.
decide what we want to be important is what I'm saying. We collectively decide which of the days of the year we want to be important.
Sure.
You don't have to celebrate them, but they exist for a reason that we decided.
Okay, yeah, but like we all kind of pick and choose. Like that texter with the Valentine's Day, you go out a week later to eat or you do whatever, you
Yeah.
save money. Well, you could do the same thing after Christmas. People don't do that.
Right, yeah.
You could
I'm
you
not going to get your
half,
Christmas
50%
gifts.
off.
Yeah.
Let's
We're
put
going
the
to
tree
celebrate
up after-
Christmas on New Year's Day because I can get all your presents at a discount on the 26th.
Do Thanksgiving for Halloween, do Halloween in September. You could really
Yeah,
F
it
up the
seems like,
calendar
it seems
and-
like something that would happen in the Costa house. It
know what
does.
you mean by that.
It feels like it.
Actually, Stoney, because he's cheap and he wouldn't even pay 99 cents for onion rings. All right, we're ready to
Right.
go.
Yes, here we go.
about-
Yes, and it said they have identified that on Twitch as well. A whole week of awkward and cringy sports talk.
With the best to do it. Texter says on the Valentine stuff, Charlie and Ferndale, here's a pro tip. Find a card with a romantic little saying in it. Then buy a blank card and write the same thing in so it's handwritten.
Sure, fine, do that as long as you dispose of the evidence. I mean, I would prefer something personalized, and you should be able to do that if you have been with this person for a while. Like,
if I show up with a card with whatever that is written in it, my wife would see right through that. That's not how you talk.
And
That's not how you. It may be how you think, and you want to put those words together. They just would never come out in that order.
it's not personal, like there's no like personal touches towards it because it's just generic. Anyone could use it.
How about this for a tip? Plan a hot air balloon ride.
Oh, in California?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, or get your storage unit ready.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Speaking of.
So romantic.
You asked me if I was going to watch this U.S.-Canada game on my vacation.
Yeah, tomorrow night you're going to be you're just going to be newly checked into your new room.
It'll be the first night there.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I was excited to watch this hockey game. And then I got glares and judgment from Heather.
Do whatever you want on vacation.
I will.
I know you will. I would not be thrilled if my first day on vacation, it's like, sweetie, we got to watch this game. We're going to go to this. I would not be thrilled if it was like, we're going to sit on the couch and watch this game in our hotel room. We're in tropical paradise and we're going to sit somewhere and watch the game.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's something you can do anytime. Record it, watch it.
It's not the same if you don't watch it live.
You're somewhere you're never going to go
If you
again.
guys started your vacation and it was your people, the Minnesota Vikings, a 14-win football team against the Detroit Lions, a 14-win football team, and we all know how much Colin is invested in this. You started your vacation, and at 8 o'clock, that kicks off. You're not going to think that Colin is going to watch that?
He's not watching it live. He can watch it when I'm asleep. That's fine. But no,
Wow.
if we are somewhere like that, we're going to go enjoy the amenities of things we can't do at home.
So
Sorry, Colin.
a couple years ago for Thanksgiving, I traveled to the Dominican with my wife and her family. Thanksgiving Day, I watched the Lions while
Where'd you
on
watch it?
vacation. Oh, it was not an elaborate setup. I mean, they had
The poolside with the cabana outfit on.
They did have some of those swim-up bars with TVs, but every room had TVs. They had like a big community area that had big screen TVs.
I'm
There are
not
plenty
okay
of
with that.
places.
I'm okay with the swim-up bar, like having it on in the background while you're enjoying
I
a
do
drink.
not like the swim-up bar, especially when we all know you drink enough. Eventually, you're going to need to go somewhere. And for those that sit there and they're there and they're there.
You better get
And
up and
there's-
go.
Hours, you haven't done it
If you're an
yet.
adult,
Right, yeah.
come
Wow.
on now.
Yeah. Don't break, you haven't broke the seal yet?
What? No.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Well, you
Fair
took that
point.
a totally different direction. I'm just talking about watching a game. I'd be okay with that.
But so
I'm
again,
not okay with peeing in pools.
Are you shocked that I would take that in a different direction?
But like sitting in a communal area while you're on vacation, to me, is a definite no.
I said I want to watch USA Canada while I'm starting a vacation this weekend. I'm going to watch it from a tropical destination, and I'm getting the judgment from Heather.
Hopefully they have the channel.
I mean,
You can stream stuff too.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be? Is probably on ESPN.
ESPN, yeah.
Although, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe ABC. I don't know. I'm
got
excited to
all
watch it.
star
When
stuff.
you're on vacation, you still do the things you like to do.
Yeah,
If you're a
want
sports
to.
fan,
I mean,
you want to watch a
try
game.
to,
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just not available to you.
Well, if it's not,
Or
then
there's
it's
a
not.
whole bunch
but
of other things you could be doing instead.
Well, again, it
I
depends
got
on the
more than
options.
a day. Yeah,
Yeah, how long are you gone for?
a week.
I mean, it's.
What's 2 hours on a Saturday night?
I mean, the hell?
But he's going to this tropical paradise. Don't.
The sun
sit
will be
at-
down.
Okay, where are you going to watch it?
I don't know yet. I
Okay.
just said it. Flip like
See, but here's the thing.
I don't like it.
Well, I mean, the TV could be on while other things are happening.
sure.
I have no idea what
Let's
Kelsey's
not
opinion
do
is
that
on it.
either.
She's a hockey
Turn
fan.
the
Okay,
TV off.
so she's talking.
Yeah, we were watching Four Nations yesterday.
Oh!
By the way, knowing what you do for a living,
Yeah,
there has to be some respect for that.
and there is from my wife, not
We have
from.
two different conversations going on at this time.
Anyway, you guys have a show coming up. What's the plan?
We're just going to talk about sex.
Okay.
No, Doug has a question about the Four Nations hockey tournament after last night, or what's going up with it.
Are you guys going to possibly redo the list of anticipated snowfall at cities across the state of Michigan?
loved this.
Oh, I was dying in my truck, especially when Kang says, "How many inches is Claire getting?"
Right. Yeah.
Claire will be getting
I
11 inches.
Literally almost drove off the road.
Yeah. It was tough.
It's just reporting what's going on. Snowfall was a big story.
You know what though? It was all Honestly, overpromised and underdelivered.
Oh no, you guys delivered.
No, I'm talking
telling
about
you.
the snowfall. Claire didn't
sure.
get as much snow as
no,
Claire
no.
thought Claire was getting.
But the snowfall
Didn't get as
was
many
this-
inches.
Hey, Claire has another opportunity this weekend.
That's the thing. The total was supposed to be for both storms combined.
Right. Yes. Oh.
Claire could still get
So more
10
than
inches.
once.
Yeah.
Claire can still get hit with 10 inches.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get hit with a lot of snow, you get pounded with.
Yes, you do.
And the plows are out?
Yep. Yep.
Surprise was how many inches. Surprise was how many inches Grant was going to get.
Some say it wasn't a surprise. It was expected.
Okay. More fun Friday ahead. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Friday indeed. Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Hope everybody's doing well. Gator, how are you today?
I'm just fine, Doug. Thank you for asking.
That's good. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
I watched the hockey game. Got caught up with some other shows that I had recorded as well.
Like what?
Yeah, I watch a lot of HGTV, so some of those shows.
Okay, like what? What did you? Is this a secret? What you were watching on HGTV?
Let's see. Was the flip off?
The flip off
with Tarek El Moussa and his wife flipping a house versus his ex-wife.
Okay, does his new wife look a lot like his old wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not like a Kanye and Kim Kardashian thing. Although, hey, sad to hear that the Kanye and his wife, that's not going to work out. But
color me shocked.
I know. I couldn't believe it.
On Valentine's Day, too, man. Come on.
Right? Who knew?
That didn't work out, huh?
Yeah, so there was that show. I think it was Izzy Does It. It's a contractor. He used to work with Tarek and Christina, but now he's off on his own. It was his family. And
so did they turn that channel over to Tarek and Christina the way Bravo turned over everything to Real Housewives? Is it Bravo?
I think it is Bravo.
Yeah.
And no, I mean,
MTV turned everything over to ridiculousness.
I think this is just like right now there happens to be like three shows that are kind of tied together, like that. But no, I mean they're all the shows are pretty much the same. They're just different areas of the country.
Yeah.
This one's concentrated in.
It's
the
like
Los
the
Angeles
Taco
area.
Bell menu. All the food's basically the same. They just kind of package it differently.
Kind of.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right, so last night I'm watching the Four Nations. I said, all right, I'm going to sit down. USA's playing. Kenny's proud of me behind the glass. I'm like, okay, let's go. Let's watch some hockey. It's high-end stuff. And no, the Four Nations has no history, no tradition. The trophy doesn't even have a cool name. But let's go. And I found myself, Gator, I found mildly emotionally invested. It's not like the Olympics, but I found myself mildly emotionally invested because it was Team USA. And I realized we blew an opportunity yesterday, a real opportunity. I have no beef with Finland.
No, why would you?
Exactly. And that became the issue is I like all those guys. I have nothing bad to say about Helsinki. Helsinki's the worst, am I right? That Teemu Solani, the worst, am I right? I mean, we needed to yesterday find a reason to hate Finland. That would have helped.
Well, I don't want to hate anybody.
Well,
but I understand
in a sports sense.
Yeah, but I mean, like nowadays I really don't. But in a sports sense, to try to get the rivalry juices going.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a history with it. I mean, the United States had to beat Finland to win the gold medal in 1980. People forget that.
But we did.
I know. But that's
we lost that game. Maybe I could have held a
well,
a
sure.
grudge.
But I mean, you're doing that. I guess. I mean, it's a tournament thing here ish.
You know what's overrated? The Baltic Sea. Like I couldn't put anything together.
Well, but if you watch from the beginning, when the national anthem hits and the whole crowd is booing the United States national anthem, after the announcer even says to people, let's try to keep it together here, show some decorum, and the crowd still booed, and I totally understand why they would. It was definitely a pro-Finland crowd last night.
Mm-hmm.
So even though maybe you're not disliking the team they're facing, what you are is you're the hated team on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't
in
take
that building
long.
for sure.
Yeah, it would not have taken long to say USA versus everybody last night, because that's just ended up what it was even before the puck dropped.
Yeah.
But to your point, I mean, yeah, there's
nothing to hate about Finland.
Yeah, there's a lot of vowels, a lot of double vowels.
Too many vowels next to each other.
Yeah, a lot of double A's in there, and
there's nothing more irritating than that, is there?
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But pretty good. It started off being a really good game. I mean, it was 1-1 with 3 minutes to go in the second period, and then the United States scored to go up 2-1 after 2, and then they scored like 4 goals or 3 goals in the first 5 minutes of the third period and just blew it wide open. But pretty good hockey. It actually was feisty on the ice. The Tkachuk brothers out there hitting anything that moves, and Finland was having none of it. They stood up for themselves, and it ended up being kind of a chippy game. It was entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, and I mean it was a good level of hockey. I'm not mad at anybody about this. I was just disappointed that Dylan Larkin was almost not on the ice.
Yeah, I didn't see him a lot, but when you did see him, his presence was there.
Yeah, he had no shots on goal.
He was like a defense. He was like a checking.
And yeah, he was. They were out of the 18 skaters, he was 17th in terms of time on the ice. And I don't know, because I switched TVs in the first period, because when number 71 picks up the puck for the Red Wings, I know who it is, right?
Right.
But everybody's in a different uniform.
Yep.
Many people have different numbers. When the first period was being played, on the bottom they had that scroll with a constantly changing who was on the ice for both teams. I switched TVs and same channel, and I wondered if something happened. It wasn't there in the second period. And I'm like, I was using that more than I've ever used it ever before, because I didn't recognize the players just like that, because they're all wearing USA jerseys and many of them have different numbers. And I'm constantly looking. I know when Dylan Larkin's on the ice, I recognize him as a Red Wing. I did not know instinctively which one was Dylan Larkin in this game.
I suppose if you didn't know he was number 21 going into it, then then it's you got to figure it out. And if they're not going to show that graphic later on, then you're kind of SOL with it. And I think this is the misstep. It's a minor misstep, but the little thing goes a long way. And it kind of, to add what your frustration with that is that when they're announcing the players before the game, there's no name that comes up on the screen lets you know who it is. So even though I'm a big hockey fan, and they're showing this player from Finland, I have no idea who it is, and I'm relying on the French pronunciation of the guy's name, and I have no idea who these players are. I'm like, come on, who?
I would have liked to have seen when the players, when they put up a graphic too, like the team's logo.
Yes,
Because what was
100%.
cracking me up is Matt Boldy scored a goal, and it said Matt Boldy, and like in his whole package there, it said min, and I'm like, minimum what? What is this the minimum of? I'm like, oh, Minnesota, duh. But anyway,
I just think they should do a better job, and it should have done, and they can still improve on this, I suppose, to do a better job of identifying who the players are to the average, to the less than average hockey fan.
I think they could
You
do
got a lot
really.
of new eyes tuning into this, and you're not helping them out.
I completely agree with that. Let's go to Kyler in New Baltimore. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kyler.
Hey guys, I love listening to you guys in the morning on my way to work. I just have a question. Who do you guys think is going to win on Saturday between U.S. and Canada? I think Canada blows out U.S. with the depth that they have and the players that they have. Don't get me wrong, U.S. they are stacked, but Canada and their top power play, I don't know how you can get much better than that.
Well, you try not to give them the power play, and I don't know. I like USA. I think that their style with the Kachuk brothers out there smashing everybody,
Right.
It's more NHL style, and
Right.
it's not.
I mean, we're down our best defenseman with Quinn Hughes. I mean, he would have been a huge factor for U.S.
So it's
you look at guys
fascinating,
like
right? Because these
Makar
teams really didn't have a chance to practice. They had no pre-tournament games. It's just a collection of players dropped in on the ice together. All right, let's go. Let's go play. It's almost like drop-in
Right.
hockey. So anything I would answer your question would be an absolute guess. Because we know these teams are thrown together at the last second. I mean, blowout, you think Canada's going to blow out? How many goals will you give me with the U.S.?
That's the thing. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the U.S. players played
6?
together, like with the U.S. program, growing up.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're familiar with each other.
Well, some of them play together in the league. What do you give me? How about 4.5? I get the USA plus 4.5?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think it's going to be a really close game. If not, Canada blows them out.
Thank you.
So it's either going to be really close or it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah.
Let's see. Started to say they're going to get blown out. Then you turn up the Karsh Casino and you say, how about 4.5 goals? And he says, oh, I don't know about that. Well, I mean, then you don't think it's going to blow out. And then he finishes up by saying it's either going to be really close or it's going to be a blowout. All right.
There is an in between. If it is 2 goals, that's not as 2-3 goal.
What's a blowout?
What's a blowout in hockey? I got a question about watching international sports. We will get to that coming up today at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that is where True Green comes in. They're the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. And they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Did we come up with any authentic reasons why we should have hated Finland last night? Is there any, in a sports sense? I know we the term hate is it's unhealthy. Hate is an unhealthy emotion. But in a sports sense, is there a reason to despise the Finnish hockey team? And I guess it's too late. The game was already played. Unless we see them in the finals, those bastards. I can't think of one bad thing to say about Finland.
No.
Your fjords are overrated. No?
You're too close to Russia?
I mean, what do we got? We got nothing. I liked your vowels next to each other's annoying. But
you're really just Sweden's bitch?
That's a reason to get Finland mad at us, is to say that. But
well, that's tomorrow afternoon's game, Sweden and Finland. So we'll see. That does spark.
How it plays itself out. Like we can well up a healthy rivalry with Canada, but even
really don't
Sweden,
want to.
Right now.
Right now, I really don't want to.
We love you, Canada.
I really do.
But can we? Sweden? Even Sweden? Is there anything bad to say about Sweden?
Well, I'm not going to say anything bad.
I know. So,
I'm just I'm looking over famous Swedes and seeing if there's anybody other than hockey players.
Didn't they give us that Red Balloon song?
Nana?
Yeah, was that?
I did not know. She was German, I believe.
See, I got nothing.
Same thing. Yeah.
Just looking up here, facts of Finland. Do you know what their president's name is?
No.
Alexander Stubb.
Stubb, huh?
Good old Stubb. Yep. I guess we're done.
I'm trying.
Yeah. This is a 4-hour project. Maybe the listeners can help us with a reason to dislike Finland.
I mean, they really think that Linus Torvalds is some software engineer genius. I mean, please. Linus, come on, dude. Yeah. Just because you invented the Linus operating system, get over yourself.
Exactly. All right. So when it comes to international sports, when you have a chance to go all USA, what is your favorite to watch? Like all things considered, whether it be an Olympic event where you just pick the American, or it's some other international level sport where you are all in. What is it for you? What international level sport where you get to go all USA is your favorite?
Sergeant Slaughter versus the Iron Sheik in the early 80s in a boot camp match.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Iron Sheik was one of the absolute greatest villains in the history of sports entertainment.
Yeah.
Because that was the heat of the Iran hostage situation, and he leaned into being an Iranian
he leaned
champ.
into it all right. Yeah. He leaned
That's
into
a pretty good one.
And then formed a tag team with Nikolai Volkov, Russian.
Yeah. But currently, that doesn't happen.
No, I mean, beyond that, Doug, I guess it probably is hockey. It's international hockey.
Yeah.
I love the international hockey.
I'm a big fan of World Cup soccer, of watching Team USA play in World Cup soccer, because we are never supposed to win. Everybody is supposed to be better than us. The fact that we are a risk to not qualify and haven't always qualified tells you what it is. And I love being an overwhelming underdog. There's very few international sports where we are an underdog. In World Cup soccer, we are legitimately an underdog. And the few times that we've risen up, like the one year we went to the quarterfinals, I don't know what, it was like 20 years ago now, but we made it to the quarterfinals of the World Cup, was unstinking believable. And didn't we were on the air when we scored a goal in extra time to beat somebody, and everybody was running around the station. It was like this momentary, you hate soccer so much, but it was a momentary, like, it was people bought in for that moment.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If the team actually was good and when they advance, I mean, yeah, you get that prideful feeling, and everybody parachutes in and say, yeah, I'm all about them. Let's go.
Yep.
But it's so infrequent that happens. I felt like it was manufactured so many years ago with the Alexei Lawless and those guys. That was kind of like, hey, here we are, Team USA. But it just didn't have the staying power because the team hasn't been relevant.
No, and there's the thing about it is in some weird romantic way that makes me like it more.
But the women
are bad.
who have been dominant.
Yeah.
Is that the sport that does it? I mean, for women's soccer, I mean, because you parachute into that and watching the World Cup semifinals or finals, and here's the United States, and yeah, let's go.
I've enjoyed that, and I've watched it. I truly like being an underdog in something, which is weird, but it appeals to me more than when we're favored. And so my favorite international sport to watch is World Cup soccer. 248-539-9797. Yours is international hockey. I think with all the Olympic stuff, there's a lot to choose from. So I'm intrigued to know what people's favorite international sport to watch is. So just because this is this sort of contrived, and contrived it has such a negative connotation, but I don't know what else. It's this, new event, the Four Nations thing. Were the juices flowing last night like they usually are for international hockey?
I mean, it looked like it was pretty competitive, and the hatred that the crowd was heaping onto the United States team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could feel it. It was palpable, even through the TV. So and tomorrow night when USA takes on Canada at 8:00, and they're playing at the Bell Center in Canada, it's going to be crazy loud and a crazy good atmosphere, I would imagine, for that game.
So, what do you think gets the biggest TV rating tomorrow night? The NBA All-Star festivities, including the three-point shootout with Cade Cunningham and the dunk contest. Michigan State at Illinois, Izzo going for the Big Ten record, or USA-Canada Four Nations hockey?
It'll be the NBA.
You think it'll be the NBA?
Yeah, it's the bigger of the three sports.
Even here in Detroit. I'm not talking locally. Is what's on the marquee?
It's probably still the NBA, I would imagine.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, Cade being in three-point shootout is.
I mean,
cool.
you've already you cut the audience in half with Michigan State. I mean, because Michigan fans are going to care. They're not going to care.
Probably not.
And then you got hockey versus basketball fans. You're cutting in half again, and maybe not even in half.
Can't Dylan Larkin get some more ice time, please?
I'd like him to get some more, but when you win 6-1, it's hard to disagree with.
I know
how they're using the players.
And please put the graphic back up so we know who's on the ice. 248-539-9797. What's your favorite international sport to watch when you get to go all USA, USA? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we got a bunch of response on the best international sport to watch to go all USA. Last night, we played Finland. I found myself mildly emotionally invested, but I cared. I didn't care as much if it were the Olympics. I didn't care as much some other things, but I was like, yeah, okay, I can get into this, and I can root for the old red, white, and blue. Gator, for you, it is, and it doesn't really matter what the venue is. You love international hockey.
Yep.
And so that is the one that really gets the juices pumping for you. Here's the feedback we've gotten. I like the World Baseball Classic. I feel like it's gotten more competitive throughout the years with the likes of Japan, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican.
It's fun to watch.
It is. And in baseball, these countries can put out respectable lineups that can beat us.
I think what I like about that tournament more
Yep.
is it's not so much the pride for the Americans, it's seeing how much pride the other countries have in themselves.
And that's
the difference.
It is really, really cool to see how important it is for them. And like, we talk about being the favorite. Like, I have no interest at all in seeing international football. And I'm talking about our football. I don't want to see any other country try and take us in on football because they couldn't play with us. Baseball, they can play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a competition. There is a competitive aspect of that is real.
Baseball, basketball, and hockey.
Basketball and hockey it's real. And if we're an overwhelming favorite, but in baseball, where we probably are favored, but we could lose.
Curling?
Well, that's come up here.
Let's go Duluth.
Yeah, wasn't it literally 4 guys from a bar in Duluth that was our Olympic team?
Yeah.
Which is freaking awesome. For me, it's track and field. No matter who the favorite is, everything can be flipped on its head in 9.2 or 40 seconds. That's from Coach Jay. Favorite international sport who I get excited about the most is women's freestyle breakdancing. The lady from New Zealand was the Kobe Bryant of breakdancing. Is that for real? Wasn't the?
Well, was Australia was the one who was.
I mean, I don't know if this is real or facetious. Is this sarcasm?
Well, she definitely wasn't the Kobe Bryant of breakdancing.
Well, I don't know. Who's the?
Was there
You don't
from New
remember this,
Zealand?
Doug? At all?
Well, there was a lady from Australia.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they meant. I
Okay.
mean, this
Well,
person is not exact. I'm doubting they care about breakdancing that much to even get anything correct about that text.
Yeah, they probably needed to get it right. The Ryder Cup is by far my favorite international event. I love the Ryder Cup. I feel like I love it more when it's in Europe.
Well, I feel like it means more if they win it in Europe.
Yeah.
Because you're on your home soil, you feel like you should win, a hold serve, so to speak. But when you go on the road, it's different.
And I like the Ryder Cup more after we lose the Ryder Cup. When we lose the Ryder Cup, the next time it comes up, I'm like, win the damn thing back. And it can get to be tense and fun to watch. The last World Baseball Classic had me pumped for the USA. So good, circling my calendar for next year's tournament. Here you go, Gator. I'm the self-proclaimed president of the USA Curling Team Fan Club. Yep. They were the Duluth dudes.
Yeah.
Anthony and Mail Truck, it's definitely the World Cup. I'm a football guy. I love seeing how far we can go. 2026 World Cup is going to be awesome because it's here and we have the best team on paper that we've ever had. Is that true?
Yes. I mean, you've come to the authority. I'm going to let you know. Yeah. That's those are facts. You're spitting the truth.
Who do you like on our team? Our side. Who on our side do you like?
There's that young kid.
Pulisic?
Yeah. Christian.
Mm-hmm.
He's he's phenomenal. There's the other dude. It's so hard just to hone in on one player. This is a team concept, Doug.
You know what I feel like we're getting a sample of?
When you get Wilson, Travers, and Jones Jr., those 3 guys out there at the same time, it's, Katie bar the door because they're just able to generate so many offensive opportunities with their skills.
I feel like we are getting a window into high school Gator who didn't read the chapter and asked by the teacher to answer a question in front of the entire class. Oh, there's so much to say about this chapter.
It's the greatest chapter ever. I could be president one day the way I speak about this chapter.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful chapter. Wonderful chapter.
All right. So we asked this question out there on the Tigers. Spring training, it's underway. No games yet. There's brewing excitement about the product that's going to be put on the field at Comerica Park this summer, and there should be. We talked about this a little bit yesterday in the wake of the Bregman news going elsewhere, and we're not going to revisit Bregman. But here's a question for Tiger fans. All talking points about the Tigers and the chance to compete the last few years came with a narrative or a belief that there's no point in talking about it because the organization won't spend. There's no point in talking about it because people would blame Ilitch or they blame Scott Harris. They blame both.
Right.
Is that narrative or belief dead now? Because they offered $171.5 million. They've added over $55 million to the payroll in this offseason. They were willing to add almost another 30. I mean, they were pushing towards a $90 million upgrade. Bregman said no. Nobody is saying that the Tigers tried to get Bregman on the cheap. In fact, it felt like yesterday in the wake of this, people felt like it was an overspend, but were willing to do it. Didn't we establish that Bregman was now going to be the third highest paid?
I think he is.
Position player in baseball, an average annual salary.
Yeah.
Which he's not worthy of that.
Behind Ohtani and Soto, maybe?
His $40 million a year, there's by no metric would he ever be considered the third best hitter.
No.
Or position player in the game.
Not even close.
So this all feels like a massive overpayment for a player who is... It'd be behind Ohtani. It's $70 million annually. Soto at 41, and he's tied with Aaron Judge at 40. A quick poll. Who would you rather have? Aaron Judge or Alex Bregman? Let's see, 100% of the results are in, and it's 100% Aaron Judge. All precincts reporting. But the Tigers made a very competitive offer. They were willing to make him like one of the top 10 position players in the game. So the question we have is the era of thinking of the Tigers not trying to compete, is that over? Or does it simply not matter because they didn't get Bregman?
Well, they didn't get him. So there's going to be the crowd that is still going to hold it against him. Yeah, if you really wanted to, you would have gone out and given him what he wanted. You would have done at all costs. Go give him the $200 million contract, then you could have gotten this done weeks ago. But, at some point there is a fiscal responsibility that you have. And in the end, this is just an offer. Me personally, I think the offer speaks volumes because it was the best long-term offer that he got. And the Tigers got beat on a short-term offer that offered him ridiculous money. Now, would you and I have done a deal with Alex Bregman, 3 years and $120 million? Sure, because you can get out of that contract after 3 years if it's going to go south. And the likelihood of it going south is probably pretty strong. So would I have been inclined to do that? Yeah, but looking at $40 million a year for a player who's not worth it, who's worth 75% of that total at best, it would seem to be irresponsible. But Boston's in a different world right now. Boston was desperate to get him. They went out and overspent him on him and cut him a deal that is very Alex Bregman friendly. But at the same time, should help out Boston too. I don't know if it puts Boston over the edge and makes them an automatic playoff team or a division. I don't think it makes him division champ. But I think he would have been better off. I think his value would have been better with the Tigers than it is with the Red Sox. Because I think it would help the Tigers get over the top more than it does the Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can have legitimate Tiger conversations now about them trying to win without the sort of that that trap door of always going back to ownership won't pay or Scott Harris won't strike these deals.
So the other side of it is this, is that that's not the only move the Tigers tried to do. They actually succeeded in getting Jack Flaherty here to get him back and sign him on a pretty reasonable contract again, a 2-year deal that looks like, wow, that's very reasonable. They went out and got Gleyber Torres on a really reasonable contract. They got Tommy Kahnle on a reasonable contract. So Scott Harris has done his job while getting those players, and then in addition to those players, getting the go-ahead from Chris Ilitch to try to land Bregman and giving him his offer. I would hope that the narrative is kind of shut down temporarily, but it's always going to be there until the Tigers do get that big signing. If they go out and offer that money to Tarek Skubal, then I think people are like, all right, I'll back off. But for now, the people that still have that burning hatred, until they see it, they're not going to believe it. So they're going to say, well, he still hasn't done anything. Okay, fair enough. But, they've added to a team that made the playoffs last year. They haven't subtracted from it. They've added to the team.
All right, so it's really, though, I want to know how you feel, Tiger fans. Do you feel like the era of feeling that there's no chance that they're going to compete because the commitment isn't there? Is the commitment there now? Do you feel like at the end of the Bregman saga, now that the dust has settled, we can at least rely on the fact that the commitment is there to win financially from the Tigers organization? Do you feel that way? Or does it simply not matter because they didn't get Bregman? 248-539-9797. Get to your phone calls and feedback next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, got the winter blues and needed a spark to get you through this? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need. The deals on the 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. You can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. Now, these are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV, it comes standard with heated seats, heated steering, and also all-wheel drive. Now, all that's going to help your winter drive go very smoothly. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone, though. And believe me, at these low payments, these Blazer EVs are going to be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so a lot of texts coming in on the Four Nations Cup thing. Also, a question about, have we moved beyond the narrative or the belief? Have the Tigers simply transitioned into an era where they're ready to pay? They're ready to compete financially and give themselves a legitimate shot. And this is based upon adding $55 million and making a $171.5 million offer. And so that when you have Tiger conversations and you do talk about the team and you do look forward to the season, you know that they're giving themselves a fighting chance. Or does it not matter because they didn't get Bregman? Patrick writes in, it matters, but I'd like to see them pivot to using that money to extend guys currently on the roster. Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Parker Meadows, dare I say, Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd all like to see Skubal get locked up. I'm not sure how far away the other guys are from getting those extensions, but we've got Skubal for this year and next year, and then he becomes a free agent if they don't extend him. So they'll have to spend some money soon, without question.
From Under Bruno on Twitter, it shows young Illich is ready to spend and Harris is willing to spend wisely. The big test now is to find an experienced and reliable hitter to help the offense. What will they spend for this? So Lynn Henning tweeted out today he thinks a big trade's coming. I don't know if it's before the season. I'll read the tweet here on the air and we can figure that out. But I'm of the belief that the money was available for Bregman. That budgeted money should be available at the trade deadline. And quite frankly, at the trade deadline, when we have more information and there's an accessible path to more players, it's probably going to be more wisely spent. There wasn't a lot of accessibility to good right-handed at-bats with contracts that make nothing but sense. I think by almost every measurement, Alex Bregman is an overpay. It's certainly an overpay for what Boston's getting him for. He is not the third best position player in baseball. He will be paid that way on an average annual basis. But, I mean, I guess the cost is what the cost is. So I feel like they could spend the money more wisely and take on a better contract and maybe a more specific need come the trade deadline. Because at the trade deadline, hell, you might get two players. They've got the material that teams are going to want.
Yeah.
And my guess is when you get to, if you're competing and you get to the trade deadline, you probably have more than one hole you'd like to address because you're trying to win a World Series. You're trying to put together the most complete team. You might be able to get a upgrade at two positions. But we'll see what happens come trade deadline. But that's why I wasn't mad that they didn't get Bregman, is that trade deadline is going to be awfully interesting this year.
It will, because of the amount of talent this team has in the minor league system. Yes, they're prospects, but teams like prospects. You think about it last year when the Tigers were trading, and you wanted to see all the talk about, hey, if they trade Skubal, look what you can get from Baltimore. Look what you should be able to get from Baltimore. And in the end, they didn't get anything from Baltimore, and neither did anybody else.
If you've been a skeptical fan about this team's commitment to winning, is that skepticism gone away a little bit here? Section 344 Lions on Twitter says, it's a little bit of both. We can't play the we spent card when they did not, in fact, land the player. They do appear more open and willing than before. I'll give them that. From Chris G, Bregman is just a name. I'm more concerned that right-handed power wasn't addressed. Hopefully the Tigers stay in the hunt and look to add at the trade deadline. From Not Bleezy on Twitter, it stays true because they could spend the money elsewhere or make other moves, but chose not to, and then spin it like what we have. Spin it as they like what we have. I mean, I don't know that they are spinning anything. I think they're stating a fact. What do you want them to say? We have a massive hole at third, and we're not going to compete now that we didn't get Bregman.
I mean, I think that you want evidence that they're constantly looking to upgrade the roster. Just look at the last couple of weeks and how many players have been added to this team. And they may not be the biggest name players, but it feels like they're constantly looking at it, certainly at the bullpen, and they're bringing in guys that they've signed, and they may not move the needle too much. But the Tigers feel very comfortable with their pitching coaching, that they know how to get the most out of pitchers, and they've got a track record of doing it. So you wonder if those moves, those slight moves are going to pay off. All the while, they were working behind the scenes to try to land the big fish of Alex Bregman. So I haven't seen the Lynn Henning tweet. That's interesting to me. I know that Lynn's been an advocate and proponent that they go ahead and make a trade, and thinks that it's because it makes logical sense that now the organization would be, playing from a position of strength when it comes to prospects that they have. And when you're trying to get a player from another team, that's how you do it. You take a chance. Somebody's got to take the chance. Like Florida took a chance. They wanted the Tigers' top 2 prospects in exchange for Cabrera and Dontrell Willis. Worked out really well for the Tigers, maybe not so well for Florida, but then again, Florida was never going to pay Miguel Cabrera.
All right, so the Lynn Henning tweet from this morning, this came out this morning. He says the following, long time, he covered the Tigers forever, and sends this out. The Tigers had one main offseason objective: get a heavier stick in the lineup, ideally targeted to the infield's left side. Cannot believe they would go into opening day without having added an upgrade there. Hence, a long-held belief there will be a deal before the season starts.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, does that mean that they get involved in trying to sway Nolan Arenado to go ahead and accept a trade to Detroit? If it means for third base, is it somebody else from another organization that has a younger third baseman that they covet?
Mm-hmm. The fact that Harris constantly brings up trades, it leads me to we shouldn't be surprised if they do indeed go out and make a sizable trade. Now, do they have to do it in this very moment, or do they see a few things from spring training first? And as AJ Hinch says, see how the puzzle pieces fit together before they do anything significant.
Yeah, I would imagine you'd probably you're working on stuff, but I think all teams involved would probably like to see a little bit of something.
Yeah.
From those players, whether it's the Tigers looking to see something from whatever player from Colorado. I don't know, I'm just throwing a team out there. And Colorado wants to see, okay, are any of those spring training invitees prospects we're looking at?
Yep.
Well, I see what they look like in a professional camp.
Jason is very skeptical. This tweet he sends back to us: I think they made an offer they knew would not be accepted. I believe it is referred to as a non-competitive offer. Looks like the team made an effort, but in reality, they simply just checked the box that said, see, we tried, and he refused. So he's the bad guy.
If they had made an offer of like $160 million to just get a little bit better than the Houston offer, I would agree with that. That's not going to get it done. They went to 171 plus.
Here's why I don't think they made an offer they knew was going to be refused. We heard right up until the end Detroit was in it. If Boris will push whatever helps his client. Boris never said the Tigers are out. Nobody reported that Bregman's sources say the Tigers are out. I don't buy for 1 second that the Tigers' offer was one they knew would be refused. I think they had their mind made up. This is how much we're going to spend. This is what we think is responsible spending, and made an offer. It didn't get accepted.
No, I think what ended up happening was that there were teams that were interested in Alex Bregman, but they weren't interested in doing a 6 or 7 year deal. And there were teams that were interested in doing a 6 or 7 year deal. And you saw the difference in those offers.
Yep.
So if those teams are feeling like, oh my God, we're going to lose him to a 6 year deal, that really they're only going to pay him whatever that ends up being, $28 million, $29 million a year, we got to step up our short term offer and make that look really attractive. Here's what we're going to do. And the Cubs went with a 4 year deal for $30 million a year. And then Boston said, hold my beer. I'll give you 3 years, but $40 million a year, and you get opt-outs after the first 2.
It's pretty interesting. I'm looking at the feedback coming in on this, and there are a lot of people that are skeptics. Stevie writes in, I think they knew they didn't have a chance to sign Bregman and made an offer just to show good faith that at least they tried. Jeff writes in, the offer was a report. It doesn't mean it's real. If it was real, then it does make me feel better. It's just strange to me that a Boras client takes less money, as clients generally sign for the biggest offer.
It's pretty well documented, the offer, by several different very credible sources. And it's pretty detailed what that offer was, even with deferred money.
Yeah.
And, opt out after the 26 year. I don't know. I guess I'm buying that was a real offer.
248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you'll be entered in that contest for the trip to Vegas, the $20,000 for the basketball tournament in March. You also stream with through our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video where you can see the building renovation going on behind Gator. There's some risky behavior with men on ladders directly behind Gator.
Okay.
That is at twitch.tv and youtube.com if you want to check it out. It is Carson Anderson on a Friday. Tiger fans are encouraged. At least the skepticism subsided a little bit. At least they seem willing to spend. Or does it just not matter because they didn't get Bregman? 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, Tigers tickets are on sale now. They went on sale about an hour ago. Their home opener included on April 4th against the White Sox. Bobblehead days include April 26th, May 10th, and June 28th, featuring Kerry Carpenter, Tarek Skubal, and Tyler Holton. Sitting in a playoff spot, the Pistons are off until next Friday, but Cade Cunningham and Asar Thompson arrived in the Bay Area last night to participate in All-Star Weekend. Asar playing in the Rising Stars Challenge tonight, and he's excited to see Cade finally get his due. From the official Pistons podcast, Cade is in the three-point shootout as well tomorrow, then the All-Star round robin on Sunday night. Must be nice, the Eagles celebrating their Super Bowl win with the parade down Broad Street in Philadelphia today. They also earned the opening game slot coming up in September as the champions. And the Lions, they're the betting favorite to be scheduled against them in Week 1 of the 2025 season. And the Lions lost their Director of Scouting Advancement, hired away by Notre Dame, grabbing Mike Martin as a new general manager of the football program. He was one of the first hires by Brad Holmes back in 2021. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Who cares if Larkin gets ice time if we win and he stays healthy?
That's fair.
That is fair. I mean, I will enjoy watching him play more than watching other people's players play. Sorry. I mean, as long as he stays healthy, I guess it doesn't really matter. He is the less ice time he gets, the less of an injury risk there is.
Well, there was a report on Twitter that Cale Makar is not skating today.
Yeah.
With Canada, so that's interesting.
Yeah. But I didn't flip on to watch Matt Boldy.
No, he did not. Nor did I. But I flipped on to watch a pretty good hockey game. Was hoping to see a lot of Dylan Larkin. Didn't see a lot of Dylan Larkin, but I saw a pretty good hockey game.
Larkin's 11 minutes of ice time and working on the fourth line is a true reflection of how he matches up against his peers. I mean, in some ways, sure. Yeah. I mean, I wondered about that. Hey, the fact that he's on the team is really cool. The fact that he's, earned a spot on this team. But, I mean, I don't think of Larkin as a true superstar. I think of Larkin as the Red Wings' best player or in the conversation of their best player. And I'm hoping that the team wins and he continues to make plays for Detroit.
Yeah, look, it's like I watch Sweden. I'll watch for Lucas Raymond.
Yeah. For now, the narrative is dead. This is regarding the fact that the Tigers, are you still skeptical that this team isn't serious about winning? Hey, they didn't land Bregman, but they made the offer. Is the offer indicative, and the $55 million in added salary, is that indicative of an organization that is going to make a financial commitment to do what it takes to try and win a World Series in Detroit? For now, the narrative is dead, but I got to wait and see how the negotiations go with our guys like Skubal, Green, et cetera.
It almost feels like the only way that Chris Ilitch really gets away from the tag that he's cheap,
yeah,
from the fans or members of the media or whatever, is if he were to do a few things right away. Buy out Javi Baez, extend Tarek Skubal, and approve a trade for a superstar player. Do all those three things, and maybe I'll come on board and say that you're not what I think you are.
Mm-hmm.
In reality,
there's a
those
show me
things are
crowd.
probably a year away from happening.
I'm not all mad at the show me crowd. Look, when a team is hoarding talent and they say they don't want to block young players, and then those young players lead them to a playoff bid, I'm like, okay, this plan's kind of working. I get that it's not how the team that won the World Series did it. The team that won the World Series backed up the Brinks truck. They backed up two of them, unlocked the doors and said, here, have at it, free agents. And good for them. This team, they said they didn't want to block players, which was met with great skepticism. And then the players that they didn't block stunningly led them to the playoffs, which in some ways was a justification. I would have been pretty pissed if they didn't add to the team. They've added to the team. The problem is, and this is something that I hope they can compete again this year to make Detroit feel more like a destination.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Detroit can be accepted as a destination because it's happened with the Lions after years and years and years and years and years of feeling like the only reason a player would come here is because we offered more money than anybody else. They don't want to be here, but I'll take your money.
Well, it's interesting that this ballpark, as spacious as it is, and when it was constructed, it was built so that they could attract high-end pitching.
Mm-hmm.
That the high-end pitching that's come through here, they weren't high-end pitching until they got here. You know, like you developed Justin Verlander. He was a farmhand. They developed him. Max Scherzer was part of a kind of a minor trade, I guess. Well, not minor trade, but he wasn't Max Scherzer when he got here.
Right.
It wasn't like they went out and got that free agent. They went out and they got David Price in a trade, and these were the big-name pitchers that they got. They haven't signed a big-name free agent pitcher. They've made good free agent signings to pitchers that ended up having nice years, like a Jack Flaherty or a Lorenzen. But these aren't the top guys on the list every year when the free agents come out. They haven't been in on those guys. So it's kind of interesting. And the other, talking about not blocking players, it's ironic that that's the philosophy, and yet they were willing to go out and sign a guy like Alex Bregman that clearly would have blocked one of these younger players that they want to get a look at. Now that hasn't happened, what's the pivot going to be? Is it going to be, okay, your move, Chase Young, show what you got in spring training, or is it still going to be we're hunting down to find a tradable third base asset from another organization?
Logan in Southfield writes in, although we didn't get Bregman, which I'm honestly relieved about, I feel a lot better about the Tigers' payroll with this whole saga. They now showed a willingness to spend, not just on one-year deals. Hopefully next offseason we can find something better to spend on than an aging bat with a useless years tacked on to the end of the contract. So, but that's kind of the point I'm making. If this team goes to the playoffs again this year, and let's say wins the division, I think people will be less hesitant to come to an organization that's putting together a winning culture with a young core of players. You know, that helps. We talk about it with the Pistons all the time, why the Pistons' progress helps. If the Tigers are competing, Skubal and Green want to stay, and others might want to come. If the Pistons are competing, Cade and Duran and Thompson may want to stay, and others may want to come. It's amazing what winning can do. 248-539-9797. Let's get to some phone calls. We go to Berkeley, and Alex, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Alex.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. I have been consistently one of the biggest critics of Chris Ilitch for spending or not spending over the last couple of years. I'm disappointed they didn't land Bregman. I'm not mad about it, and here's the reason why. It's clear that he didn't necessarily want to be here. He didn't say that publicly, but he wasn't chomping at the bit to play in Detroit. What have we seen recently about a guy that you had to overpay to get here? It fell on his face. Monty Williams and the Pistons. I don't want to see that situation again where you're overpaying a guy to try to sway him to come here. And I'm really praying and hoping that Chris Ilitch put that $171 million on the table. Sure enough, that he's going to try to spend it again next year. Maybe for Bregman again next year. Who knows? But I mean, you can't fault the guy. You can't say they didn't try, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a legitimate offer. There was no reports that Detroit's offer is Bregman's turned down Detroit and they're off the table. We were in it right to the end, and everybody who reported on this thing. And look, I think the source. I don't know this for a fact, but my guess is the source is Boris himself, and Detroit was always included. And I think it's because Detroit was willing to give him the years. They were willing to give him the term that he wanted. And I respect them having a budget. I don't think Alex Bregman, and you were more in favor of it than I was, and I was okay with it, but were you in favor of a Bregman at all cost contract?
No, I didn't want to see it get up. I mean, when you see the floor of the contract, right, of 156 that Houston had, that was the floor. The ceiling, if you wanted to go to $200 million, I thought was too strong because I didn't think he was a $30 million a year player. So if you're looking at 6 years, to me, that ceiling was $180 million.
I'd be laughing if I were the Yankees. You just paid Alex Bregman Aaron Judge money? Aaron Judge money.
Because he got the $40 million a year
Yes,
from Boston.
which is what Judge gets.
Yeah. No, it's laughable. You know, I mean, if Aaron Judge signs a free agent deal to go to Boston, you think, I mean, if for $40 million a year, you're jumping up and down because of how great a contract that would be for them. But Bregman's not the type of player that's going to put up numbers like Aaron Judge. And that's Boston. You know what Boston did? They overpaid. They got it on their terms, and they can afford that money. That's the difference, is that Boston's this major market team that has revenue streams where they can afford to pay players, and they were waiting to make their big move on a player. Is it more than they wanted to spend? I'm sure it is. But because it's short term, it can benefit them as well. I mean, if I were Boston, I would not have done that. Because I don't think Alex Bregman's the missing piece for Boston.
248-539-9797. Is your skepticism gone? Do the Tigers look like a team that is prepared now financially to compete? Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove service. A small example of that is they'll call you back. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them, and Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get that call back from them. They have the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. the ladder is gone from behind Gator for those watching online as the renovation here at 97.1 The Ticket continues.
Did they fall?
Nobody fell. But
you ever lived through a renovation or construction in your house? Other than what you were doing yourself? Like, did you have like a major renovation in the house that you had to, like a crew over every day?
There was floor work. We got our floors replaced.
But that's like a couple days.
Yeah, it was a couple days. Nothing major. You did.
Oh, yeah.
My God, you went with a whole home
Well,
refurbishment.
it was a couple of rooms.
I mean, you
but
can't hide money, people. This guy.
It was kitchen, living room, but it's a major renovation. It
Yes, it
lasted
was.
a couple, 3 months there. 3 months almost.
So there was like paneling torn off the walls behind us, behind Gator specifically. And now there's like mudding going on. And Jimmy Powers, our boss, just walked in and asked, is there sort of any household task that you just can't do? Because for me, it's mudding. And I'm like, I don't know if I consider that a household task because I've got one that I'm terrible at. And it simply doesn't matter. Every time I do it, it is unsatisfactory. I'm the worst at washing windows. There are streaks all the time. And there's a couple places where it really shows.
Where the wife sees.
Where the wife sees, but where I see it too. You can get it, you can turn on your wipers, but sometimes you have to wash the inside of the windows.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when I try and do that, get out the Windex and the paper towel
For the
for the
inside of your car,
interior of the car and like the windshield in front of
yeah.
me.
It's tough.
First of all, it's awkward as hell.
It is awkward. I agree with you.
Because you're basically asked, for me, it's a matter of all you need to do is dislocate your shoulder to get your arm up
Right.
underneath there.
Yeah.
But that's one. But two is there's 100% of the times I've washed windows, there are streaks. And my wife asked me once to do the windows in our living room, which, there's some windows there. And so I did it. And it was terrible. Like it looked like somebody just dragged something across. Like it was.
All right. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did you use like bottle of Windex and then like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So some people swear by not the bottle of Windex, but by the can. It's like almost like a foam type spray that comes on and then you wipe that clean.
Okay.
And that leaves less streaks. Also depends, I guess, with what you're using to clean it up with. If you're using a straight up paper towel, that might leave streaks as opposed to microfiber cloth.
Go get yourself a microfiber. I've been told, well, you use too much Windex. And I've also been told you didn't use enough Windex.
That might be true.
I don't know what the F I'm doing wrong. Ken, can you wash a window well? Are you good at that?
I don't think it's like that hard to do. I
Yeah,
feel like this is user error, like all over it.
I don't doubt for 1 second it's user error. I know the problem is me, but I can't figure out what
People
I'm
are
doing
texting.
wrong.
They're saying use newspaper. I don't know if that works.
Newspaper, actually, yeah. There's something. Yeah, there's something in the newsprint. This is true.
Hold on. What's this newspaper you speak of?
Go to Wojo. He's got years.
Yeah, so ask
years,
Wojo
and he's
what
got
it
decades worth of newspapers for you. But there's something in the newsprint, I guess, that helps to clean.
Is that right?
A window or glass.
You know where they have
Yes.
newspaper every day? Right down there at WWJ, our brother station, which is just down the hall.
So go take some.
Is there any? What would yours?
I'm not good at mopping. I never have been.
Really?
No, I'm terrible at it. And I got this like a steam mop when I upgraded my vacuum cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, for another $50, you get the steam mop. Like, sure, why not? Let's try it out. And it has worked really far below my expectation of what I
really?
Yeah. I'm like, come on, it's a steam mop. How bad is it? It's not, you're not cleaning at all. Come on. Just not good at it. I don't know if it's the type of floor that I have that I'm trying to clean up. I've never been good at mopping floors. I remember when the first job I ever had was as a dishwasher at a restaurant. And, part of the shift, at the end of the shift was you had to mop floors there. I'm like, okay, in the kitchen. Okay,
And you're the
no problem.
worst.
And I was terrible at it. And the guy's like yelling at me. Like, well, what am I doing wrong? And he's like showing me, but he shows it in like 5 seconds, throws the mop back at me and leaves. Like, there was no real instruction. So, I mean, since I was 16, I've not really been able to mop a floor well.
All right. So for Gator, it's mopping. For me, it's washing windows. Kang, what is your deficient household task?
This is probably due to laziness. Is just laundry. Like I bet you guys don't do this either. You guys don't do this well either. Is you don't read the tags. Like they're supposed to be washed a certain way, and they're supposed to be dried a certain way.
Wait, they have tags?
Yeah, they do.
I just warm, cold. That's
Yeah,
it's like neutral.
No, but my wife reads like every label of every shirt, and what annoys me the most is I'll say, "Hey, does this need to be? Can I put this in the dryer or not?" You know what she says to me?
Did you read the
label?
Yeah. No, just tell me. Yeah. Why do I got to read the label? You already know. Just tell me. Why do I have to read the label?
You're not going to learn otherwise.
Answer, if you know the answer, please just tell me.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I've learned to do? Literally, when I do my own laundry, is I only put socks and underwear in the dryer. Everything else I air dry. I just hang it.
Because you just given up?
I've given up. There's no, I don't.
Right?
Yeah, I don't want to know. It's way easier for me. It's far less thinking.
Right?
I'm hanging laundry all over our house.
Yeah, exactly.
As the bachelor of the group here, I'm lucky. The one thing I do is sort between, whites and grays, leave those together, and then darks and everything else goes. That's about the only real rule that I have, which is basic. Aside from that, I never change the water temperature. It's always, I think, warm, cold. I don't add fabric softener or any of that stuff. The only thing I do add is a dryer sheet, so I don't get the static cling.
But you have no one to answer to.
I know.
You know what
I'm
I mean?
saying. Again, I'm not saying this is the right way to do it. I'm saying I'm as ignorant as you guys are.
Yeah, but you don't have someone nagging you about it when you do it that way.
You're damn right.
Did you use the word nag?
Dude, I'll use it every day of the week. It doesn't matter at this point. Limit's been reached.
Frequently it applies, but I'm just making sure I heard that correct.
Why? Oh, is your wife perfect, Doug? Go ahead and say it out loud.
No, the funny thing is, I told you guys and showed you guys how my sons are changing the names of each other's Netflix account.
Yes.
So you log on and they are
fantastic.
I mean,
it's quite the battle.
It is quite the battle back and forth. Someone in our household changed my wife's account to Nag.
Doug, when did you become so literate at this?
What's going back and forth between the boys is hysterical. Like you log on to Netflix, at the top it says Doug.
Yeah.
And then underneath it says Nag. And then it says
inappropriate.
Yeah, inappropriate.
Followed by inappropriate.
And then my daughter's name, who's been left out of this.
Wow, she is?
Yeah, she's been completely left out of this. But every time I log on, you can tell that the boys have gone on and changed the name.
Did you change the name to Nag? Oh my God! I can't believe you're admitting.
I did not.
Doug.
Let me.
I said
amazing.
I admitted to nothing.
Gentlemen, I'd like a friendly reminder at this point.
What's that?
Today is Valentine's Day. Just a friendly reminder.
Excellent point.
You guys want to get closer to
Doug?
Stay away from the 3-letter word.
Doug, change it to beautiful Nag.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I have to learn how to change it first. I haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
How about snag?
Right.
Throw an S in front of it, like
snag.
Like
you think that's better?
Better than nag.
You're a bachelor?
right. Tell me you're a bachelor. Tell me you're a bachelor.
I don't believe it.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a shared Netflix account, so I don't have to worry about it.
Feedback coming in on the Tigers, whether or not they've at least reinstilled some faith that this team is willing to go out and spend some money. Kyle writes this, it shows they're willing to spend, but they still haven't learned from the Erod lesson. Don't put all your eggs in one basket because now all the other remaining free agents are gone.
I don't think they did.
From Jay Points, it's being reported in Houston that he wanted to re-sign in Houston, but he made $30.5 million last year and wasn't going to take a pay cut. So any other offer of an average annual value of less than 31 wasn't going to be considered.
And that Houston did not come close to that.
No, Detroit was under 31, but again, nobody ever said Detroit's out. Nobody reported that. Detroit seemed to be in it to the end.
I'll tell you what, that's just massive ego if that's the thing. I'm not going to sign for anything less than what I made last year. Okay, well, you didn't have a great year last year. And a team offered you $171.5 million.
Yep.
So that's not chump change on what would likely be your last major contract. Now, I give credit to Scott Boras reluctantly and to Alex Bregman for waiting this out because they ended up getting the best deal Alex Bregman could possibly have. Was it the long-term deal? Nope. But the short-term deal on 3 years at $120 million to play in a ballpark where he has had very good success likely sets him up for another 3 or 4 year deal when that one's done that will pay him handsomely, that in the end total up to be more than $30 million a year over 6 years.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. We have got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35. It's become one of my favorite segments here on the show. And there's one item in particular, Gator, I am fascinated to see what you are going to say. I think I know what you are going to say, but I'm excited. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe. You're in St. Clair Shores. And next. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how are you? I got solutions for the problem for the windows.
Oh, yeah?
You could either use vinegar or there's a towel that you can buy at Target. It's a blue towel. All you have to do is wet it, rinse it out, and it works great for mirrors, windows, anything like TVs, and it won't leave a streak at all.
And it's called Blue Towel?
It's like a blue microfiber towel. They sell it at Target. I can't remember the name of it. It's called Magic. I think it's called Magic something or another. But I bought one for my mirror because I couldn't get my mirror was cloggy all the time, and a friend of mine says, "Oh, well, let's go to Target and buy this rag." I'm like, "What? This special rag's going to do it?" She dipped it in water, rinsed it out, and my mirror came clean, no streaks or nothing.
The answer is yes. It's going to work. All right, I need to get this thing.
I think you have to go to Europe to get the Magic Towel, but it comes with can of spray. That's only for
completely different thing.
Only for soccer players.
So, Gator, I was thinking about something. The Tigers have something really super interesting this spring going on. And I want to make sure that we put it into the proper context of expectations. There is a ton riding on Jackson Job's success or failure. When Paul Skeens got called up, he was elevated to the highest rated pitching prospect in baseball.
He's the best pitcher in baseball almost. He was unbelievable.
No, I'm talking about Job.
Yeah, I'm
Job
sorry,
was
Jackson Job.
elevated to the highest rated pitching prospect
Because
in baseball
Skeens got called
when
up,
Skeens
yes.
got called up. And if you start thinking about what Jackson Job did last year, he pitched at 4 levels. He went from high A to the majors. And when he got to the majors, he was put into critical games in high-level situations. Welcome to the show. Here's the ball. Don't blow this lead. It's pretty remarkable what they did with Jackson Job, and it speaks to what they expect out of Jackson Job this year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him. You look at the 2023 season that he had in the minors, he was ridiculously good. He didn't walk anybody, and he struck out everyone. Then you go to last year, and he started walking players a lot. Certainly a lot more than he had the year before, but was still pretty good and was able to matriculate through the minors and got that chance at the Tigers and had all this potential. You can see the stuff. There's a lot to like, but with his short opportunities he had with the Tigers did not look great. Some of that was induced by failures on the infield at the time, as I recall. There was some misplays that really kind of caused him to stay out there longer than he needed to. But he's been told, you're not a bullpen guy. You're going to be a starter. You know, last year was different. We needed you as a bullpen guy. That's what we did when we brought you up. This year, he's going to get every opportunity to make the rotation. It's not a guarantee that he will, but I feel like that's the expectation. And Scott Harris talked about it where he said, look, they're well aware that if the guy starts the season and ends up, or if he ends up winning Rookie of the Year, that they get a higher draft pick as compensation because they gave him a chance, as opposed to playing the game of
suppressing,
manipulating the service time and all that. And Scott Harris said, we're just going to play it by ear. We're not doing it either way of those parameters. We're doing what's best for the Tigers. So if Jackson Job pitches well in the spring, Jackson Job is likely to be a starter in this rotation.
The one thing about Jackson Job, and there's reason to be awfully excited about a 22-year-old pitcher, but his debut is coming in the wake of an extraordinary debut of Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
And I think there's a huge perception/expectation battle that's going to go on with Jackson Job. Just because he's not Paul Skeens-ish doesn't mean we shouldn't be excited. And yet we should be excited. But this is a pitcher who's never thrown more than 100 innings in a season at any level. And last year was 4 levels that he pitched at. So.
And will likely be on an innings count this year.
Yep. And we're
very restricted.
Like we try and keep things in perspective here a little bit as best we can, because I'm super excited about Jackson Job. But I don't want to show too much excitement to the point where we create Paul Skeens expectations, and anything short of that, people start saying he's a bust.
See, I don't think the expectation is Paul Skeens. Until you mentioned it, I never even thought of it. To me, the comparison is going to be Justin Verlander. That's where the comparison is going to come in. And is it unfair? Sure. You're talking about a future Hall of Famer and a guy, a multi-Cy Young Award winner, all the accolades he had here as a Tiger and moving on past that. And, you know, JV, that first year in 2005 when he made that start over 4th of July weekend or whatever it was, he against Cleveland did not look great.
Nope.
But made the rotation the next year in 2006 as a rookie and was good. At times he was great, but he was just typically pretty good for that team that went to the World Series and got better and better every year after that. That's the comparison that he's going to get because it's the Tigers' own comparison. And I don't know if it's fair or not, but this young man has a ton of hype about him. The fact that he can throw triple digits, which is something that Verlander couldn't do when Verlander was 22, but this guy can, and has this wicked curveball with 3,100 revolutions of spin or whatever the hell it is, and all the other sabermetric stuff that people like about him and reason to like him. he's going to come in with some pretty high expectations.
Do you know how many innings in that first full season JV threw?
I'm going to guess it was a lot because different era in baseball. In 2006,
yeah,
I would guess probably 180.
186.
Yeah, I don't think Jackson Jobe gets to 140.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much over
I don't know if he'll
100
get to
he gets.
right,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, so it's I'm super excited. I think a lot is riding on him. I'm not quite sure what you do with, like, if you're continuing to compete and he's in the rotation and the innings are piling up, you know, you hope that this is a good problem to have, that, hey, dude's helping you win. Don't want to overtax him too young in his career. But, you know, whether it's JV, whether it's Skeens, it's important to keep the expectations realistic for Jackson Jobe. You know, when he was given the baseball, and it was twice in the postseason, and one of them, yes, there wasn't great fielding behind him. It was in a Cleveland game, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. In Houston, game they won 5-2. Third of an inning, gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs, and got a blown save, but they won the game. Second time was inning and a third, 3 hits, and 1 earned run. So it wasn't like he passed with flying colors. But they trusted him. Like, they gave him the ball in playoff games, which still is kind of mind-blowing, really, considering how little evidence they had at the major league level. He'd pitched twice before that.
Yeah, and the other thing Jackson Jobe is always going to be compared to is Marcel Lemaire, the shortstop who's in the Boston organization, who still hasn't broken through. But that's the guy that people were like, we got to get the shortstop. He makes sense. And the Tigers like, no, we like this other high school kid who's outstanding as a pitcher. And it's been maligned ever since. And yet Mayer hasn't played. Jobe is already here.
Yeah.
And hopefully is part of this rotation. And yet you look back and could the Tigers use a shortstop? Of course they could, but top-end pitcher over a shortstop.
It is. Look, I know that some people, and I know Stoney's made virtually a career out of should have had this guy, should have had that guy. You can drive yourself crazy.
Yes.
And there's literally not an organization in sports that can't go cite 4 or 5 should have had players in their history, which are heartbreaking. But
Max Clark and Wyatt Langford are going to be, intertwined with Tiger fans.
I don't do it because I think it's basically, it's a commitment to misery. It's like, I'm going to make sure that I'm not happy with what we have. I'm going to dwell on what we passed on, where what it really comes down to is the best organizations get more right than wrong, but they'll get them wrong too. Yeah. And I can't do it. But with that said,
I think there's a ton of excitement on Jackson Jobe.
And there should be. And I'm asking maybe you, maybe Kang, maybe the listeners, let's keep guardrails up and let's not get carried away. Because when you start to get carried away, if players have no expectation, then, and I don't mean if nothing is, like, if they're not promised to be this or that, they're allowed to just be themselves. Like right now, when you got Spencer Torkelson saying, I'm not going to watch video, you got Spencer Torkelson basically making a commitment to going back to try and simplifying things. I think is it possible here that Torque is a victim of being 1-1 and feeling the pressure of being 1-1? And I don't know. I mean, but I think when you're 1-1, baseball's hit rate, it creates an expectation being the top player in the draft, but it's so hard to live up to.
Yeah, it is. And Torque had other things going against him. I think there was an injury, if I'm not mistaken, in college, and then he gets drafted in 2020, and there's no minor league season in 2020, so he has to sit for that long a time before he has a chance to start his minor league career.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you guys hear me talk a lot about Twin Peaks. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Do you know? They actually have a scratch kitchen. Their team is in there every day at 7 a.m. prepping all the food you're going to enjoy. Whether you're in town for the the long weekend or not, Twin Peaks has something for everyone. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips. They hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make all their own salad dressings. They even hand make their croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. Try the trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Now that we've touched on the food, it's time to talk about the bar. They have a bourbon list you don't see everywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas like Cinco Añejo or Don Julio 1942. And you know about the coldest beer in the state, the teeth-chattering 29 degrees. Pair it all up with the wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Forget about it. Come see why Twin Peaks is a difference maker on the weekend. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Interesting.
I'm looking here during the commercial. Kang brought us to our attention Cody Stavenhagen has a tweet here. Was this a statement or is this a quote? Kank, sorry. This is just breaking right now. Something Scott Harris, Tigers president, just said. Do we know if he released a statement or was this?
It's a pretty long quote. It looks like it's a statement.
All right, well, I'll just read it. This is from Cody Stavenhagen on Twitter. And Scott Harris today on Alex Bregman. Was I disappointed? I don't think I would characterize my emotions that way. I would say we want players who want to be here. I say it a lot because I mean it. We want players who want to be Tigers. We made a very compelling offer to Alex Bregman, but he chose to sign somewhere else. That's fine. We knew that was a possibility throughout the process, and we planned for that outcome. We're fortunate to be in a spot where we have an owner in Chris who gives us the flexibility to chase the lead free agents. We're going to land those guys sometimes, like we did with Jack Flaherty. Sometimes we're not, and that's fine. But heading into this entire process, we knew that given all the work we had done on the development and acquisition front, we were going to be able to run out a really good team with or without Alex Bregman.
There's more to it because it was not a statement. He was speaking in front of the media.
Okay.
He then said, "We have Jace Young, who mashed his way through the minor leagues. Left-handed hitter, deserves a lot of reps at this level. We have Matt Vierling, who's versatile and athletic right-handed bat, who put up sneaky good year last year. We also have Andy Ibanez, who's a lefty killer, who plays really good defense at third base. Those guys are going to help us win a lot of games this year. We also have a lot of young talent coming real fast through the farm system, and a lot of them play on the left side of the infield. We're going to be just fine without Alex Bregman, and we still have a clubhouse that just got to the postseason and just beat a team with Alex Bregman. So it clearly can be done. We just got to focus on the guys we have in camp right now, and we got to get after it in spring because we got to get a lot better to be able to compete in this division." And that's from Evan Petzold had released or tweeted up the whole message there from Scott Harris, which is, it's interesting because you don't really hear GMs talk about the one that got away.
Nope.
You really don't. But Scott Harris did. Whether he must have felt compelled to, I got to address this. And in addressing it, it instills confidence in the team that he has. It shows his support for the ownership for giving him the opportunity to go out and get guys that they feel necessary.
Yep.
And all the while still flexes a little bit when you say we're going to be just fine with Alex Bregman.
We just beat
Alex Bregman. I think it's pretty cool that he came out and said this. And again, you don't typically see this from general managers in any sport where they're going to talk about the guy that they just missed out on in this detail.
Yeah.
Might just be, well, we'd just say we made a competitive offer and he chose to go his own way. So good luck to him, but we've got a team we like. And that'd be like it. This was, hold on. Here's what we have. Here's why we're cool with it. And, we beat your team last year.
Not mad. Not mad.
Mm-mm.
Although there's a little bit of mad in there. A little bit. But that's really, really interesting. So, look, we've been dealing with a Tiger team that, honestly, what we do for a living is talk about our teams. And it's really fun when they're winning. And when they're not, typically what we do is, okay, what's the path to getting better? We would get shut down in those conversations over the last few years saying it's a moot point, they're not going to spend. They're not going to compete because they're not going to spend. And we'd see that feedback come in, and it, when we're trying to figure things out, we go, well, are they not going to spend, or are they just not going to spend yet? So now they've had $55 million to the payroll. They made another commitment to spend over $28.5 million on a player that I think you can make a strong argument it isn't even worth that, let alone what he got at $40 million. But he would make them better for sure next year. I think that's pretty safe. Is that narrative or that skepticism is a better way to put it done? Like if you were one of those skeptics, are you feeling a little bit better? Hey, we're going to make that offer. We tweeted out that question earlier. Now Scott Harris today has added fuel to the fire by making this statement, which is great. I like the statement. We're going to be fine with or without Alex Bregman. We got a lot on the come up right now that we like with the players in the organization. And we think we can compete at a high level. Hell, we just beat Alex Bregman.
Yeah. And he was specifically talking about third base and the left side of the infield, whether it was prospects they have on the left side of the infield, be it Hao-Yu Lee or Bryce Rayner or Kevin McGonigal, or the players they have now with Sweeney and the aforementioned triumvirate of third basemen that they have right now at the major league level with Vierling, Young, and Ibanez.
Here's some of the feedback we're getting via Twitter. This is from Raymond. It totally kills the narrative. To offer almost $200 million over 6 years, that's a deal that Chris Ilitch doesn't make in the past. And if it was an offer that he knew Bregman wouldn't accept, but would just get good press coverage over and over, the world may never know. Greg writes in, that offer and our ballpark wasn't going to entice him. A trade for an actual third baseman is the only way this narrative doesn't die. They have convinced this fan base to be fiscally prudent, a.k.a. cheap with no salary cap. They've convinced the fan base to be fiscally prudent? I don't know what that means. Maybe it means
that they've gotten the narrative out there, that the fan base is rather than taking chances. I don't know. You know me, I get very defensive about the ballpark because I think it's overstated how punitive it is to hitters.
I think you overstate how overstated it is.
I may.
I think.
People bring it up all the time, and if you go and look at numbers on it, it's not as punitive as you think.
You don't know what people think.
Well, I suppose that's
you are
true.
offering
to this person
a
who
counter.
just texted. I will say that when you were going to say that the ballpark is a reason that Alex Bregman's not here, that's Alex Bregman's fault. That's Alex Bregman's fault. If he hasn't played well here, I would offer up it's not because of the park. It's because you couldn't handle the pitching.
Joe writes in, we could have matched the Red Sox offer. I'd rather pay a premium for 3 years than $30 million a year when he's terrible at the end. If they had matched, if they had matched the Red Sox offer, he still would have taken the Red Sox offer. They would have had to exceed it. And yes, I believe because of the ballpark. And
well, in that case, I would agree with you because he would put up and he should put up better numbers at Fenway than he would at Comerica Park.
This isn't about Bregman, by the way. This is about, are the Tigers now in a new era? Do you believe that the Tigers are in a new era? Coach A writes in, I think what happens is, I won't read that one. Next one from Matt, it matters, but they need to pivot and spend some money elsewhere. Maybe not the $30 million they were offering Bregman, but go get another bat for $15 to $20 million. Don't just throw your hands up and say, oh, we tried, so we're good.
Well, at this point, there aren't many bats left.
No, it's a trade is the most likely thing.
That's where it is.
Well, that's what Scott Harris said also to the writers today. Steven Hagen has the next quote as Scott Harrison someone asked if they want to add a right-handed bat to the lineup, and Scott Harris said, I don't think there's going to be one coming through free agency. We're going to explore trade opportunities, but we feel good about the group we have moving forward, and that group is going to continue to get better. So if they do add, it sounds like through trade, not free agency.
That is actually kind of a smart talking out of both sides of your mouth. We're going to try, but we're still happy with what we have. Because if your try is ineffective and you don't get that trade done, you got to have to, you don't give up. You show faith in the guys you have.
That says to me that the going to try part is looking at guys in spring training, but not likely there. But by the trade deadline, very likely.
248-539-9797.
Well, clearly they wanted Bregman, and they wanted to get better at that position, right? And so, yeah, but if you don't get him, you got to back it up and with the fans, with the players you have on the team, that we do have confidence in what we have. But let's not ignore the fact that you did go try get somebody else to replace those guys, right? And the thing that we keep saying over the last couple of days is, you don't want someone who doesn't want to be here. Well, they literally offered him a job, and he said no. He did not want to be here compared to being somewhere else. So I guess my question is not whether they'll spend or not, or maybe it's part of it, is how do you avoid this from happening in the future?
Well, I mean, I think the only thing you could do is try and be better and be a more attractive place to play.
And how is that?
In
Just
terms
winning
of
culture?
Yeah, winning.
Just,
You have a winning culture. You have an exciting young lineup that people want to be a part of. I don't think they're going to change the dimensions again.
Yeah, exactly. That thing is always going to – it is. I don't care how punitive or you think it is or isn't.
Well,
ballpark dimensions affect where players want to go.
248-539-9797. All right, Jim Nance said something, and I'm intrigued to get your answer to the same question. We'll get to that today at 12:05. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. What is the exact opposite of stoked?
Is it bummed?
I am totally bummed about what's on our TV right now. I am anti-stoked. Well, they just switched. They were showing live shots from Philly's Super Bowl parade.
Oh, dude, I see it all over the Twitter feed. I don't even.
I am the anti-stoked about seeing anything from Philly's championship.
Yeah, I
parade.
just don't care. To see it. I'm not saying I'm dismissive of you. I'm saying when I see it, I get pissed and I move on.
You know what's funny about that is I don't know a national show, okay? And look, I hate doing this, but why would a national network think that anybody outside of people in that city want to see another team celebrate their championship? Like, I don't expect people to, when we finally hoist Lombardi's trophy, I don't think people in Miami or Dallas or New Orleans are going to want to watch our parade. You know?
Yeah. No, I hear you.
In fact, I don't even want to see highlights of it later. You can do that on your local news all you want.
You're right.
But like, why would anybody outside of that town?
So note to Dan Miller, don't show these highlights tonight. Hobie Artigue, don't show it. I don't want to see it.
Right? Does it make any sense?
Galley, stay away. We
I
don't need it.
I don't want to tell those guys how to do their job.
Yeah, we do.
But do we?
In this case, yeah. Nobody needs to see it.
Keep going, Gator.
Yeah, if you want to see it, you can find it. Nobody needs this. But this is also why I love the quote from Amon-Ra St. Brown from, was it yesterday? I think when he was had his podcast and was talking about the possibility of the Lions in Philadelphia meeting up in the first game of the season to start the season.
Yeah.
And the Lions are the odds-on favorite in Vegas to be the first opponent for Philadelphia.
Opener.
So St. Brown said something to the effect of, that's what I'm saying, so we might be playing opening night. You would see what our healthy defense, how that blank operates.
Well, I mean, good. I like them being confident.
But it's a friendly reminder. You start a season, you're hopefully as healthy as you are.
As you can possibly
let's just see. Let's just see how it would have worked out if our healthy team against your healthy team. How good are you?
Well, yeah. I mean, but it's circling back, though, to watching other people's parades.
Don't need it.
And then they go to the podium.
And
it reminds me of a line that basically those podium speeches turned into something that Jimmy Serrano from Midnight Run once referenced.
Whoa. Where
he said, let's not go around. I'm not going to finish.
Let's not start. Yeah.
I'm not going to finish what he said there. But if you're familiar with let's
not get too excited.
Yeah. But that's what they do. They get they pat each other on the back constantly and talk about how great they are. And then
actually, that was Winston Wolfe in Pulp Fiction.
Was it Winston Wolfe that said it?
Yeah.
It wasn't Jimmy Serrano?
No.
Okay. I crossed my wires there.
It's okay. Both great.
Well, Winston Wolfe he said it to Jules and to Vincent. Let's not go around I'll stop
praising
there.
each other too much.
Praising each other too much. But that's what those things are. And then somebody hits them, always hits with the original line. How about we do this again next year?
Oh, yeah.
And the whole place comes down. Like, there's nothing less appealing to me than watching somebody else's
celebration. Yeah. I don't need it. Don't need it.
All right. You heard Tom Izzo there during the break. Interesting college sports weekend. Michigan State is at Illinois tomorrow night. They played a great college basketball game in the Breslin Center a little bit earlier this season, and Izzo trying to break the record. Big Ten most wins. Michigan's at Ohio State Sunday. Ohio State team that can be problematic. They did win in West Lafayette this year, but they're a team that's not at the top of the Big Ten standings, but still a tough place to play. College hockey, little college puck. Number 2, Michigan State is off. Number 12, Michigan hosts number 3, Minnesota. 2 wins over the Golden Gophers would be very useful for Michigan. Tomorrow is also in college basketball, the first reveal of the brackets, the where you stand right now. This is just like what the college football playoff committee does with the look on your face screams you don't care.
The first bracketology?
Well, it's not bracketology is projecting the field. This is just like the college football playoff reveal. They just do it in basketball now. Michigan and Michigan State, I would suspect, are both going to be in that top 16. College baseball starts today. Michigan State hosting. They're playing Western Michigan and Cary, North Carolina. Michigan taking on number 2 Virginia in Puerto Rico. And tonight, tell me this doesn't sound like a game we should want to watch. College basketball, UCLA is at Indiana. That sounds important.
It does.
You don't care all that much, though, do you?
No.
Okay.
Because this is not 1968, so.
Yeah.
Or 1976.
Mid-70s peak UCLA, peak Indiana.
Yeah.
All right. Jim Nantz, on a podcast recently, the What the Football podcast, said if he were in charge, he would eliminate the tush push. This has been talked about before. It's not new. Are your feelings on this? Are you on board with that?
I have no problem keeping the tush push. What I'd like to see done is it maybe you can blow a quicker whistle. If there's no movement, blow the whistle.
I find that the tush push is incredibly boring, and it feels like it's a newsworthy event when it doesn't work. Like, let's stop what we're doing and go live to Philadelphia, where someone just stopped the tush push. You know, those of you on the West Coast have not seen this yet. You know, this is a big highlight. This is a big deal.
When the Chiefs were stopping the Bills from getting that 1 yard they needed to, that was news. But when the Chiefs couldn't stop Philadelphia from doing it,
I'm okay with this. It is not what I would put at the top of my list of things in sports that I would eliminate. And there's a lot. There's a lot of things that if you were in charge, you would eliminate. For me, what I would eliminate is during the calendar school year, I would eliminate the transfer portal. The transfer portal would open up after the second semester or trimester,
so
or whatever.
In the spring or something.
Yeah.
May.
After spring football's done for everybody. That's when the portal opens up.
And it opens up from May 15th through what? September 1st? August 1st?
Yeah, sure. August 1st.
Okay.
And I think it would cut down on the in-season chaos. I actually think it would cut down on the transfers, because I think a lot of kids transfer before they've seen where they fit into the mix in spring football. I also think it is one of the most bizarre things that college football's off-season starts during the season. The portal opens up while the season is still going. We had players leave teams that were still battling for a national championship because they wanted to transfer, but if they stayed with their team that was battling for the national championship, they then might lose a chair in the musical chairs. And they didn't want to do that for the long-term health of their career. So they would imagine if the Lions opened up the playoffs and lost Sam Laporta because he was going to be a free agent and could start bidding on his services before the first playoff game was played. There's something absurd about this. So I could eliminate one thing. It would be the transfer portal in season and including spring football. So what would you eliminate?
For me, it's in the NBA. I would eliminate getting the ball at half court following a timeout late in the game.
Really?
I hate it. I think part of the game is defense, and I think part of that is having to go the full length of the court. College has it right. They haven't changed it. The NBA doing it, I understand why. They want more offense. They want to get that fantastic finish. But I think it's so strange to watch that. Like, wait a minute. They just called timeout. Shouldn't they get the ball underneath their own basket? No, they get it at half court, which to me is ridiculous.
So we ask you at 248-539-9797, if you could eliminate one thing in sports. Jim Nantz said the tush push. I said in season, in this calendar school year, transfer portals. In college sports, Gator said, timeout, get the ball at half court. It is interesting. Imagine if it were true of football. A fair catch at the end, you get the ball at the 50 instead of the 25. That would be bizarre, wouldn't it?
It would be bizarre.
What would you eliminate in sports? Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $349 a month with no money down. The zero down deal can be yours with a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Also, right now, lease a new 2025 Chevy Blazer for just $364 a month with no money down. 2-year lease, Blazer LT, front-wheel drive, zero down. Again, GM employee discount, Chevy lease in the household with approved credit. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price, or it's free 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. All offers end on March 3rd. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Gator and I were just talking about the statement released by Scott Harris, Tiger president. Hey, we made a compelling offer to Alex Bregman. It's fine. He went elsewhere. We're going to be good. I mean, we actually we're pretty competitive with what we have. We just beat Alex Bregman, which is such a subtle but intentional blank you. Like
Yeah.
He's stating a fact.
Right. We like
He's
our
just
team.
stating a fact.
I think our team's pretty good, actually. We just beat a team in the playoffs that actually had Alex Bregman. So,
It's very intentional. And
Is it a flex or is it like a scorn, love, or bitterness on this Valentine's Day?
Didn't even want your ass anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I was happy before you. I was. I'll be happy after you, baby.
I think of him as his entire time he's been super measured, right? He hasn't. He's not a bold proclamation guy.
It's almost like you expected him to say, I'm just saying. Right after that, right? All
Gator,
due respect,
You said during the commercial break you picture that emoji.
Yeah, I picture the emoji of like the sunglasses going on right as soon as he's done saying it, and the cigarette coming out of the mouth, and that the I think it's a Snoop Dogg song in the background.
Yeah,
it just feels like that's what it is, right? Maybe it wasn't a cigarette, maybe it was something else. But yeah, it's a cool response. I'm glad he came out and addressed the situation. He didn't need to that degree. I mean, I expected him to be asked about it and probably give a very diplomatic answer. That wasn't necessarily diplomatic.
No, it was a lot of diplomacy.
Yeah,
it was dripping with diplomacy.
And then, goes in a little bit and takes a dig, which is fine. And
it's not like Alex Bregman now is going to go, well, I'm going to show them.
No, because it wasn't a complete, assault on his integrity. It was just, it was a statement of fact. Mm-hmm. And of course the Tigers wanted to get Alex Bregman. They didn't get him. Okay. But we like our team. In fact, our team was good enough last year to beat a team that in the playoffs that actually had Alex Bregman on it. So
yes.
We'll see. We like the team we have. Like the players they have, the opportunities are going to be there. Then talking about trades, yeah, they can still make trades for sure. I wouldn't expect one right now. Maybe they can work something out if they really see a player that they covet, but I would suspect that this is a team that if they're as good as we think they are, mm-hmm. when the trade deadline comes, that the Tigers will be buyers.
Yep.
Which is an exciting place to be. I like when the Tigers are buyers. That's a fun time. That's real fun when you get into July and you start looking at other teams and who are they trying to dump and, oh my God, did they just work out a trade to get David Price? What the hell? That happened? That's ridiculous.
We haven't got to do that in so long.
Yeah, Aubrey Huff. Sorry.
That didn't work out. And Chris Washburn, wasn't that the same trade deadline?
Yeah.
I mean, epic disaster.
Washburn.
Jared Washburn. Chris Washburn was a basketball player from NC State.
Yeah.
Who also couldn't pitch. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We were talking about the Jim Nantz quote, story I saw in Sports Illustrated. He was on the What the Football podcast and made the comment that if he were in charge, he'd eliminate the tush push. I'm done with the tush push, Nantz said. I think it needs to go away. I know that's a big part of the arsenal for the Eagles. I think it needs to change. Now, they executed better than anyone, so Philadelphia fans will be an outcry saying this. Why are you penalizing us? I don't like the play. I just don't like the play. It feels automatic. I said I'd eliminate in season, in the school calendar year transfer portals, open it up in like May through August. But, the fact that the offseason is going on during the season is absurd. Just do it after spring ball. I think it would cut down on a lot of transfers. I think a lot of people would maybe not make regrettable transfers when they see where they shake out after the spring. But anyway, and Gator would eliminate timeout to half court. Kang, you got one? What you would eliminate before we get to the listeners?
I'd eliminate traveling in basketball. I feel like they just don't call it anymore at all. Like you could run up and down like a football. You can actually do the tush push in basketball. It's crazy.
So you'd eliminate dribbling as a requirement.
No, but seriously, there's a lot. All right, there is a lot. One is like the quarterback slide. I'm over that protection at this point.
Yep.
But I want to go radical and just get everyone mad at me. You ready for this?
I don't want to.
Hang on. Okay.
All right, sit down, Gator.
Yeah, I need
this
to.
This is gonna really piss you off.
There we go.
My Gatorade here, but go ahead.
All right, it's not eliminate a rule; it's make a rule.
Okay.
Every ballpark in baseball has to have the same dimensions.
Wow.
I don't hate it as much as you might think I would hate it.
Okay.
I don't.
Because I understand it's really cool in baseball. It's
each
part of the
ballpark being
romance.
unique
It's unique. It's cool. But how insane is it if you were to say Ford Field is 140 yards, yet Lambeau Field is 80 yards, and Chicago is 100 yards? Like that is the 3-point line in Detroit is longer than the 3-point line in Golden State.
They're like the angles. The angles are all uniform, and the distance between the bases, that's uniform.
Yep, exactly. But everything else, you can make it unique.
Yeah. Once you get into the outfield, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, right.
You want to plant a tree in the middle of center field? You want to berm? Go ahead and do it. You can go ahead and do it. You want to put a giant 30-foot wall out in left field? Have at it, folks. You want to have an overhang in right field where the right field upper deck overhangs the field of play? bonus points.
Let's put a hill somewhere.
Center field looks good to me. You want to put the flagpole in the middle of center field? Yep. These are things that have happened in the past and are still currently going on.
Exactly.
Do you remember that at Tiger Stadium? Center field flagpole 440 feet away, allegedly. There was this flagpole in the field of play. They actually had a plant in center field that Ron LaFleur used to go out and water every day. This was part of the stadium. Yeah, now, I can make fun of it. I happen to enjoy the different dimensions of the ballpark, but you're 100% right.
On the surface, it's absurd.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Yeah, but Gator explained it perfectly. From home plate to first base, everyone's got to have this distance.
Yeah.
All right?
Once we get past 180 feet, anything goes.
Anything goes. Go
Anything
wild.
goes. Right.
Have fun.
Yeah. You want to put a lion cage out there? Go ahead.
Right?
What if they had like a steeplechase course? Like, yeah, all of a sudden there's like this 10 foot by 10 foot thing of water that you have to traverse. This cement pond. Sounds good.
Where did they go in like 1908 when they made the, I don't know, whenever it was, like, yeah, just do whatever you want in the outfield.
Polo Grounds
right?
was like 520 feet.
The polo, you could land a plane in the center field of the Polo Grounds.
Not a problem. You just deal with it, man.
What if like some billionaire just buys a team and goes, you know what, I want center field to be 800 feet.
Right.
Like he's like, okay.
That's what the Polo Grounds basically was.
of home run bakers.
The actual dimensions of the Polo Grounds are hysterical. Down the left field line, 279.
Okay, right down the line. Now,
Down the right field line, 258.
At Fenway Park, I think it's 297 down the line to right field, and then
Center
it juts out
field
quickly.
Was 493 feet.
493 to straightaway center field.
Hysterical. 248-539-9797.
We got trains going in the background of fields. We have waterfalls. We have swimming pools.
In St. Louis, didn't they have sheep? I'm serious. One of the parks in St. Louis, there were sheep that like ate the grass so they didn't have to cut it.
That's smart. That's saving money right there.
That's efficiency.
Yeah, that's
on the field.
Get the goats
in St. Louis. Let me see if this is true.
The goats or sheep?
Might have been goats. I swear there's some ballpark that they had sheep out there. They weren't in
It's
the
one
field.
thing that happens beyond the field of play, but like the dimensions, though. I mean, Ken, you're right. It is kind of ridiculous to have that, and yet that's also kind of what makes it cool that each park is unique like that.
248-539-9797. John is in Detroit, and he's on 97. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. This is one of the better shows you've had in a long time. I really like it. And I can't top Kane and what you guys have been saying. But there's two things before I tell you what I really want to tell you, I'd like to eliminate that 100-pitch count for pitchers. I think it's ridiculous. I think they should be able to pitch till their
arm falls off.
Start hurting or they get in trouble.
Okay, brother. I mean, it's not a rule. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's an unwritten rule.
Okay.
It sucks. But anyways, I'd like to eliminate the three-point shot in the last 2 minutes of the NBA games, except for the final shot of the game. I'd like to see them basketball players get out there and play for a change instead of shooting rainbows from half court. That's just me.
Oh. The object of the game is to put the ball in the basket. So whether you do it from 50 feet or from 2 feet.
I actually think that might be the greatest example of that's just me ever. Let's go to Steve. Steve in Plymouth. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I think we got a new Friday Gator rant.
Maybe.
But, no, I'd like to see them eliminate the obstruction rule in college softball. It's puts the umpires in a bad spot. It puts the players in a bad spot, and half the time the plays are overturned anyway. It's just it's officiated wrong, and the players don't know what to do. The umpires don't know what to do when it happens. And just this past week alone, there's been 5 or 6 plays in the college game on TV that have been overturned with the obstruction call. So
You picked the right show to call because I'm the guy on the station that watches college softball, and I don't know that I really understand the controversy. Like, is it a huge deal?
It is, because what's happening is let's say, take for instance, there's a play at the plate. The ball is coming up the line. It's an errant throw. So now that player, the catcher, cannot go to that ball and impede the runner from advancing to home.
Okay.
And so you're putting the catcher in a bad spot of trying to make a play, and they almost have to take themselves out of the play and just automatically give the player the base.
Well, that's up for the safety of the team.
Let's go to Mark next on 97.1.
I don't think he had a daughter that plays softball.
I think he might. Mark, you're next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Hey, I'd like to get rid of the 10-second runoff at the end of the NFL game when the referees make when they overturn a call. Right? I mean, the Lions got burned by that.
I only want it overturned when it burns the Lions.
I got to tell you, but there's something to be said for the officials incorrectly spotted the football and the Lions were punished by it. Like, that's at the core of what happened in that game was they called it a touchdown. It got reviewed. Because it got reviewed and the Lions were out of timeouts, it stopped the clock. The Lions didn't have a chance when they moved the football back to the 1 or inside the 1.
Because they clearly would have been able to stop the clock if it was not called a touchdown.
But the 10-second runoff cost them, and the game was over.
The spirit of the rule makes sense.
Yes.
Because it's there for a reason. The interpretation of the rule at that time burned the Lions, and that sucks. They needed to fix that.
Apparently, there were sheep grazing outside the fence on the grassy berm at Kansas City athletic games in the 60s. I think it was Kansas City Municipal Stadium.
Wow.
Literally sheep. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up in a few minutes. We were talking about the gym dance. I'd eliminate the tush push. So we're giving everyone the power to eliminate one thing in sports. And there's a lot of great suggestions coming in. We go to Leon in Livonia. You're on 97.1. Hi, Leon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good,
Great
Leon.
show. You guys are hilarious.
Thank you.
If there was one thing I could eliminate, and I'd love you guys' opinion about this, is once you leave college sports, with the exception of the Olympic exceptions, once you're gone, you got to stay gone. There are too many athletes who are going out and then coming back to college. My example to you is the heavyweight wrestler from the University of Minnesota. 2 years ago, he retired. He only lost one match. He got 5 years because of COVID. He signs a WWE contract. That didn't work out for him. He signs a free agent contract. Oh, it was a multi-million-dollar contract with the WWE. Signs a free agent contract with the Buffalo Bills, and that didn't work out for him because he never played college football. And now all of a sudden he's upset the whole balance of power in college wrestling because they gave him a 6th year.
Oh, because they allowed him to come back?
Yes, he's wrestling right now. His name's, I love him. He's a great wrestler, Gable Stevens.
Wow.
They allowed him to come back. He's the number 1 rated wrestler. His first year retired. The kid from Michigan won the national championship. Last year, the kid from Penn State won, and he should be number 1 ranked. He's number 2 behind Gable Stevens because they allowed him to come back, and he's going to wipe the floor with all the heavyweights.
I had no idea about this. This is fascinating.
If you research, and like I said, I'd be interested to know you guys' opinion about.
Well, we've kind of seen this before with players in other sports, if you will, like players that went and played. Chris Weinke famously played minor league baseball for several years, then went back and played football for Florida State and won a national championship. I think, unfortunately for you, it's going to go the other way. There's talk of not limiting eligibility at all anymore. Like, you may see guys that regularly are 7th and 8th year seniors. As long as the school will take them, why limit it? There is some of that discussion, which is hard to believe.
Yeah.
But
at some point, you got to leave.
We go to Derek. You're next. Hi, Derek.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Here's my gripe. I'm okay with the tush push. I'm okay with it. They innovated. They changed the game. Collaboration with the rugby guy. Great. But what drives me insane is that they give that touchdown to guys like Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen. That's not a rushing touchdown. That's the equivalent of a base on balls for baseball. When someone walks, they don't get a hit. It's a base on balls. Give them the points, but when you're lining up, Josh Allen got 2 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns. It's not the same thing. You got to call it something else.
Well, what difference is it if the quarterback takes it in the end zone or if he's pushed in from behind to get it in the end zone? Is it the pushing from behind that you have the problem with?
A team touchdown. You'd give it a team touchdown, like there's a team rebound.
Yeah, exactly.
I could see it. It's amazing that this play, I find it the most boring play in the game. I find it super boring, and that's why I want to eliminate it.
I don't think I want to. Here's perhaps what you could do. All right, I'll offer up a suggestion. I don't know if I like it or not, but I'll offer up a suggestion. That there's a rule, there should be a rule in the NFL rule book that states that a ball carrier cannot be pushed by his teammates. And it means a running back, if after he's gained 15 yards and he's held up and then the linemen come back and push him forward, can't do it. The second that happens, play's blown dead.
Yeah, I wouldn't have an issue with that. Let's get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Scott the Gator Anderson, we find new food, either things that are available at stores or in restaurants, and see if this sounds like something you would like to sample. Kang and I also sound off, but I think most people are interested in your opinion, and I start with a candy bar. New innovation in the world of candy bars. Kit Kat has a new flavor available only at Costco. There's not much description. It's simply known as a cotton candy Kit Kat. Now, there's some reviews out there from food reviewers. One says this is just sugar-flavored sugar. Another one said no one asked for this. Others said, can someone please send me a Costco membership so I can get these? Gator, the Costco cotton candy flavored Kit Kat. Are you going to eat that?
I got to try it. I'm curious about it because obviously Kit Kat is the the wafers and the chocolate, and then to add the cotton candy flavor to it, I'm curious. I guess that's the thing is I'm curious. I don't think I probably wouldn't like it because if it's going to be ridiculously sweet, then I have no issue. I don't want that at all. But I would try it.
Kang, cotton candy flavored Kit Kat.
So I'm not a huge fan of cotton candy itself because it's just like way too sugary, right? It's just all sugar. It melts in your mouth and you just feel the sugar crystals. But making it a Kit Kat, I think, will lessen that effect. And I really enjoy Kit Kats. So I'm in on this, man.
So cotton candy, big deal when I was 6, no longer. So I'm out.
You're no longer 6?
I'm no longer 6.
You're all grown up.
But you know who would want this? Grenora, my 82-year-old mom.
Really?
Loves cotton candy. But I'm out. I get one and give it to her. Next up, available at Trader Joe's. They've released a new dip, Gator. This is a new dip.
Gator loves dip.
Yep.
I love dip. And Trader Joe's has good stuff, too.
Latest product, as Trader Joe's shoppers running to their nearest location, it's a Caesar salad-inspired dip. According to Trader Joe's, this dip leverages sour cream and mayo for the ultimate creamy flavor, in addition to the classic bold ingredients found in Caesar salad, like Parmesan cheese, anchovy paste, garlic, Worcestershire sauce, and shredded romaine lettuce. Yes, this dip takes the Caesar salad quite literally with ribbons of fresh romaine strewn throughout. Gator, Trader Joe's Caesar's salad dip.
Yeah, I would try it. I really like Caesar salad. I'm not sure why you need the ribbons of the actual lettuce in there.
The one thing that might be healthy.
Well,
The hell's this green crap?
but no, I could take a cucumber chip and put it into the dip, right?
Well, I was gonna ask, what do you use to dip this? A giant crouton? Would that would work, right? Like,
I mean, it sounds good though. I would try this.
Okay, Kang.
I just had Caesar salad the other day.
is this a Caesar salad made as a dip? That doesn't sound appetizing to me because like a super soggy Caesar salad is not good to me.
No, it sounds like it's the dip, and then they put a few ribbons of the lettuce in there just to make you.
You shove that aside, Gator? And
I probably would. I'd probably pick it out with a fork and.
So, Kang, you're a no?
Yeah, I'm a no.
Okay. I am also a no.
No.
Whoa, it's salad, Doug.
What's the matter? Oh,
If there
mayonnaise.
were a low-cal vinaigrette dip, I might try that. But
who would have a low-cal vinaigrette dip? How do you get the consistency?
Did you just meet me?
How do you get the consistency?
Next up, Chick-fil-A spring menu has something called the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich. Chick-fil-A is bringing back the original spicy or grilled sandwich featuring marinated chicken breast that is served on a toasted bun, again, original spicy or grilled, but also has Colby Jack cheese, lettuce, and bacon tossed in brown sugar and pepper blend, all smothered in a zesty smokehouse barbecue sauce. Gator, you get a little sketchy with bacon on stuff.
Yeah, but this is kind of like, it feels, there's a sandwich that the Harrison Roadhouse used to have. I don't know if they still do. It was called the TBC. It was like it was basically a BLT with chicken.
Okay.
And it was really good on a ciabatta roll. It was delicious, in fact. I would try this because I like Chick-fil-A, and you want to go ahead and add some bacon to the Chick-fil-A, I'm fine with that.
Kang, you?
Oh, yeah, it sounds delicious. Chicken, bacon, sandwich. Enough said, man.
So I'm out because of the bacon. But, and the problem with, I've seen stuff like chicken sandwiches before where you remove the bacon, but you know what doesn't change? The price. You're asking to take the pricey bacon off, but you still pay full price, which I hesitate, but it sounds really good without bacon. Gator, next up, Floyd Mayweather has come out with a product. It's called One of One Loaded Pre-Workout. This is a pre-workout powder. I can give you all the ingredients, Gator.
It's like a protein powder type thing?
Yeah, it's a pre-workout with 8 grams of pure citrulline, 300 milligrams of Endroflow, 2.5 grams of beta 9, 3.2 grams of beta alanine, high-end Albion minerals containing 600 milligrams of electrolytes, plus Genius Pure Alpha GPC, 150 milligrams of that. I can keep going.
You shouldn't.
Gator, the Floyd Mayweather one-of-one loaded pre-workout powder. Are you going to eat that?
No, I don't see myself doing that.
Was there a flavor in there at all, or is this?
I didn't mention a flavor.
Usually these have a flavor, like
Really
berry
bad tasting vanilla.
Yeah, exactly. Something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Nothing?
it doesn't. It seems to be just. It's about
This is
getting
a
down the business
pre-workout,
of getting
too.
you going for your workout.
Because
for $49.99 a tub.
So the protein stuff is post-workout, right?
This is pre-workout.
This is pre-workout, so this is going to give
It's
you energy for the workout.
It's the LFG of your workout. You're a no. Kang, you?
No, I need a flavor assigned to this. Like what? Nothing. No, I don't want to. Yeah, if it tastes like Floyd, definitely no.
It gives you plenty of enhanced muscle pumps.
Well, let me.
Yeah, I'm
let
a
me go
no.
back
I'm a
and
no
say no
because
again.
Your muscle pumps are fine?
Every time I've had a pre-workout powder, whatever it is, I get jittery. I hate it.
Yeah, I was going to
hate
say
the
because it's like caffeine laced and
Jack in the Box is making available something called the Mint Twisted Soda. It is Sprite with sweetened cream, mint flavors, and vanilla.
No.
A mint flavored Sprite.
no. Nope. I like my Sprite with Sprite.
Kang,
Actually, I like zero sugar Sprite.
Oh, I'm out. First of all, yeah, sounds weird already, but I'm not into mint stuff anyways. So
Yeah,
no.
lemon, lime, and mint sounds terrible together. Finally, Gator, Racetrack, the gas stations, Racetrack, have come out with a new menu item, the Taco Pizza, available for a limited time only at Racetrack locations. Here's what to expect. Each slice features a nacho cheese base topped with mozzarella cheese, pico de gallo, beef crumbles, and savory taco sauce drizzle. The Racetrack gas station Taco Pizza. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I mean, I would. The reluctance is when you hear gas station pizza, you're like, I'm sorry, what's that?
That makes you hesitate?
Well, some people does. Me, you know me. I love the roll bar at a gas station. I'd try it.
Yes,
I'd give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm all in, man. Mexican pizza?
I
almost
love
like it in
taco
any
pizza.
yeah, taco pizza, Mexican pizza. Doug, come on, join us.
Not a chance.
Join us.
Well, get rid of the beef crumbles.
I don't think I've ever had a gas station prepared food.
You haven't lived.
This can't possibly surprise you.
No.
And thus concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching the most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. But you know what I do? Talk about it all the time. This is your workaround to ensure that $150 in bonus bets. Find a heavy, heavy, heavy favorite and just bet them on the money line. You won't win much on your $5 bet, but you will get the $150 in bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Somebody suggested that not rushing touchdown guy said don't give Jalen Hurts a rushing touchdown on a tush push. Seen this for a couple places. That dude lost a bet.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wants to change a rule because he lost the bet. Because does it really matter who gets the rushing touchdown? Only if you lost a bet.
Only if it wasn't the running back.
Mm-hmm.
Only if you had. Did Saquon Barkley score a touchdown in the Super Bowl? No, he didn't, did he? No. Some people salted because they thought it'd be an easy bet to get anytime touchdown from Saquon.
Yeah, maybe.
But no, they got to give it up to the quarterback.
Yeah, we were just talking about Jim Nance's belief. He said on the What the Football podcast that he would get rid of the tush push if you could get rid of one thing in sports. What would it be? We go to Matt in Grosse Pointe. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you?
Okay.
So before I get to mine real quick, and I don't want to go off topic far. It's not off topic, but I love King's idea, except with the caveat, you have to incorporate everything in every stadium in that stadium. So your green monster has to have ivy on it, and you put the flagpole on the berm in center field. I think that would make it interesting.
You mean everybody's quirk has to be in everybody's stadium?
Yes. Might be interesting. But so my idea, I think, will actually have people changing their mind. In any championship level game, so the championship game in NCAA, championship football game, all your finals games in the pros, no game can have a starting time later than 8:08 p.m. Eastern time. So first pitch, puck drop, tip off, everything kickoff has to be no later than 8:08 p.m. Eastern time.
I don't hate it. I think I don't for the championship games. I don't know if they go any later than say 9, but I don't hate moving it to 8 o'clock.
You know, the one thing about it is obviously for the West Coast, that's a 5:08 start time.
Who cares?
And well, I mean, I know you don't. I know you don't, but those people out there might care.
Well, they should move east then.
Oh, wow, there it is.
Well, that's very.
I mean, we don't push the Wall Street starting time back because of them. So why push our sports times back?
You know, in the category of if you're not speaking on your own behalf, who will? That qualifies. I want it done on my schedule. To hell with everybody else. But I mean, the fact that there were starting times of college basketball championship games where the tip-off was like 9:38 Eastern time, I thought was absurd. There's a middle ground where you can let the people on the West Coast get home from work.
I feel like the only time that, and of course
people on the West Coast can't get anywhere without being stuck in traffic.
This is true. Eastern time zone, and we're very we'll be very upset because when we see our teams playing the West Coast, we don't like that late start. I totally get that. It's unfair to try to bring that back, and yet I'm trying to think the time that I like the late start, and it's an event that I don't even like, but I don't mind because it gives me something to do on that Thursday and Friday night when it's midnight and you're going to watch it. It's the NCAA tournament when you get those late games,
dude.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
No, I don't either. Weekend. And I don't hate a 10 o'clock Red Wings start on a Saturday night.
No, I don't. On a Saturday night, no. On a Tuesday night, yeah.
It can be taxing, but I mean,
but we all understand why it's there.
Yep. And in fact, when we used to have them regularly,
it was a badge of honor.
And I kind of miss the 10:05 puck drop on a playoff game.
Well, I mean, because the Red Wings were awesome, and in the Western Conference,
it harkens
you get
back
those games against San Jose or Anaheim.
It might just go back to everything was better because the Red Wings were good, and so we have nothing but fond memories. Although there was some pretty disappointment, trying to go to sleep at 1:30 after an overtime loss in Calgary.
Oof, that series sucked.
It sucked so bad.
Edmonton.
The Calgary series, correct me if I'm wrong, the Red Wings lost a series while allowing 7 goals.
Something like that.
It's something absurd.
Curtis Joseph.
Yep.
Not his fault.
That was frustrating. 248-539-9797 if you want to continue down that road. Look, we had a Twitter question out there earlier in the show that got a lot of traction. Now that the dust is settled on the Bregman deal that didn't go down, do you at least take solace in the fact that there's a commitment there to spend? That the Tigers, you don't have to look skeptically on their future because they will spend. Or does it not matter because simply put, they didn't get Bregman? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Tigers president Scott Harris spoke with the media today. Quote was, "I disappointed. I wouldn't characterize my emotions that way. We want players who want to be here. I say it a lot because I mean it. We want players who want to be Tigers. We made a very compelling offer to Alex Bregman, but he chose to sign elsewhere. That's fine. We knew that was a possibility throughout the process and planned for that outcome." He went on to say, quote, "We're going to be just fine without Alex Bregman. We still have a clubhouse that just got to the postseason and beat a team with Alex Bregman, so it clearly can be done," end quote. Harris also said that they met with starting pitcher Kenta Maeda today. Said he's a part of the mix for the starting rotation this year in that battle. He also said that his bullpen yesterday looked really good, and Maeda was a lot better than last season overall. Pistons sophomore Azar Thompson is getting ready to compete in the Rising Stars tournament with his twin Amen tonight. The format of the tourney is 2 semifinals and a championship. Both Thompson brothers are on the Team M for their honorary coach Mitch Richmond, the 14-year NBA vet. Atlanta Braves star Ronald Acuna says he's 90 to 95% better after his ACL surgery. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gator, dunk contest this weekend. Mac McClung trying to become the first ever to three-peat as the dunk contest champion.
It's interesting for a guy who's not even playing in the NBA.
He's played in a game this year.
Has he?
Yep.
How many? Yeah.
A single game.
Yeah, game.
He has played in 5 career NBA games.
5 career NBA games. He might end up with more slam dunk titles than NBA games played.
He might. However, this year he is promising props. There will be props.
All right. No, look, his dunks are spectacular.
Yep.
They really are. The problem with the dunk competition is that nobody knows who these guys are.
Well,
and I say myself, I don't know who these guys are. They're fringe NBA players. We don't see the stars participating in this, which is kind of a bummer.
Well, you can become a star because of the dunk contest. Andre Jackson of the Bucks said, "You're going to see dunks you've never seen before."
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
Are we?
Well, I mean, I kind of think every time I think they've run out of ideas, every once in a while somebody comes along and is hyper creative, and I'm like, I can appreciate that. I can respect that.
Listen, I love the creativity when they do have the creativity.
When you blow out the candle on the cupcake that's sitting on the rim.
Yeah, who's it that did that? Was it Dwight Howard?
It was Gerald Green.
Gerald Green. What did Dwight Howard? Oh, Dwight Howard did like Superman.
He did Superman. Yeah. Listen, I mean, the bar has been raised so high now. Like, if we would have showed these dunks to someone in 1989, their head would have flew off.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to keep topping yourself every year. So you do need superstar power at some point. Like, Zion Williamson, please enter a dunk contest.
He's got to be healthy before he can.
Yeah, I know. Trust me.
Please enter an NBA game.
Yeah, right. But seriously, if that guy did a 360 windmill dunk, I mean, the way he does it, you'd be like, oh my God, how can someone that size do that? You know? But instead, we got to grab guys from the G League because McClung actually can jump out the building and he's really fun to watch. But to top yourself every year, it is difficult. And these guys, they have a hard job to do. But it is still the main event of the All-Star Weekend.
So is it possible for Cohen Carr to get on a plane from
honestly,
Champaign?
It would be
to San Francisco.
No. But I'm not against it anymore, right? In this day and age of NIL,
having college kids come up,
a college kid go.
I mean, honestly, because this is. Well, I look at the names again. There's one kid, the guy from Chicago. The Pistons just played him a couple times, so it's, I think what is it, Buzelis or something.
Yeah, Buzelis. Yeah.
So, I mean, recognize that because the Pistons just played him, but these are not household names by any means.
No.
And that's the bummer about it, because from day one it was. Even when Ralph Sampson won the dunk contest, we knew who Ralph Sampson was. I mean, this guy's 7'4", he's winning a dunk contest, and it was completely unspectacular, as you would expect back in 1984 or whatever it was. But then it evolved. Jordan comes into it and takes the game to a whole new level. You know, Vince Carter gets it, and it's amazing.
The tweaking of All-Star games is something that is probably completely insignificant, but I always think if you just basically corded them off into your division had an all-star team, and in that division you had to provide a team of all-stars, a team of rising stars, a three-point contestant, a dunk contestant, and the skills challenge team. And then make some incentive to root for your own division. But I'm always coming up with ways to improve all-star games, and none of them are going to get adopted, and nobody probably really cares all that much.
Let's go Central Pride.
Well, sort of. I mean, baseball, the baseball all-star game is the one that needs to get tweaked the least. But I always said, if the AL East played the NL East at noon, the AL Central played the NL Central at 4, and the AL West played the NL West at 8, 2 out of 3, somebody's getting home field in the World Series, that would be kind of a fun day of baseball.
That's the first time I've heard you say that.
I said it on the air before, but
you weren't paying attention, Gator.
That's entirely possible. But
might have been the Art era.
oh, that's a long time ago.
It might have been a minute. But anyway, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of, and my hockey thing is 3-on-3 hockey. Everybody sends a team of 5 and a goalie, and you bracket them off, and over 2 days, you have 32 teams, and everybody's got a chance. We have a Detroit team. But
I might be overthinking it, but I appreciate the
I would
effort.
care more about that than the Four Nations thing.
And yet the Four Nations thing is bringing us the best hockey we've seen in it during an All-Star weekend ever.
Yes, and what we are getting out of it is a trophy.
Well, it's too, the problem is it's going to take too damn long to complete the thing.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to.
It doesn't help. But all right, so Kang in the office today asked a question, and I'm fascinated to hear what your answer is. Kang turns to me and he says, "Doug, if you were to open an independent business, a mom and pop shop of any kind, not buying a franchise, what kind of business would you want to run?" And after literally mulling it over for seconds, I had a question. I said, "Does running a gym count?" And he said, "Sure." So I went with a gym, but if it doesn't count, what I suggested, he said, "That's a ton of work." And I went, "Yeah."
Unlike running a gym.
Well, what he suggested after that, I think, is even more work. And yeah, you got to be there for day-to-day operations. You can't just be like, "Hey, I own this." Walk
which,
away.
by the way, is being incredibly facetious. Running any business is going to take up time. Yeah.
I said a sports bar, but I bet that's a colossal pain. I bet it's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I think it is.
I mean, you got staffing, ordering the food and beverage, like constantly all the time, right? Yeah, it doesn't stop.
Then you got, drunks you got to deal with.
Squatters.
Fights breaking out.
Squatters.
The health department.
Yep.
Yeah. You feel like as a sports fan, there's one thing that we are somewhat qualified actually for. It's how to get a sports bar right. How to make it right is different than knowing what you'd want as a customer. Like I'd almost have wings of the sports bar to show different events. So you could have, the screens down here all showing the Red Wing game and the screens down here all showing like Saturday night, for instance. Saturday night would be a great sports bar night to have the Four Nations, Michigan State, Illinois, and the NBA dunk contest, 3-point shootout, all that stuff. That'd be a good night to have a sports bar and have different areas cordoned off for different fans.
Well, I think you're right up to the point where you say cordoned off, because I think that's where somebody who owns a sports bar probably say no, because then you're risking having nobody showing up in one area and then not having enough room for the other area. This is why they have the TVs, multiple TVs all throughout the place that can carry all those games.
Sure.
Yeah.
But if you could run a business, what would you want to do?
I think it might be a pizzeria.
Gator's Pizza.
That kind of checks out.
To do all different kinds, to get I like the idea of the brick oven pizza that cooks it quickly. But you got to get the right kind of crust and everything. To me, it would be fun. It's kind of like a labor of love, if you like.
It's a lot of hours, man.
It is, and it'd be incredibly difficult.
I had a buddy who
and there's obviously no guarantees you'd be successful.
No, not at all.
You better believe in your product, and then it comes. What else aside from pizza?
There's a lot of pizza places. That's a lot of competition.
Yeah, of course,
it's a lot of competition.
Ken, what would you run?
Well, the whole reason I thought of this was because after the show yesterday, I went and visited a couple friends of mine who own a card shop, a sports card shop, and they had just moved locations. And so this is my first time visiting where they had moved to. And, I just thought, of course it always crossed my mind. would I like to own a sports card store one day? Like, it's fun because I enjoy cards. I genuinely enjoy looking at cards. I can go through whether it's a $5 card or a $5,000 card. I just like looking through cards. You know, it's fun for me. But of course, it changes when business gets involved. Does it still become fun?
Yeah.
I still would choose the sports card route just because I do enjoy looking at different collections and cards of all that. So that's probably where I would go with it. But
Do you
it's
think we'd
difficult,
all
man.
would Gator come to hate pizza? Would I come to hate a gym? And would you come to hate sports cards if you worked in that field?
I think that's a definite possibility.
Yeah.
Well, I worked at a couple different pizzerias. They were chains, but so I know what it's like to be around it every day, and I get that part of it. But I don't know. It was either thinking this through a little bit more because I did maybe a music studio.
Would he come to hate music?
Wouldn't come to hate music, but I mean, I don't love all music. But just to have that, to own the studio, where people would rent out. Hey, rent it out by the hour, or by the day, or whatever it is. And some days I'd really want to be at the studio to see. Oh, cool! Here's a rock band. And some days I may not want to because of the type of music they're playing, or whatever. But it could be fun.
Your open line calls next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. This month, get into a 2025 Chevy Trax LS for just $259 a month for 36 months with no money down. Pay only $259 a month with zero down with approved credit and your GM employee discount. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax, and hundreds of electric vehicles, all to choose from on the ground. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. Stay warm and say Sarah. All offers end at the end of the month, actually March 3rd. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Chris, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Gentlemen, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you.
I want to give you guys my take on the Bregman situation and Scott Harris and the awesome job he's doing as our GM. Spring training is officially back. So I don't know if you want to say he's officially been here for 3 full off seasons. Last night, Dan Dickerson on Tiger Talk said, we offered him more money than Boston. And Dan Dickerson said he simply just didn't want to be here. And if it's not money, because we gave him more than Boston, and if it's not, he doesn't know anybody here because A.J. Hinch used to be his manager, then what is it? I really believe that it's just Bregman sees like it's either Harris or Ilitch. Last year they said once we have our core players, we're gonna spend. Well, I think we got that already now. So where's the spending? And I think Bregman sees that. Like
they were going to spend it on
who's
him.
Doing it. Say that again.
They were going to spend it on him.
Yeah. So we spent more money on him than Boston did. We gave him 2 more years.
Well, they didn't give him the average annual.
It was actually 3 more years on the deal, but it was $40 million a year Boston offered him. So I mean, but if you look at it from Alex Bregman's standpoint, I don't think it necessarily says he doesn't want to be here. Although you can draw the conclusion, what it says is he wanted to get the most money. Money meant more to him, and it wasn't about getting the 6-year deal with the Tigers. It was about getting a $40 million a year to feed my ego on getting paid way more than I did last year. And I can opt out after a year and still sign a long-term contract with somebody else after the first and second year. So in the end, if he's going to play in Boston and he has historically put up really good numbers in Boston, if he hits well there and has an OPS of say between 800 and 850 in all, in both years or all 3 years of the contract, he'll get another 3-year contract offer from somebody that will likely pay him around $30 million a year. And in the end, that 6-year total will be way more than what the Tigers offered.
So in back when we got Pudge, just before the run we did in 2006, we way overpaid for Pudge. We basically paid the bad team tax to get Pudge, but that opened up the floodgates to get everybody else after him to make that run in 2006 and then the long run that we had for like a decade before it all blew up in 2014. So why didn't we do that for Bregman? Because I feel like
it's an interesting question.
We're ready to.
Yeah, the 2005 Tigers, if I recall, finished
he was
well under
2004. He was with the Tigers.
2000. Okay, so the 2003 Tigers finished how far below 500?
Oh yeah, it was the worst team.
Well, they lost 119 games
to the White Sox.
And this Tiger team actually is coming off a playoff appearance, so they probably don't feel like they should have to pay as much of a tax. I guess the thing about Bregman is I actually think they were willing to overpay him. Boston is paying him as the 3rd highest position player in baseball, behind Ohtani, Soto, and tied with Judge. And that's an insane overpay for Alex Bregman, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely an overpay. But to me, it just seems like Bregman is reading in between the lines.
Okay, I feel like you're dancing around the point. Your point is what?
My point is, I think Scott Harris's track record is why he's not here.
Scott Harris's track record which is what?
His incompetence. I don't feel like Scott Harris is a very good GM at all. Like there's nothing in 3 full seasons that he has been our GM.
This team made the playoffs last year and was a win away from getting to the ALCS with a payroll in the playoff payroll of like $20 million.
And in my opinion, they did that in spite of his incompetence.
Okay. Why?
Which, I'll be honest, it honestly frustrates me that they made it like that because it's like, damn it, now it's going to like justify what he did, and he did nothing. We got rid of Flaherty last year. We got nothing for him. He's back now.
I'm sorry. They got nothing for Flaherty? They ended up getting the guy who played shortstop for him for the rest of the season, and then they got what ended up being a top 100 prospect in all of baseball in Lorenzo, and they got Flaherty back.
I would not use the Flaherty exchange.
That's not
as
a good
reason
one.
Why he's
That's not going to help you out.
Incompetent. But that was what we just heard was a classic example of I'm mad they've had success because I might be wrong. That's what that guy was saying. I'm mad they made the play. He literally said he was actually mad they made the playoffs because it might prove him wrong about his determination of Scott Harris. I think Scott Harris still has a lot to prove. But I'm pretty encouraged. He's the one that decided not to block players, and many of those players actually helped them make the postseason. He didn't go out and get an extra outfielder and say when probably very few people thought Parker Meadows was going to be able to come up and help them after what we saw from him earlier in his career. He didn't block him, did he? They made a commitment to Cole Keith that might be one hell of a steal with the contract that they signed him on.
And now they've really made a commitment to Cole Keith because they're moving him over to first base and they're kicking out the number one player taken in the draft from 2020
that he didn't take.
Yeah, that he didn't take.
They've added $55 million in payroll. ESPN just named them one of the top 3 winners of the offseason. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say I am sure Scott Harris is going to get it done. But I would not argue that Bregman isn't here because of Harris's incompetence.
I'm going to guess this is a guy who doesn't like taking high school kids in the draft. So when you go out and you draft Max Clark instead of Wyatt Langford, or you take Bryce Rayner instead of taking a college kid that you thought would have made more sense, if it goes against what you want, then you've got your own narrative and you're going to drive it. If you're going to say that you don't like what he's done in the off seasons because they haven't added that big free agent player, I can understand the frustration with that. And yet, I don't know if this past offseason, what we're dealing with right now, falls into that category because they've added Gleyber Torres. They've added Jack Flaherty. They brought him, didn't just bring him back. I mean, they traded him away, and now they've signed him as a free agent. It's something we always talk about that never happens. That actually happened. They've added bullpen help like Canely, who should really help this team's bullpen out. And yeah, they went out and offered Alex Bregman more money than anybody else. Did Alex Bregman reject the Tigers because he doesn't like Scott Harris?
Yeah, let's get down to crystallize the guy's argument. Bregman didn't come here. Tigers offered him literally the highest. It wasn't the highest annually, but it was the highest total on the contract. And did Bregman go, they're offering me that? This guy must be incompetent. Do you think that's what his thinking was?
I think Bregman has an ego that wants him to get paid more than he did last year. Check. I think Bregman would like the idea of getting close to that $200 million number that he wanted, that Boris couldn't get him. But best way to do that, short term, $40 million a year to go play in Boston. Check. I mean, I don't understand.
I want to see that this call is going to come dangerously close to Gator arguing that it's the punitive dimensions of Comerica Park more so than it is his lack of faith in Harris.
Well, he didn't say that, so I won't.
No, he didn't. But would you say that that's more likely than his lack of faith in Scott Harris?
Yes. I think that it's look, just numbers
and
bearing out.
You hate that argument.
I hate the argument, but you can't argue is that he puts up better numbers at Fenway than he does at Comerica Park. Of course, he's not facing Tiger pitching when he goes to Fenway Park, but he does put up better numbers in his career. So
we just respectfully disagree with the caller.
Yeah,
as his reasoning.
He sure was kind of dancing around it.
He's
trying to be almost too careful. Come on, say it, dude. You don't like Scott Harris. How about I don't like Scott Harris? Here's why. Rather than, trying to be cute about it.
Well, I almost feel like he was trying to get us to say it. But anyway, Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket.
Hey, here's a simple question. Is keeping your house warm important to you this winter? Well, of course it is. And lucky for you, The red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm this winter. And the temperatures are going to get absolutely frigid next week. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out the A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, a boiler, water filtration, you're worried about the pipes, whatever it is, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right. Let me run another business past you that I think is low time investment. If you can afford the facility, but if you get the right location, I think it's a low time and effort investment that could have big returns. Storage units. Would owning storage units be the lowest investment in terms of what you have to do to run the business? If you got it in the right, if you got it, you find an area that doesn't have any storage units anywhere, you find the right location. but there's a demand. Wouldn't that be a decent business to own?
Sure. I haven't been one to look at businesses and see what's a business I want to get involved with, and so this is the business I'm involved with. Is this show?
Gators all in on our show, Doug. Leave them alone.
I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm not looking to do.
I'm looking to become an entrepreneur.
Me too.
Storage units.
Doug, I've thought about that a lot, actually.
Have you?
Yes, the storage unit specifically. Yes, there's apparently good money to be made in that. Of course, location and pricing and all that stuff, but it's not easy to get into, and it does cost money, to make money.
It's probably hard to find an area that needs storage units that don't have storage units nearby. That somebody else that's much smarter and owns storage units hasn't thought of this first. But it seems to me like it might be an area where you could maybe have an easier time running that business.
I just want to say one quick statistical remark about the previous caller.
Yeah.
When he said the Tigers overpaid for Pudge Rodriguez.
Yeah.
There were 73 players in Major League Baseball in 2005 that made more money per season than Pudge Rodriguez. So I don't think they overpaid him when they gave him a 4-year, $40 million contract.
And that's pitchers included, correct?
Yes.
Because when we cite there's only 2 players that make more than Bregman on an annual basis, that's only position players, but he's still like 12th now, even with pitchers included. And the more I see that and the more I think about it, the more I'm perfectly fine with him not being in Detroit. And yet they still need a bat. And Lynn Henning's tweet, was really interesting for people who missed it earlier in the show. Tigers had one main offseason objective: get a heavier stick in the lineup, ideally leverage or targeted the infield's left side. Cannot believe they will go into opening day without having an upgrade there. Hence, a long-held belief there will be a deal before the season starts. So take it for what it's worth. And I'm of the belief, and continue to be of the belief, that I would rather, if they've budgeted this kind of money to spend, I would rather take that budget and what they have to potentially trade to the trade deadline than any free agent deal. Now, the news with free agent deal, you don't have to give up a player. But in a free agent deal, you have to get the player to agree to come here. And that's, a player can not want to be here, whether they don't like the park, whether they don't like the climate, whether they don't like the GM, whatever it may be. Earlier in the show, we were talking about the comments from Jim Nantz. CBS's Jim Nantz was on the What the Football podcast, where he talked about how he would get rid of the tush push. And we asked people, if you could get rid of one thing in sports, what would you get rid of? Bill writes in, I get rid of the runner on second to start the 10th inning. I hate it. It's not real baseball.
Well, they don't. It's not part of the playoffs, correct?
No.
It's just another thing to try to get regular season games when you have 162 of them.
Yep.
To go as quickly as possible. And I'd be interested to ask managers how they feel about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, that was an on-air yawn. It's getting late in the day. I apologize.
There's this thing. It's a mic cough button.
Yeah,
where
you notice
can turn it off.
I just kicked back. And
I did see that.
Just yawned right on the air.
Yeah, but I'd be curious.
I'm new. Sorry.
To hear what managers think about it now that we're several years into this whole thing, because it saves their bullpen and keeps players healthier, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Are they happy with this, or would they like to go old school and just go back to it where, you're draining a bullpen? In an era where they're not pitching pitchers as long anyway.
So, how they had the emergency quarterback in football?
Mm-hmm.
What if they had an emergency pitcher, a starter, that you could go to in extra innings? I don't know how that would work. Like, you'd have to have a close by affiliate that you could call a guy up every day.
I mean, they sort of do that with a doubleheader. You're able to bring up an extra player.
Yeah. But you don't know when extra innings is coming. Is there a guy you could go months between extra inning games where you got this dude just chilling, waiting for his chance? I don't know. Get rid of the pitch clock. Give Skubal time to put on a masterpiece. Can't rush these guys. That's from John.
Did Skubal look like he was hindered?
Did he struggle last year?
Just won a Cy Young. I think he's fine. And he likes to work quickly.
That's fascinating because literally, I think since the first month of last season, that's the first complaint we've had about the pitch clock. I think the pitch clock was hailed as a great innovation in the game. And I thought even those that hated it came to like it.
Well, have you watched Tarek Skubal pitch a game? He gets the ball. He's looking for his sign. Let's go. Yep. That's as LFG as you can get from a starting pitcher.
Tom and Macomb, I would eliminate the intentional walk. Sissies. How could you? So you just have him pitch around a player then?
Well, yeah, I guess if
you can't make somebody throw him strikes.
I like it. I like it. Just get over there. Let's go. I mean, does it eliminate the possibility that there could be a wild pitch? I guess, yeah, but it happens so infrequently. Just move him over to first base. Stop wasting time.
Daryl in Detroit says, absolutely get rid of the tush push. Joe in St. Clair Shores. Not only is the tush push boring and a small cheat code, it's also actually dangerous. With the league paying so much attention to injuries, one would think it's an easy adjustment. So during the Super Bowl, Philly ran it, and they showed Chris Jones on the sideline getting his neck worked on right after the tush push.
Right.
There is some truth in what he's saying there. How about this one? Eliminate the possession arrow in college. How do you feel about the possession arrow?
I don't like it. Jump ball. Why not?
Yeah. The possession arrow is hyper frustrating when your team's playing defense and they work super hard and come up with a held ball. And what do they get out of it? We got you next time.
You're right. All right. Do it again. Do it again.
It is the jump ball didn't bog down the game that much, did it?
Didn't think so.
Yep. All right. Regarding the offer to Alex Bregman, this from Utah 332. It's a plus situation. The offer was there, so that amount shows the willingness to spend. The bigger plus is using that unspent money to lock up the core of young players on the team. Much like how the Lions have done, hoping we lock up our core, and that is still open in some respects.
Well, and the thing is that they're under no pressure to do it just yet. It feels like in the NFL there is more pressure to get it done than there is in baseball. In baseball, it's just kind of, gotta wait for free agency. You got a couple years yet, even though they did go. There are instances where they do that, like they did with Colt Keith.
Did you see? I mean, like club control matters.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about Skubal, we all want him here long term. The uncomfortable reality is they don't really need to do anything until next year. Apparently, they made an offer to say, we'll give you big money now, and Skubal's camp didn't like it or didn't like the offer. Every year you get closer to free agency, he will cost you more, but he's got to wait. To post arbitration years because players are under club control for so long. So, yeah, I'd like to see him. In spite of that, in spite of the lack of real urgency, I would think it would be cool to lock up Skubal. Apparently, Bregman just decided he wanted an opt-out after year one, and Detroit wasn't willing to give him one till after year two. I can't fault Detroit. If you're going to spend money, you want it to be a building block long term. But I'm giving Harris the benefit of the doubt on this one, given we have Bregman what he originally wanted. Given that we offered Bregman, I think is what he means, what he originally wanted. Now, having said that, if we consistently over the next few years fail to get good players or keep our own, I'll change my tune. Well, they have to keep their own. I mean, I would be very disappointed if they didn't make an effort. You can't say we're not going to block the young guys and then let them walk. That makes no sense. 248-539-9797. Hey, need a Valentine's Day idea? Looking good and feeling good while working out is important as the workout itself. What better way to promote a healthy lifestyle while looking good and showing respect for everyone Then with Show Some gear for Valentine's Day. This week only, purchase anything and get a stylish, comfortable sports bra for free using the code ValentineRespect at checkout. Show Some athletic apparel line has leggings, sports bras, and limited edition fleece sweaters for women. It's better than any workout gear out there. And because Show Some loves its customers, don't forget to use the code ValentineRespect at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Have you seen the Tiger spring training hats?
No. Are they different than what we've seen before?
I think they're different every year. These are orange. Orange spring training hats.
Simple Google search allow me to see this?
Probably. Kang, have you seen the Tiger spring training hats?
Yes.
Do you like them?
I like the fact that the spring training hat's different all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy them. I know Evan, I think, buys them every year. Evan loves the spring training hat.
I've never been compelled to buy one, and I like this one. I think Gator will hate this one. That doesn't make me want to buy it more.
I think you should buy it, Doug.
Do you?
Yeah, you're a hat guy.
I am a hat
You've
guy.
already got one like this. It's just not orange.
No, it's black.
Well, it's the side patch.
It's
too.
got the little
Yeah.
FL25. But I'm not going to do it.
I think it's a pretty cool looking hat.
Gator, I want your opinion.
I don't like it. I don't like the tiger on it. It's a weird looking tiger.
What's wrong with that tiger?
I do wish it was the old.
If you had the
Tiger
old,
logo.
from the
you know,
the
light,
80s.
the light blue tiger hat I have.
Yeah, if you got the one that almost, it's not cartoonish, but it's
Yeah, I know.
it's a
I know
different
what you're referencing.
tiger one from the
This
80s
is a modern
broadcast that we saw.
version. Yeah, this is a modern version. That old tiger logo in the circle that says Detroit Tigers is to the Tigers logo family what the crawling lion with the two racing stripes is to the Lions family.
I like that. This one I don't like. This one looks like it's a Carol Baskin tiger or something. I'm ready to pounce. I don't want anything.
That's a comparison that really actually works if you're trying to dissuade me from getting it, because I don't want any association with that train wreck of a show. And that was a train wreck.
So these are the same as last year's.
Are they?
Except for the year on the side is going to say 2024.
They were orange last year?
Yeah, uh-huh.
I thought wasn't the whole...
The patch is different on the side, though, a little.
I thought everything was handed back to the way it was before. Remember they completely screwed up the uniforms last year?
Oh, you're talking about like the regular when Fanatics took over the
Fanatics, yeah. Is it-
you
that
could
didn't
see through
apply-
the pants, and
yeah.
Riley Green could just like rip his pants just walking up and down the dugout.
And the names on the back were in teeny tiny font where the letters
terrible.
were too far
All right.
apart.
There's two versions of it. There's the adjustable one, and then there's the fitted one. The
Yeah.
fitted one has the flat brim.
Fitted all the way.
You can bend it.
You can, but you're not going to get the same bend as you would from the adjustable one.
Well, they have a fitted low profile that is probably better for bending the brim.
Still don't like it. The orange parts, it almost looks like it's a corduroy material.
Well, it's definitely
not.
for the breathable in the
Yeah.
in the excruciating humidity and heat.
What is it? Does it get warm there?
Actually, when we are there, no, it does not. One other thing I want to bring up to you. Did you see the video of the kayaker that allegedly got swallowed by a whale and then spit back out?
Yes, the humpback whale.
We have tweeted the video out from our Twitter page at Doug and Gator 971. We are at a point in the internet where I am skeptical of everything I see on the internet. This is being hailed as something that actually happened, that a humpback whale briefly swallowed this guy near Chile, but then released him. Do you think this is real, this video that accompanies the story that we have tweeted out? Do you think it's real or do you think it's fake?
Fake.
You think it's fake?
I think it's fake.
You do?
I do.
Kang, you're so excited.
I just don't know. I mean, you know how I am with the internet. I don't believe anything anymore, just like you just said for yourself. The AP has picked it up for what it's worth.
Yep.
Not that they can't be fooled either.
That's where we got the video from.
It just seems really unbelievable, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a whale expert or anything like that, but
I'm not surprised that the whale would come and swallow something at the surface that
Yeah.
it sees. I guess what the reason why I lean in quickly say I think it's fake is when it spits him out.
Which you don't see. He like disappears under the surface.
Yeah, why does
and then reappears?
It's the kayak. He gets spit out first, and then the inflatable kayak comes out like 2 seconds later. I'm not sure why that is. But it get hung up in the dental work of the whale.
Yeah, I look at this video and the quality, like it's raining, so it's not.
Why would you be filming if you're the guy in the other boat?
Why is somebody else filming him in another boat?
I guess it's his dad, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were to tell me that this was a fake video, I would be like, yeah, well, I can totally tell. But it hasn't been confirmed as fake. And apparently it's people are treating it like it's real. If you want to see it for yourself, at DunGator971. You can comment on our Twitter account if you think it's real or it's fake. I lean towards fake. But
it's funny because they show the video, the AP, right?
Yep.
And it's got his name, Adrian Samakis.
Okay.
Person swallowed by whale.
Wait, that's how the Chiron comes up?
Yeah.
Person swallowed by
We're talking a person swallowed by whale. That's not man on the street. That's person swallowed by whale.
Yeah. I mean, if this is real, you got to milk this, right? This is your 15 minutes. I got swallowed by a whale. Wasn't there a Flintstones episode?
I feel like there's a children's book about this, or there's
a fable. Yeah, there's a fable. Yeah.
Is there a Bible story about this? What happens to Moby Dick?
There's a whole bunch of guys in Chile get together and say, "All right, I got an idea. I'm gonna make this fake video and see if we can get it to go viral."
So he said that at first he thought that he had just died. I mean, I don't even know what can go. Did he know he was inside the whale at all? You think, you're just underwater?
So
yeah,
he said, I felt slimy or something like that. Something slimy touched me.
Is that what he said too?
I thought that's what a story I saw last night. Person swallowed by a whale. That is hilarious.
They've never used that before. That graphic.
No,
that's right. They didn't have that
Break
one.
out the person swallowed by whale graphic.
On the other end of our line is Adrian Samankis, and Adrian was the person who was swallowed by a whale. Harrowing experience out of the Strait of Magellan. Let's go right out to Adrian right now. He is, again, the person swallowed by a whale. Describe what exactly happened to you out there.
I would get a shirt made up so fast. I am person swallowed by whale.
I was swallowed by a whale. A humpback whale.
I mean,
am I wrong though when you see it? How much later the kayak gets spit out allegedly? Like he's underwater for maybe a second or two.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see him.
Yes, and then it pops up.
And then it's a second or two later. Then you see the kayak come out, the inflatable kayak.
See, I haven't turned the volume up on this. If it's allegedly his dad, does his dad freak out? One would imagine.
He should. You would think it would freak out. I mean, I'd freak the hell out.
Yeah. That person swallowed by whale's dad. Does he get interviewed? Father of person swallowed by whale. Hey, man. Hey, by the way, if this is a real story, whale really did my man a solid.
I was trying to.
It's not in English? You got the video up?
He says nothing.
Okay, his son gets swallowed and there's audio and he doesn't scream.
No, only after. Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Then it's fake. His dad didn't freak out. He didn't start screaming.
I mean,
what parent? Unless this was part of a plan.
Papa. Papa. Oh no, caramba.
Everyone knows whales hate Chileans. They don't want to eat Chileans.
Senor swallowed by whale.
I mistake. I thought it was Chilean sea bass, not Chilean
yes.
person.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, if you care, at DunGator971, you can check it out. All right, so this weekend on the marquee for Detroit sports, I don't know if it's college basketball, Dylan Larkin and Team USA, Cade Cunningham in the three-point shootout. If it's a Ausar Thompson in the futures game, I stand by my prediction. He wins the MVP of the NBA futures game. With what are they? Team M?
Yeah, Mitch Richmond.
Run TMC, man.
I gotta tell you, isn't it weird that they name the teams based upon the first name of the coach? Team M.
Well, that's the Run TMC what they had back in the day.
Yeah,
but Shaq's team is Team S.
That's because he's Shaq.
Team Kenny is Team K. Team Charles Barkley is Team C.
Chuck.
I understand why they're doing it, but isn't that like the
Wait a minute,
least creative thing ever?
So if Team Chuck is Team C, what's Chris Mullins' team?
He doesn't coach a team.
Doesn't he? He coaches.
No, not in this game. In this game,
Well, no, but he coaches one of the.
Yeah.
So if you have, isn't Chris Mullins coach a team?
No, I thought it was
The
Barkley.
Rising Stars
Oh,
team.
that's the actual guy.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
apologies then. Yeah, my apologies. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's.
I'm going to be very confused if his team advances, and then he's going to take on Team Chuck, and it's like Team C versus Team C.
Well, there's no Chuck team because Chuck is obviously coaching that. I got it wrong. He's coaching them.
Well, you don't
one
have
of the All-Star 4 teams.
Well, you have three All-Star teams,
Oh, and then
you have.
Oh yeah, you could be right.
The team that wins the futures game that gets into the
No,
tournament.
you're right. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen
Because it's not convoluted.
These are problems that we will
Very
get solved
straightforward.
Saturday night. Hi, Rico.
Hey, or you can just opt out.
Not watch. I'm going to guess you'll watch Michigan State, Illinois over the NBA stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll watch. At least I'll have pain there, but at least I'll know the players and I'll know that they're actually trying to play for something.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Kenny has something interesting. Make the Four Nations great again. Not that it was ever great, but
Make it great again. Huh?
make it great again.
All right. That.
Talk a little bit about the Scott Harris comments as well. Who said it? We'll have some fun today. And if we got time, maybe that moment this NFL season that you'll remember the most.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, apparently I'm starting at a appliance store tomorrow, according to these guys. Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome.
Smart Tech.
Tigers president Scott Harris spoke with the media again today and does not agree with the notion that the team has a short window of contention. Quote, yeah, we don't see it that way. We see an organization that's come a long way in 2 years and is on the brink of becoming one of those teams that is a fixture in October. We haven't earned that yet. We can't talk like that. We have to keep getting better in spring and onto the season, end quote. According to Adam Schefter, Notre Dame is wrapping up a deal to poach Lions Director of Scouting and Advancement Mike Martin. Martin set to serve as their general manager. News broke yesterday that YouTube TV and Paramount did not strike a deal. Today they announced that they have inked a short-term agreement, which means that March Madness and the Masters will be unaffected. Yankees pitcher Marcus Stroman has had a disgruntled start to his second year with the Yankees. He arrived 2 days late to camp today. He said he will not pitch in the bullpen. Quote, at this stage in my career, I put a priority on getting my body ready. I don't think there was a need for me to be here the last few days given the climate, end quote. He was then asked, why did you appear today? Quote, just felt like today was a good day to come. Valentine's Day, I feel like the vibes were going to be proper, end quote. After a near unanimous selection to the Baseball Hall of Fame, Ichiro Suzuki is donating his entire personal collection to Cooperstown. Hank Aaron and Tom Seaver also did this, and Ichiro wanted to follow in their footsteps. At the Cornwall House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, welcome in, and I feel like a complete horse's ass. I have to apologize, Jeremy Otto. I had no idea. So he looked like he was working at Smart Tech from 40-Year-Old Virgin. I was like, Jeremy, can you turn on that Michael McDonald for everybody? Because he was like so like properly attired in khakis and his little polo, and I'm like, yeah, Jeremy normally is in here in like, you know, jeans and a sweatshirt, or he loves his logo gear, all sports things all the time. Come to find out, poor Jeremy, well, listen, there's a reason I'm dressed this way. And I go, oh, hell, tell me somebody died. I really feel bad now. Guy had a pipe blow up in his house. He can't wash nothing. So he's reached the Smart Tech or Geek Squad portion of the closet. But I feel terrible, and I want to offer a public apology to Jeremy Otto.
And there you are, just laughing away at him. Just, oh, what do you dress like? You're going to Best Buy over here.
How was I supposed to know this? It was just an outlandish wardrobe choice by him, and I'm like, hey, Jeremy, turn on MLB again, will you please?
He did fix my laptop before the show.
Okay. So I wanted to, at 2:02 in the afternoon, offer a very public apology to Jeremy Otto.
Kill somebody.
I'm going to kill somebody. And by the way, that is bar none one of the worst things that can happen to your home. Water, it kills everything. I'm so sorry.
Preaching to the choir. Right?
Well, yeah, your family being from Louisiana.
Oh, no, just my old place flooded.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, okay.
Hey, it's day after Christmas. Ring, ring. You may want to get home.
You want to make fun of some more people, Mike? Go ahead.
Your place is underwater.
No, I just want to say this 2 o'clock is dedicated to Jeremy Otto. Because I feel so bad. He's such a nice man. Let's get into the show, shall we? In memoriam of Jeremy Otto. He's not dead. What did I just say?
Come on. It's just his house has some water. You're killing him, man.
David, let's cue the open. Take two.
Take
two.
Can we start over, please? Okay. We're going to start with something way off the wall. Yes, we're going to get to a little bit of Tiger talk later. We also have a number of kind of one-offs in the world of sports. We also have a situation we got to solve for Kenny involving this fake, contrived Hallmark holiday people are celebrating today. But I wanted to begin with this. We are going to make the Four Nations face-off great again. because there is a real divide here. Like the hockey elite are really into this. Kenny is really into it. A couple of guys I know, super hockey fan, they are really into it. The problem, I think the rest of humanity is like, I don't even know what you're talking about. So last night, Team USA played, and they dropped a bomb on Finland, and Kenny's all amped up, and I started talking to Kenny before the show, and I go, okay, here's the deal. The NFL's done. Baseball, it's nonsense. I mean, they're throwing the ball back and forth at spring training right now. The whole roster hasn't even reported.
Right, pitchers and catchers.
Right. Basketball, forget it. We just got done harpooning the NBA as a league that's unwatchable.
Yeah, and we may owe something to Kenny because the All-Star game format, Doug was trying to explain it to me in crosstalk. I was like,
What league? NHL or?
No, NBA.
Oh, I bet that's been dead for years to me.
No, but it's like they're playing like some 4-game. I'll explain it later. Go ahead.
The question I had is, how do we make the Four Nations face-off great again? And by great again, I just mean great for the first time, because All-Star games are terrible. I just think in 2025, it's a dead concept. The innocence we once had with sports and the athletes caring about being an All-Star, I'm not disrespecting it. It's just they make too much money. They don't care. They have become commodities. They're not even players anymore. They are essentially Fortune 500 companies. So all-star games don't work. Now, I used to love NHL skills competition. Mike Gartner skating around the ice, Al Iafrate with his pork chop comb over, hardest shot competition.
Al McInnes with his hardest shot.
Vladimir Malakov. Oh. But yet, look, that's dead. So Kenny has this event, and I'm going, okay, now this could be something we get into. But first of all, who the hell's paying attention for 9-10 days? Not me. Then you factor in, they forgot the biggest team they needed in this.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. They forgot. Go ahead.
Oh, to name the trophy? That's a bit of an oversight. But Kenny, talk to me. Now, I've listed some suggestions on here, and if you want to read them, you're welcome to. It's just more.
Oh, geez. You added more since I looked last. Loser gets in prison at Gitmo. I don't think, Mike. I don't think that's a.
No?
Like Sweden is stuck in Gitmo.
Why are you
I want
here?
real table stakes here. Losers, passports are shredded. You never get to return home. All right.
Why are you in here? Well, we lost to hockey.
Hey, you doing a bid? Yeah, we lost to Four Nations. Kenny, how do we make this event? Like, what will make this something the NHL could do every year? Something that would make it where fringe people, non-hockey elite would go, you know what? Cool concept. I don't have to invest a ton of time. Let's get involved. Take me through this.
So what I'm looking at is an event that the players actually care about, which when we're talking about all-star games, you look at the Pro Bowl, you look at the NBA, you look at baseball, every single league, nobody cares, and oftentimes players either don't try or they opt out entirely. Like baseball, like the home run derby, that used to be sweet. Half the guys that you want to see opt out. That sucks. In this specific event, all the players actually try. They actually really, really try. They care. To them, this is a playoff game.
Truth.
Every single one of them. So that makes this inherently the best all-star thing that could be possible.
You don't want to be stuck at Gitmo.
You don't.
You gotta care.
You don't want to be stuck at Gitmo. But you could fix this by shortening it to a weekend.
Waterboarding.
What?
So you're saying an extended weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
Double headers.
Yep.
Stagger the action.
Yep. If you stagger the action, you double header it.
I'm going to agree with that. Suggestion
couple of games
one.
a day. Couple of games a day. That way on like a Thursday, you could have like flip on 1 o'clock, you have a game on. You flip another one on at 7 o'clock or 4 o'clock. You could even do 3 in a day because you need to get 3 games for each team. You could do a game for each team a day and skip it, have a day off in the middle somewhere, do the final on Sunday.
See, Kenny, I'm going to say up until the NFL goes to 20 games, you could even have the final game on President's Day on that Monday.
You could. The way that I look at it is great action. Just stagger it to a weekend because, Mike, you're right when you say it's 9 days.
It's too much.
That's way too much.
For 4 teams.
For 4 teams.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if it was 8 teams.
And it's the wrong 4.
It is 4 of the right teams. It's just not the 4 teams that you
look. If you want drama, I'm sorry, but if you want fringe fun when it comes to hockey, you got to get the Russians in this thing. You just have to. I don't care if nobody likes them. You have to. It's got to happen.
But see, that's why you need them.
They're the third most hockey-producing nation that there is outside of U.S. and Canada. You need them.
You do, and it also creates a drama. I think it's a chance to see players who, candidly, probably aren't allowed to be here for fear of reprisal, and it just adds some drama. I'm not trying to be rude, but Finland hit the bricks. You can keep Sweden because they're elite. You can keep the U.S., Canada. We got to get Russia in this thing.
No, I'm completely with you. I think if you combine the two of let's shorten this to 4 days instead of 9 days, and you add the third most hockey producing country, now we're talking about something.
And name the trophy.
Yeah, and yes, name it after a person. Name it after Gitmo for all I care. I don't care.
The Guantanamo Cup.
The Guantanamo Cup.
Could you imagine?
No.
The loser skates off the ice. The locker room is already on an 18-wheeler. It's done.
Also, waterboarding was not on my bingo board.
No, it was not.
The conversation.
So, listen, I want to ask the people, did you watch the USA game last night, the Four Nations? How do we make this thing where you can actually build upon it? Because I'm with Rico on this. You and I used to love NBA All-Star Weekend. I won't watch a singular second of it. It's just played out. I don't think All-Star games have a role in our life anymore. I think people have changed. The game has changed. And look,
if they don't want to play in the regular season, what makes me think they want to play in an All-Star game?
Hit the bell, please. Thank you. I can leave. I won't make a more salient point.
You should have left earlier today.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get started. And if you enjoyed Four Nations or Foreign Diplomat, we're doing that at 2:30.
We're doing it again?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I commissioned Kenny.
Okay.
I told him, name your price. Design another version of that game today.
Player or politician?
We have to. It's too good. So we'll get with some of the people. I want to hear from the ticket techs. Need to condense it to 4 games. You got to get Russia in this thing. You got to name your trophy. You could avoid the suggestions I have where losers lose their citizenship and don't get to go home. I just want drama. I need sports that matter in a sea of winter sports that the regular seasons, candidly, don't matter.
Put the guillotine right there behind the.
Wow. We're going back to 1300.
Right there behind the goal.
Team France has entered the chat.
You don't score here? Well, line up there.
Wow. Miss a penalty shot? Dead. It's like the Stoney song we started with. Lenny. Dead.
Chopping off hands.
Wow. What is that, Hammurabi's Code? David's got the whole rule book.
You missed that breakaway? Come here.
Here's Kathy Bates to smash your leg. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico. We'll get to you guys in a minute.
Mike, what are we about to do?
Be curious.
There we go. Be curious. Specs at LTU can get you started on your new career, your new path. Radio, television, graphic design. Specs at LTU is here for you. You just need to be curious, as Mike said. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And then make sure you sign up for the upcoming semester. And by doing that, you'll make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right. We wanted to start out with something just a little bit wacky, but a lot of people did watch last night. The Four Nations. It's important to Kenny. But I'm making a point. The NHL never does anything right. If there's two leagues that have no idea how to market their stars, it's Major League Baseball and it's the NHL. Now, the NHL is sitting here where, A, it's killing the Red Wings. They're not playing. The Red Wings are hot as a firecracker. But you create this interesting concept, and then you proceed to do nothing right. It's 9 days long. There's no Russia. We didn't name the trophy, and nothing bad happens to the losers. I need drama. So I had asked, how do we make this thing mainstream? Kenny offered you a 4-day blitz. Got to have Russia in here. I'm letting Kenny name the trophy. He wants to call it the Guidos Memorial Cup. We can do that. Look, All-Star games are dead. Who the hell's watching the NBA All-Star game this weekend? I don't call up and lie to me. Don't.
Bruh, it's a format like it's the NBA version of Four Nations.
Explain. Go ahead and explain. I mean, we're here now, and then we'll get to the calls, and we'll get to Kenny.
I guess Team Kenny, Team Chuck, Team Shaq, and then the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge will play in their own little mini tournament. So the NBA stole from the NHL, Kenny. They have their own Four Nations. It's Team Chuck, Team Kenny, Team Shaq.
Whatever happened to East versus West? You know what I've never understood about the NBA?
That's too simple.
These new TV deals, all these players making all this money, right? Why not just get a gargantuan amount of money out there? You fill up I don't know, you fill up a G-Wagon with about $10 million and have the winning team chop it up. Hey, let's go play ball. You get you auction the car for charity and you get the cash and we go play. I don't know.
Right, but here's the thing. The players who are in the All-Star game are making hundreds of millions of dollars.
No, the money can go to charity. They don't need it. It can go to a charity. LeBron
have every
has one.
player
They all
identify
have
a
them.
charity.
Yeah.
You're playing for your charity. Now, if you don't care about kids with cancer or something, you're a real POS. You mean to tell me you're going to load manage when you're playing for dying kids?
The money goes to Jeremy.
What? He's sipping on his beverage. What did I do? I'm making a point. You identify.
No, you're making a great point.
Oh, take me out. I don't feel like playing.
I got no comment.
Little Bobby's in a coma. David, the ticket text.
Russia, Czech Republic, Norway, and Germany need to be added to the field cash prize for the winning team, like the NBA Cup. Get rid of the 10-minute overtime as well. It's too long.
Okay.
Someone says in hockey, playing for your country, 1B to the Stanley Cup. These guys are playing very hard, even fighting last night. It's been so fun to watch.
That's why you need Russia in this thing.
No Cameroon, no interest. Brian and Madison.
That is a reference back to when we found the world hockey rankings and they ranked 58 teams. Who knew Georgia had a team?
LOL, what an opening. Mike's killing coworkers and waterboarding hockey players for losing. Up next, a moon laser.
Yeah. Well, actually, did you see the picture of the naval ship with the laser weapon?
No.
I did. Yeah.
I'll show it to you. It's unbelievable. Right up your alley. Right up your alley.
Execution?
No, space stuff. Like it's supposed to like be this giant laser beam that can take out an army of drones. They fire it from the boat.
There goes Dr. Evil again. Lasers.
Laser.
Can we put them on the Sharks?
Yes, 100%. That's what Four Nations needs. Lasers on the helmets.
I love hockey, but the Four Nations is another preseason. Get through it. Don't get hurt. Wake me when it's over. From Jay Cut.
This is the hard part with sports in 2025. As fans, we struggle to find meaning. Look, the NFL is the only one who's got it right, and they're even on their way to ruining it, where the season becomes too long. Mm-hmm. These other sports, now you're taking a break. The one thing hockey's got, basketball players have no pride. Baseball players, forget about it. I don't. That all-star concept that died 30 years ago. But hockey, a texter said it. Playing for your country means something to these guys. Hockey players are wackos. You can play upon that and make it mean something to people. Mm-hmm. That's why once every 4 years people care about gymnastics or the luge nonsense. I just feel like the NHL never gets it right. They never promote their stars. They never make their game look good. They couldn't even name the trophy, Kenny.
They had this lightning in a bottle, right? There's something that actually means something to the players that they're actually willing to put effort into. They have lightning in a bottle. You need to make this work.
So is this going to be an every year type of event?
No, I think it's going to be every 2 years. They're going to do something country-related.
Opposite of the Olympics.
See, even that's not right. Even that doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
Build upon it. Get rid of your all-star game. Put the skills competition before this.
Fix it. Make it better next year.
And put it in. Maybe rotate the cities it's in.
Right now, it's Montreal, Boston. Make it Toronto and New York or Detroit.
There you
bring
go.
it here. We got the LED roof.
If we get the LED roof, we need this tournament here.
That's not happening.
Well, I guess we're not
The
getting
district would be
We
popping.
don't have nice things.
You know what? Here's the thing. We're going to happen. I'm treating all you guys. We're headed to Houston's. Dinner's on me.
Hey, man, I heard it's opening soon.
All the players can hang out in the district. It'll be great.
Woo! Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Mike, how's it going?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
First off, I got to talk to you. I've been listening all week. I've heard the slander over hockey in the Four Nations. I know this isn't coming from someone who watches the Kentucky Breeders
Watch
Open
yourself.
at Sarasota Racing.
Watch yourself. All right, I tell you what, Jack, ready? Jack
hitting people with garbage cans.
Hold on, what do they call it in tennis where there's a tie? Is that deuce?
Deuce, yeah.
Jack has just served and tied it up. Niche sport for niche sport. All right, let's go.
The Kentucky.
All right. Well, in all seriousness, I'm very well aware of the niche sport that is hockey. It's just one of those things that I would say I'm part of the hockey elite. What gets me going is you have guys, Matthew Tkachuk and Sam Bennett, who won a Stanley Cup of Florida last year. And in the middle of their season and in their efforts to try and repeat and win a Stanley Cup, they are literally talking about how they have waited a decade for this game and quite possibly probably going to fight at some point tomorrow.
I like
because,
it.
as you said, these guys are whack jobs when it comes to their country, but it makes it so intense and so much fun. It's like you're watching the Stanley Cup Finals in the middle of the season.
Do you agree with me? We need Russia in this thing. And do
100%.
do you agree if you make this into a 4-day festival versus this 9-day death march, you can generate actual interest?
Absolutely. I think they missed the mark on that for sure. I think because of everything going on with Russia and you know, for whatever reason, the fact they're not in it, they had an easy out going with 4 because Sweden and Finland are so popular in the sport. I think it's also kind of a precursor for the Olympics next year because they haven't been in the Olympics since 2014. And so I think all this is going to do is just lead to more bad blood that carries over into that when you do have, you know, hopefully Russia and Czechia and Slovakia. But, I mean, the fact you have Canadians booing the U.S. anthem yesterday because of, you know, whatever's going on outside the sport, I think tomorrow night is must-watch for all hockey fans.
Yeah, they better
or even those who are
Jack, I got bad news for you. They better watch out who they boo or they'll be speaking Russian.
That's right.
You know, honestly, I've had enough of that. All right, Canada never has an opinion on nothing. Don't be booing us. We're the only thing that keep you free.
Mike laying down the hammer.
No, it's just, honestly, I get tired of stuff like that. You don't boo the national anthem, and you don't boo the players on the ice. They didn't do nothing to you.
I was just laughing. He's like, you watched the Kentucky Breeders.
No, that's what I said. Hey, serve and volley, deuce.
But you know what? At least you got trophies and things at the end of the race that are.
You do.
Yeah, whether it's roses or whatever.
There's lots. Leave it there. You haven't been insulting yet. This is a record for you. Go to Colin, 97.1. What's up, Colin?
Not too much. I'm just calling in about the Four Nations Cup, and I got to say this, as a diehard Maple Leaf fan, but a proud Canadian and what's going on right now, I'm conflicted because you mentioned this is like a Stanley Cup, and I can't agree more. And even when I see my captain out there playing, part of me is like, I hope Sam Reinhart's brought his chops to the game. Because what do I want more? Do I want to see the Olympic feel, or am I looking long-term for my NHL team?
Yeah, that is the tough part, right? And that is where you never want to see anybody play in one of these, get hurt, and it impacts what you truly care about. But, Colin, the sport needs help. And if this is a way to market the stars, if this is a way to see the stars, be stars all on the ice together, not like in an all-star game where nobody cares, I think they got to take advantage of it. I think they got to try this and push the rev limiter.
Absolutely. And like you said, you brought up, you bring in Russia, you bring in the other. There's so many outside narratives going on as well. You got, is this Crosby's last one? You got the upcoming stars. You got injuries. I think the NHL needs to run this, like you said, in concurrence with the Olympics and make this thing permanent staple.
Yep, and it's one long weekend. You can't have this 2-week gap. I think you do the one long weekend. You give some rest to the players. Right. This becomes the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And again, a good charity being attached to this as well as national pride. What's the problem?
See, I think the NHL players, no, the national pride is enough for them. You don't need to. The NBA, you got to bribe them to care.
Yeah,
so you may need a charity, but then I don't even know if they care about the charity. Like they got their money, they got theirs.
Rico,
they don't care about charity. Wow,
you can't say that.
Feels like, looks like, seems like.
Yeah, I know. All right, you imagine. Like Jimmy Butler just walks off the court, doesn't give a rip, and they're like, and tonight Jimmy Butler was playing for cancer research. And he's walking off as he poops his pants. Or whatever the hell happened the other night.
No, I think he did.
That looked like a James Houston event.
He did. Because
it just did.
He had the executive walk to wherever he was going, like he was struggling.
Must have had a big pregame meal.
It was a little bit of a waddle in that walk.
Dude, it looked like a bomb went off in his ass.
Sat in that James Houston Gatorade.
Okay, then. Yeah, a tub of it. All right, then. You know what? I need a segue. Hold on. I can't believe it.
4 Nations.
Clean slate. Valentine's Day right here today. It's your last day to get involved and order some pizzas. For instance, Kenny does not live in a household that celebrates Valentine's Day, but he likes to treat himself. He fancies himself a very special man. He wants to order himself a heart-shaped pizza. Watch a little 4 Nations. I don't know. You can do it with Hungry Hours. Fresh in-house made dough, real mozz, and 8 different flavored crusts. And again, this is obviously the last day to get a heart-shaped pizza. You can't be rolling these things during the year. It's Valentine's Day. Do the business. You do it with Hungry Howie's. $8.99 for the heart-shaped pizza, and whether you're a lone wolf like Kenny or if you're going to be, Kenny, you make it sound like nobody loves you. I don't know. You're a very sad man. Order heart-shaped pizza for yourself or others. It's Hungry Howie's.
All right,
right,
Mike's
so-
out there watching Breeders' Cup highlights.
Yeah, that's right. No, we did this yesterday and we had fun with it. People enjoyed it. It's completely irreverent. It is Four Nations or Foreign Diplomat, brought to you by Kenneth G. Cott. Let's do the business. I'm Ron Barr for EA Sports.
I'm
All right.
Ron Barr. Four Nations or Foreign Diplomats, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Okay.
Let me give you guys the rules just in case you missed it yesterday. The rules are I'm going to Who Said It style give you 2 players. And Who Said It style, you guys are going to tell me which one is the Foreign Diplomat and which one is the Four Nations player.
Okay, and the rules are if it's blatant that I know it, I am to sit out.
And
Because-
this is going to be a few of these. There's going to be several of these because, as we said yesterday, Mike, you are, I guess, a card-carrying member of the Hockey Elite once again.
It's on a probationary basis, but
We'll see how you do today, all right?
Yeah, I'll probably falter. I mean, what are we going to do? You do Finland today or something ridiculous?
No, we actually have a combo platter of U.S. and Canada.
Okay, the English-speaking nations.
So they're names that I can pronounce without having to stare real hard at them for a few seconds.
Tim Horton.
Right.
Okay, let's go.
All right, so we got Daniel Morrissey and Josh Morrissey. Which one is the Irish Minister for the Industry of Commerce, and which one plays for the Winnipeg Jets?
You said it was Irish. I'm going to say Daniel's the Irish guy.
Okay.
Rico.
Daniel or who?
Josh. Morrissey.
Josh doesn't sound Irish.
No.
So
What
I'm
if
gonna go
Kenny's running a game on you, though? What if Josh is a Gen Z? He's a bit of a rising star in the diplomatic game.
No. I'm going to say
know
Josh
my
is the
game.
hockey guy.
David.
I'm going Josh is the diplomat.
I wonder if Kenny's doing a little reverse of the reverse psychology here.
Michael, what is your guess?
I'm going to say Josh is the Irishman diplomat and the other cat's the player.
Daniel Morrissey is the Irish Minister for the Industry of Commerce.
Damn it. We gave Kenny credit for being smart and cute, and those were two
It
terrible
was
mistakes.
the reverse of the reverse.
Dude, how many Irishmen have named their kid Josh?
Probably not many.
Next one on the list, we have an ambassador and we have a defenseman for the New York Rangers. Adam Fox and Sam Fox.
I'm sitting this one out. I know this one.
Adam Fox is the NHL player.
I can't confirm that. Who? Adam Fox and
Sam Fox.
I just like the name Sam Fox. Sounds like a nice
he should
young
be an
man.
entertainer.
Yeah. Like he's telling jokes. He might even be on the Saturday Night Live thing this Sunday.
Yeah, Sam's a politician.
Adam Fox is the player.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sam Fox is a Belgium ambassador. So,
Yeah, you ever wonder how these guys get into the business of being an ambassador? Like, what's the career path for you to get that cush gig? Like, whoever wants to talk to the Belgian embassy about anything?
That's why.
Waffles?
No.
French fries?
No. Mike, that's why. It's the job as a president that you give to your friends.
Yes.
So you pick the favorite place you would love to live, and you'll be the ambassador there. You're living there for free. No one's going to bother you. You're on a permanent work vacation.
Note to self: find the 2028 president and become friends with him.
Yeah.
So Adam Fox is on the U.S. team?
yes.
Yeah, it's
Adam
like,
Fox,
oh,
USA
Evan, you like Thailand? You know what? You're the ambassador. There you go.
All right,
Trouble there.
Next one. This one might be my favorite one that I have on this list. JT Miller or TJ Miller?
Oh man.
Not to be confused with the guy who played a role in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, that's TJ Miller with the long red hair. Huh. Is it Comfer? Did you say Comfer?
No, he said Miller.
JT Miller or TJ Miller?
All right, I'll sit this one out because I know this one.
Oh, JT.
I'm gonna go JT.
Hey, hold on, no. Who's who?
Yeah.
What are the two jobs here?
That's your job to figure out.
No. What's the political job?
One is an ambassador, one is a hockey player.
Ambassador to whom?
I won't tell you that until it's over with. I learned my lesson with the Daniel shenanigans.
I'm gonna go JT.
I'm going to reverse it. I'm going to go TJ.
I'm going to go JT with you, Rico.
Can he give it?
JT or TJ Miller is the 3-time U.S. ambassador. It's not a foreign ambassador. I just like the JT TJ thing.
I love it.
3-time though.
I
Back
will
to back
say,
to back.
like, listen, if I didn't know it, that's diabolical. What he just did to you guys?
Yeah. But think about this.
Diabolical.
Mike, the ambassador is like my dream job of being a bowl rep. You don't really do much.
But you get
just
cool
to wear
pins.
right. You
Right,
get to
you
wear
wear
the
a
glass.
jacket and
You get
you're
to
a
go to
scumbag.
Right. You get to go to games and you get to do whatever you want to
Yeah,
do. But
I'd
you
be
don't
like, here, you
really
want a
do
Belgium
anything.
pin?
So is that why we want Thailand?
No, I'm just saying wherever your favorite country is.
Yeah.
You can be the ambassador there.
Thailand.
Okay, there you go, David. Thailand. Yeah. All right.
Oh, all right. No, that's unnecessary. All right.
Well, you know, they say that's a certain
I
city there
suggest
makes
you
Vegas
stop.
look like nothing. I'm not gonna say the name of the city.
What have you done to my goodly segment?
Come on, keep it going.
All right, next one. Anthony Cirelli or Edmondo Cirelli?
I know this one. What's the other job?
Mexico's not in this.
I was about to say,
Since they're both kind of on that line, Italian Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International
He
Cooperation.
gave it away there.
Like what kind
There's
of?
no way that Armando is not the
It's
Italian
not
guy.
Armando, it's Edmondo.
Okay, Edmondo's the Italian guy.
a lot of Edmondos, Mike.
How many Armandos do you got in your family, Mike?
How many Edmondos you go to high school with?
Bro, I got bad news for you. Everybody where I grew up was named Anthony, Paul, Vince, John, or Michael.
I just thought they were named Anthony and Tony and Little Anthony
Yeah,
and
Little
Little
T.
Tony.
Big T.
Dude, I had an Uncle Rock, for God's sakes. Like, you're talking Edmondo. All right.
Edmondo's the Italian guy. I'm going to say the other one is.
Kenny,
the
go
hockey
ahead.
player.
Edmondo Cirelli is the Italian Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Yep, you gave it away. You're right, Evan.
You had to keep that one, and you couldn't have said Italian there.
That's okay.
I'll keep that one in the bank next time.
Keep going.
All right, we got Brian Bennett or Sam Bennett.
Wow. I know this one.
Can I go back to a previous one? Was the previous Sam in NHL or no?
That's for you to remember.
Huh.
I'm giving you no more hints. No more. There will be no more.
I know this one.
So
I'll
yesterday
sit
there
this
weren't any Bobs in the league, but now there's like multiple Sams.
Ryan
Yeah.
Bennett.
I'm
or
gonna
Sam
say,
Bennett?
I'm gonna say Sam,
Diplomat.
hockey player.
Brian Bennett is a basketball player.
What?
Brian.
Are you thinking Tony Bennett, former
Brian.
Virginia coach?
Brian is a black name. It's not can't be a hockey player.
When is Brian a black name? Brian's just a name.
Oh, okay. I know. All I know is Black Bryans.
Wow. I learned something new.
I thought Brian was like one of the more
It was like Steve.
like the milquetoast names. Like your parents are uncreative dimwits, and they're just like, we'll call him Brian.
One of my best hockey buddies, his name is Brian. He used to work in the building.
Up next, Kenny discovers his best friend is
Oh,
black.
you got a black friend?
I guess I do. I haven't asked him, I guess.
Kenny,
He's not, trust me.
Happy Black History Month.
Kenny and his stunning 23andMe results.
Wow, who would have thunk?
All right, guys, Brian or Sam?
Oh, you're really from
I had
Kenya?
to sit this out.
I'm
I
going
know
to say
this.
I'm talking to
Sam's
the
the
other
NHLer.
Sam, you said Sam's the NHLer. Rico?
Sam.
I have to go Sam.
You are all correct. He's a forward for Team Canada and on the Florida Panthers.
Brian.
And by the way, shout out. Apparently, Brian is a black name. There
Very
you
right.
go.
According to David, Brian works at the liquor store, so there we go.
No, Brian is the British ambassador to Belarus.
And he's British.
Yeah.
David also claims Brian is a more popular black name than LaMelo.
Right.
I only know one LaMelo, so
Kenny, do we have a Jaden today?
No, there is no.
What are you talking about? That's the whitest name ever.
We do have.
Signed David Hull.
I'll give you one more.
Okay.
We got Seth Jarvis or Will Jarvis.
Okay, I'm going to play this.
I
'cause
know
don't-
Seth Jones.
That's not the same person.
Popeye's kid.
That's Popeye's kid.
Okay.
Up
That
next.
is the black guy in the NHL. You got it, David.
Up next, Seth is a white name. Just kidding. Seth Jones on line 4.
Seth Jarvis or Will Jarvis?
Jarvis is the last name, huh? I'm going to say Will.
I'm going to go Seth.
I'm going to go Will.
Yeah, William Jarvis.
Seth is a hockey player name, though. Isn't
kind
it?
of is. It's a tough guy's name.
All right, go ahead.
Seth Jarvis is a forward for Team Canada and the Carolina Hurricanes.
Damn it.
What was the other guy?
The foreign diplomat.
Kenny, does this mean I get my card?
Sebastian
Sure.
Aho or Sebastian Aho?
The better Sebastian Aho.
Yeah, my team decidedly is the worst one.
I do have a question because there was an Aho on the ice yesterday, or were they both on the ice?
No,
I couldn't tell.
No, there's only one that qualifies for this tournament.
Okay.
That's
The
Carolina's.
other one plays for Mike's team, and he's not that great.
I got the government cheese version. Okay, the real Sebastian Aho plays in Carolina.
Wait, are you guys being serious? There's two of them?
Yeah,
There's
same
two
name.
unrelated different countries from that they were born
Yeah,
in. It
one
doesn't make
guy's
any
a
sense.
demon, the other guy blows.
And with that, that
So
is
it's like the good
Four
Howard and the
Nations,
bad Howard.
Yes.
or foreign diplomats.
All right, NBA All-Star Weekend. If you want to bet a few things, FanDuel's got you covered. Number one sports book and a betting partner of the NBA. They got the live betting for regular season action, of course, which it is the better way to play, candidly. The NBA, it doesn't matter. You get a 15-point lead, and it's gone in 30 seconds. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. And take your shot at $150 in bonus bets for new users, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get serious. The business of football. The NFL never stops. The offseason, free agency, trades, chaos. Let's do it. David.
So it's never too early to give some predictions for next season. And that's what ESPN did, different categories for different things. There are players, there are coaches, there are teams in here. So I'm going to start with, they named one team, coach or player, who will break out.
Did you almost choke on your tongue?
No. I've been coughing back here nonstop, and I'm trying to.
Good.
Yeah.
Happy
great.
Valentine's Day, Kenny. Dead. All right, go ahead.
So they go through, and the different writers for ESPN give who they think will be a breakout name.
Okay.
One name on here that you see a few times, Rome Odunze.
This is Rico's guy. I am going to abstain. This is your godson.
You know what? I can see where the potential is, and it's all because of Ben Johnson and that offense and really turning him into that Amon-Ra type of player for the Chicago Bears. Next season, no, but I think in a few years he could be, David.
And then I'll just complete the Bears here because they have a few different Bears. They have the Bears as a team, and then they have Caleb Williams also on this list.
I think they want Caleb Williams to be the breakout player. I mean, I kind of feel like Caleb Williams was being force-fed to me the same way Aaron Rodgers was. Oh, no, this is going to work in New York. Is it, though? And I feel the same about Caleb. Like, oh, he's going to be great. Is he?
I'm gonna give a different perspective because I think this is prospect fatigue for a lot of people. You get told someone's good for long enough, you end up like Rico. You end up angry at the person. If you actually look at Caleb, he had a solid rookie year. He was not a disaster. He was not Achilles Smith. He was good on a very bad team.
You may be right. I was just told he was going to be great.
I know. And I'm telling you, it happens to all of us. You're very bitter at this now. You're tired of being told he's great. So now you're projecting. You're lashing out.
Another team on this list here, and I'm mentioning them because we've had the conversations about the Chiefs this week.
Yes.
And we had a prediction regarding the Chargers possibly overtaking that division. Another division team here. They have $50 million in cap space. The Broncos.
Bo Nix. You know what? If they spend it correct, I think if the Broncos can get another receiver in there and possibly a better running back, I think that they could.
You know who would be nice there? Be a really good fit. Pair of AFC West teams I think are a great landing spot for a Michigan Wolverine. Colston Loveland would be exceptional with Sean Payton and the way they run that offense. It's the same thing with Harbaugh, the way he runs his. I'm with Rico. They need another playmaker on that thing. I've also said to you, that's a spot where I look at an Ashton Genty in the draft.
I was about to say, yeah.
But they're close, and they've got the money, and defensively.
But see, I don't know if Genty will get past the Cowboys.
Why would he? Why would he? Because a team with negative $12 million in cap space and glaring holes everywhere, let's take a running back. Go ahead, David.
The next three here, I'm just going to name them because it's very easy. A lot of rookies are in here. So let me just name these three key ones here. Michael Penix Jr., Marvin Harrison Jr., and then you have Ricky Pearsall.
I want to say something positive about a 49er, and then I'm going to drop a hand grenade in Rico's lap. Ricky Pearsall was super impressive once he got back and got a chance. And again, no one intends on getting shot in the preseason. But I think his rise means Debo can get the hell out. The hand grenade I want to drop in Rico's lap is Marvin Harrison. What the hell?
No, Marvin Harrison... Here's the thing. He went to the wrong team. You can't have weird wide receiver and weird quarterback play on the same offense because Marvin Harrison needs an alpha dog to go in there and just tell him where to go, tell him what to do, and get him the ball. And honestly, I don't think that Kyler Murray even knew who he was for half the year. He was like, yeah, he'll get the ball and he gets the ball. It's like, no. He's one of those always open wide receivers. So, no, I don't think so because those two they're oil and water. They don't mix. Michael Penix, I think Michael Penix, whole offseason, tailor the offense towards him. They got a ton of weapons in Atlanta. They just haven't used them in 3 years.
So the next category, they go through one move you want to see this offseason. Of course, there's a lot of Myles Garrett's in here, but there's two. moves that I want to focus on because one is like, wow,
Matthew Stafford to the New York Football Giants.
There's a Giants one.
You know
here.
what? I actually hold on real quick.
Yeah.
I saw that this morning, and it said that your Giants would have to trade. It was like their two second round picks, second round this year and second round next year for Matthew Stafford. And I'm thinking, if that's all it took, man, you better make that deal. If you can get away with just trading your 2 seconds.
You might want to do that because what this guy predicts is the Giants trade up for the number 1 pick to take Cam Ward.
I would leave the studio and take a week off. I did. You can't do that stuff. We're not good. If you're going to give up picks, they can't be premium, and it can't be to take a rookie. I mean, David, just prepare for it.
And then this next one here, I was looking at it like, wow, I didn't think of this because we all talk about T. Higgins. Where he could sign, traded to, things like that.
Patriots.
Higgins signs with the Commanders.
Holy mercy.
Yes.
Oh, that would be nasty. Him and Terry McLaurin. And they sign him and trade for Garrett. Let Brad cook.
Oh, but we'll be fine. Aiden.
Woo!
Stuff.
That one was like, whoa.
I mean, now again, here's the problem. T. Higgins would have to be okay sharing the targets. He just got out of a situation where he's had to do it. McLaurin would have to, there's a lot of ego that plays into that. But, wow, that would be unbelievable.
If it could work, yeah.
And if I'm T. Higgins, why would I want to go to New England where I'm going to lose? Wouldn't you want to win?
See, that's why I always New England, or you hear the Panthers, they're up and like, no, or no, because no, I want to win now. I mean, to me, the floor would be the Broncos. It's like, okay, you're on the cusp of winning. But New England, I got to trust that
I think
May
they'll
is going to be good.
But better for New England is if they're a competitive 7-10 next year.
Right.
Versus Commanders, they're in a Super Bowl window. But again, if the Patriots offer you, $40 million more guarantee.
I mean, at that point, do you have enough money or do you want to win? And because he does not have the ring, I would go for the ring.
Yep.
If he were coming off of a Super Bowl, kind of like Golden Tate. Golden Tate won the Super Bowl early in his career with Seattle, so he was able to come to Detroit for a ton of money because he's got the ring already. So now it's about the money.
And by the way, that T. Higgins to the Commanders was mentioned a few times by writers in here. And the other one that was mentioned a couple times in this segment was Garrett to the Lions, and then Myles Garrett to the Buffalo Bills.
Wait.
Oh, 2 different ones.
Oh.
Yeah, 2 different ones, but it was mentioned a couple times by a few writers in here.
I mean, it makes too much sense, and we always say it. When things make this much sense, they never happen. So I will simply hope for the best.
Based off of the comments off of a certain defensive player, based off of the history of drafting defensive linemen and how much they put the effort, I don't think it's going to happen. I think we want it to happen, but I've long since given up on that. He'll end up playing somewhere, and I think when it does, it's going to be Mike Chair drop number 2. It's like, wow, he went there.
He went to the Eagles.
He's now a Philadelphia Eagle. Congratulations.
Let Brad cook.
Or he's now playing opposite of Nick Bosa. Yeah, there you go. Like, it'll be something like that where some team just says, we don't care.
Yep.
But here, we're cooking in the kitchen.
That's right.
Yeah, the kitchen may be closed in Detroit.
The
That
Draft
is
and Develop Diner
in football today.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm specializing in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And Jerry used to work for the IRS. They're going to create a plan. They're going to fight for you. They're going to advocate for you, which means they will go on the offensive against the IRS. And they are the buffer. You don't have to talk to the IRS no more. They're going to create a plan to save your time.
A lot of buffers.
Buffers. A lot of buffers. Great reference, by the way, that only you and I understand. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. Tigers president Scott Harris spoke to the media again today. Quote, "We're going to be just fine without Alex Bregman. We still have a clubhouse that just got to the postseason and beat a team with Alex Bregman, so clearly it can be done," end quote. Harris also said that Kenta Maeda is in the mix for a starting rotation spot. Maeda threw his first bullpen of the spring yesterday, and Harris thought he already looked a lot better than last year. Second-year Pistons player Asar Thompson getting ready to participate in the NBA Rising Stars tournament today at All-Star Weekend. He spoke with NBA TV at practice about playing in the same state he grew up in of California today. The Rising Star Tournament features of 4 teams, so we'll each play a semifinal game and then move on to a championship. The first semifinal begins at 9 tonight. You can catch it over on TNT. The Eagles had their Super Bowl parade today. Running back Saquon Barkley was walking down the street and saw the team's ball boy in the crowd. He helped him over the barrier and had him join the team in their march down the route. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was quite disturbing. Welcome in on a Friday. And if you missed anything, first hour was irreverent but fun. So Odyssey.com rewind, also the YouTube page, subscribe, like, the whole bit. I wanted to ask a question about the Tigers, and it's not Bregman related, really. The offseason is pretty much done. You're hearing some comments from Scott Harris, but reality is tickets go on sale. So I wanted to have some fun because I don't know, Rico, in your time in this town or mine, I've ever seen anything like what the Lions have pulled off, where it's not just buying tickets, it's tripping over your garden hose to spend, to go to other stadiums and do takeovers,
Right
to
there.
buy all the gear, to, not be willing to sell tickets at unbelievable profitability. And I understand it's different in the world of baseball with 162 games, but I wanted to know, now the Lions are done, Tigers factually, and I understand Pistons will make the playoffs this year. Red Wings were hopeful, but it's a harder road for them. But the Tigers made it. They did. Whether they were real or not, they did. I want to know, sitting here right now, guys, spring training, it's happening. Scott Harris is talking. The team spent a little bit, albeit not the way we wanted, but they spent. Did the Tigers do enough to where you're going to invest in them? Because, frankly, and it's no one's fault, I don't blame you guys, no one realized we had a baseball team here for about 140 games. Now, the last couple weeks of the season, it got, okay, people started to catch on. Are you investing in the Detroit Tigers, or do you need more? And I'm not telling you what to do. It's not my place to tell you what to do. I'm asking you, as the paying customers of this city who may have gone into debt to support your football team, I would love to know.
Just regular seats, not the club, right? We're just talking about the regular.
Buddy, anything. All seats are on. I don't care if you wanted to buy tickets to 4 different games and be a bleacher creature. You want to buy standing room only, or you want to do the 1901 Society and have a chandelier above your seat. I don't care. Everybody can invest at a level they're comfortable with. Are you ready to hand the Tigers your money as tickets go on sale? That's really the question. Did they do enough to flip the switch where now you want to do a percentage of what you've done for the Lions?
I think so. I think that people are ready because they've always gone down to Comerica Park, maybe not to the way that they would pack Ford Field, but it's what you always get angry with me about. It's something to do in the summer. It's hanging out with your boys, a date night. It's just going out there and catching up with your kids, and you guys are just sitting out there drinking beers and watching Tiger baseball, and you don't really care if they win or lose, but yes, you're there. Now, based off of how the season ended, there is a buzz because now you want to see, can this team recapture that lightning in a bottle? I do think people will be as invested. I don't think it, not to the Lions takeover type thing. You're not going to Cleveland. You're not going to Chicago. You're not going to any of these places. But I think at Comerica Park, I think they will see an uptick in the crowd.
But what about you? What about you? Are you spending your money? Because I'm going to tell you where I'm spending my money.
Wow, Pastor.
Not on the Tigers.
Sinner.
Right.
Not on the Tigers. There is one series my family is interested in, and it's not because of the Tigers. It's because another team is coming to town.
Padres.
So, yes. So I'm not investing in the Tigers to go down there. I'm not looking forward to say, oh, and let me circle when the Yankees come to town, and let me circle. I'm not interested because I'm disappointed in what the goal was for this offseason, and we didn't accomplish that goal. We did not get a right-handed bat. We did not get a bopper in the lineup to set the lineup on fire. We didn't do it. So I'm just disappointed. I'm like, know what? Sorry, not spending my money.
You know what, David? I would probably do, if a Skubal start, I would go down there. If I knew he was pitching that day, I would go down there because chances are I'm going to see a good game from the Tigers. And chances are you're going to win that game. Pitching a chaos game, probably not.
I think for me, I'm on the daiquiri plan. I think I'll do it. They've done enough.
Slick back hair, Kenny.
That's right, yeah.
I like slick back hair, Kenny.
Yeah, me too. He should come around more.
That was fun. I had fun hanging out with Kenny that day at the ballpark.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often. But yeah, no, I think I'm in daiquiri mode where they've done enough to get me every so often, or if I get tickets through the building, through work. Outside of that, I'm not investing tons and tons of money into tickets, parking, concessions. I'm not going.
So you're going for the good time to have fun with your boys.
And to watch the game. But like yesterday, we talked about what their offseason was like. I think collectively agreed it was a B. And they could have done a lot more to make it a B+ or an A- or an A. Giving that this offseason a B and seeing them what they did last season, as miraculous as it was and as unduplicatable as it may have been, a B offseason is enough to get me in the park every so often. It's not enough for me to go all the time, once a month, twice a month. You know, it's not enough for me to like make a schedule of, all right, I want to go to this series, I want to go to this series, I want to go to this series. But it's enough to get me in the door every so often. No more than that.
248-539-9797. And look, maybe baseball just isn't a sport you invest in. I'm not mad at you for it. It takes forever. You're sitting outside. It's weather dependent. The weather at the beginning and the end of the season are pretty terrible. And let's face it, there are days in the summer it ain't great either. 88 degrees and humid is not something most people want to be sitting in. But I just wanted to know. I mean, they made the playoffs last year. They did spend money on a technical basis. It just was done in weird ways. I mean, the Alex Cobb thing, the Gleyber Torres, Tommy Kahnle. Now, Jack Flaherty was legit. That's a 1-year, $25 million deal where if he's any good, he's gone. He's not going to be here year 2 on a $10 million salary. But they didn't land a right-handed bat. They didn't add players that people really know or care about. And baseball's not like other leagues where fans don't watch other teams. Think about it. Why does Sunday Night Baseball not resonate? Oh, my God, it's Cardinals and Dodgers. Ain't nobody here watching.
Nobody cares.
Baseball's become a very localized sport in a national league.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's a great point.
I try. But then again, you know what, Rico? Maybe there's the answer. I don't know what to say.
Let's just get Kenny to come up with more names.
Player. Yeah.
The
Player
problem
or
with that is
diplomat. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, Kenny. What's up?
There's only 4 nations. I can't. That's all the names. I used them all.
Not a Russian one would be a hoot.
Yes, it would if there was a Russian team.
Hearing you try to pronounce that stuff.
No, absolutely not.
David, let's get some ticket text. And again, guys, it's a yes or no thing. If you're investing in the Tigers, why? And if you're not, why? And no one's right or wrong.
Right.
It's not a judgy kind of topic. I just want to know. Because tickets are on sale now, and I truly do wonder if last year resonates with anyone, or the further you get from it, the more fluky it becomes to you.
Or, Mike, I mean, most people have just a finite amount of disposable income. Did the Lions take up all your money? and you're kind of sitting there like, well, maybe we'll take in a game or two. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, David.
Caller texter says, I'm definitely invested, and I'm invested because having playoff baseball in Detroit is electric, and I need that back. Someone else says, the Tigers have won. Adding pieces and try to spin absolutely deserve support. The team wins playoff games, unlike the Lions. I'm mildly invested because I love the Tigers, but they need to get a serious right-handed bat in here now. But right now, yes, I'm still invested. I'm always a Tigers fan. I'm excited for this season, but since we lost out on Bregman, I don't feel good about winning the division. But if we trade for Arenado, maybe my confidence is back. That's from Marlon in Wall Lake. We are going to Los Angeles for the opening weekend, so excited family lives out there. We're going to have a blast. Go Tigers. That's from Tom in Onstead. Tim in Grosse Pointe says, I'm a big Tiger fan and used to have season tickets. I was looking into this year, but the team has not done enough to entice me.
See, that's the key word. Did they get incrementally better? I don't know. And I'm really not that type of person. Normally it's black or white, yes or no. Rico, I don't know if they got a whole lot better. I don't.
Well, but you also have to juxtapose it against the division that they play in. Did you do enough to be the best of this division? And then we sort through the rest after that.
I can't say it.
Because then, I still think that if you somehow can get to that 5-game series, now, with Skubal and Flaherty, you can win that. Now, what do you do past that? I don't know. But you can win a 5-game series.
You got to keep them both healthy. That's the other issue.
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong.
No, fair.
You're not wrong. It's just in today's day and age, it's so funny. It's like you and I have both lived here, worked in this city, and like when Justin Verlander would pitch 225 or 230 innings, that just became normalized, right? Now, I think last year, no one pitched 200. Skubal may have come close. Now, if you can get 150.
New baseball.
Yeah, 150 innings, 160 innings, you're kind of topping out where you are. Like, it's funny. I was listening to something about Sasaki, who the Dodgers signed, and they're like, yeah, if you can give them 120 innings, they're happy. And I'm like, imagine that.
Brother, this is a whole different topic that I've often said. You say TV ruins sports. I say analytics.
Analytics has really hurt the watchability of sports. I agree totally with you. Totally.
Because you're a caveman. Yeah.
No.
Well,
it can be right to
right.
win, but it doesn't mean it's right to watch. Here's Rico Beard. Curious as ever.
The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Sportsbook, where you can bet on who's going to win the title. You can even bet on where Cooper Flag will end up. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, let's get to the people. Tiger tickets are on sale. Bregman sweepstakes has ended for all intensive purposes. So has the offseason. Have the Tigers done enough to get your money? And again, it's totally a decision of free will. I'm not judging you if you're in. I'm not judging you if you're going, no, they didn't do enough. I think baseball's a tough sell in 2025. It's a very difficult thing to want to go and watch, especially on a semi-consistent basis. And if your team doesn't have everyday players that are stars. Look, Tarik Skubal pitches once every 5 days. I mean, that's not something you can plan for. You're not going to be able to plan the rotation out a couple weeks in advance. You want to be able to go see positional players that are going to be up to bat 4, 5, 6 times in a high-scoring game and play the field, and you just don't have those people. Now, if you want to tell me Riley Green is, well, then you're a Tigers super fan. If you go around talking baseball with people and you ask for, the top 15, top 20, top 30, top 40 players in the sport, Riley Green ain't there. He's a good ball player. I'd love to have him. Love to sign him. But, you don't have – forget about
Parker
Ohtani.
Meadows,
Parker Meadows, very valuable baseball player. But you don't have people that bring fans to the park.
No, that's when you break it down is whether you're Detroit good or you're one of the good players.
Good way to put it. Let's go to Cody, 97.1. Cody, what's going on, buddy?
How we doing, Mike Enrico? You guys having a good day?
Hey, yes, Cody. Sir.
Yeah, I'm actually on the way to Commander Clark right now to discuss season ticket packages or the 10-game packages.
Okay.
So, yeah, I definitely am looking to invest some money, but I'm also biased. My last 3 years, I've spent a lot of time and money at different ballparks, and one was Commander Field when I lived in Colorado. So I'm just ready for some winning baseball, to be honest with you.
Oh, Gallardo Rocks are terrible. Terrible ownership in Colorado. Awful all around. Yeah, Cody, look, I think the Tigers will at least be competitive. I don't know if they're going to repeat last year. I don't know if they'll take any step forward, but at least you go to the ballpark, they're going to have a chance to win any day you go. Colorado, forget it.
Exactly, and I went multiple times last year, and I always had a good time, but now it's getting to the point that 2 seasons ago, every other game or every game I went to was 1 or 2 runs and a loss.
Yep.
Or not a lot of action. And then last year, it started to change, and I've been a Tigers fan my whole life, so I'm just ready to watch, these young guys, really commit to it. And Kerry Carpenter is why I go to the ballpark. So, and I know, just Kerry Bonds,
Yeah, just better hope a lefty's not on the mound or you're going to be a little bummed out. But, yeah, I hear you. I do. And so Cody's in. And again, I always try to speak to, what appeals to the masses, Rico. For a guy like Cody who knows baseball, likes baseball, has gone to multiple parks, had tickets in Colorado, it's a different level of fan.
Right. But you also hear Cody's going down there to discuss 10-game packages or things like that. He's not going down there to buy season tickets.
No, I don't think anybody does. Who the hell? Look, 25 years ago, if you were a season ticket holder and had an 81-game package, maybe, what is the point of that now? Who has time?
You're right. You end up giving them away.
Yeah, you can't sell. And that's not about the Tigers. That's anywhere outside of St. Louis, Dodgers, Yankees, Mets. I don't know who you're selling tickets to in the secondary market in baseball. Maybe Wrigley, maybe. But most towns, if you ended up with a season ticket package, any game you don't go to, you're eating them.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's even the park, not the team for Wrigley.
It's a tourist event as much as anything else. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing much. How you guys doing today?
Good, John. What's up?
Oh, nothing much. So I'm 26, so my window of view with this team is slightly limited, but my very first game I ever went to was the Magglio Ordonez walk-off game, so I'm a little spoiled when it comes to this team.
What a debut. What a debut.
Right. But, I went to a couple of games last year. The first one was the Ohtani game where he broke our hearts with the double off the wall, and they won the game. The second game was the Leland retirement game, and oh my gosh, what a game that was. I think the fatigue fans feel right now is that there's no magic that brings people to the ballpark. When I was a kid that era of teams from 2011 to 14 that I will die on the hill. If that team not winning a championship will be more of a heartbreak than the Lions if they don't win a championship.
Yeah, I mean, you had at one point in that era, John, you're nailing it. At one point, you had 4 Cy Young Award winners in your starting rotation.
Yeah.
Oh, it was, yeah. I mean, if it wasn't them, it was either Prince Fielder when we had him before that whole, debacle with Baby Miggy. But, yeah, I mean, if it wasn't the pitchers, it was him, it was Miggy, it was
Don't forget V-Mart.
Kinsler when he was on the team, V-Mart. Oh, yeah. I mean, there was players on that team that would carry the load if the pitching wasn't there, and then vice versa.
That's right.
We don't have that now. And somebody hit it on the head when they said, the only thing that would attract you to the ballpark is Tarek Skubal, and I agree 100%. Now, me personally, I bought tickets to the game on May 10th because they're doing a Tarek Skubal bobblehead giveaway, and I'm a sucker for giveaways. You tell me there's a giveaway, I'm going to get tickets.
And a good chance maybe he pitches that day.
Yeah, no doubt. Let me get the last call, and then I've got something for you guys. I wanna know if I'm missing the mark on something. I've just read an article on something. Sports, nothing crazy, no UFOs or anything. We'll go to Tim. He'll get the last word on the Tiger thing. Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, hey, guys. Love your show as always. And, Mike, I appreciate how you want to take the temperature of the average fan. So I'll just share with you that my wife and I are 61. We're suburban, lifelong Detroiters. And we are invested in this current Tigers team, looking forward to the 2025 season. We get to the ballpark about 3 or 4 times a year. And what we love about this team is it's homegrown, low-paid talent that you can root for, and they did so well last year, advanced in the playoffs, and they don't have a lot of, surly mercenaries like Gary Sheffield. So as Detroiters, I think it's an easy team to root for. I disagree that the only thing to go and watch is Tarek Skubal. We love to see what Carpenter is going to do, Riley Green, Meadows, Keith. We like Jake Rogers. So I think it's a team that you can embrace. And, just speaking as two older suburbanites, yes, we look forward to going down there.
Tim,
and
you
watching all
should.
the games.
Listen, Tim, you're not wrong, but you're a big baseball guy, right? You know these players. And you absolutely have a different viewpoint than the average fan. That's all I'm saying. The average fan, if you want to get 3 million people through the turnstile like the glory days, you got to get the average fan who's only going to know star players but wants to be a part of it. For you and yours, no, Tim, you're well beyond that in a knowledge base, and you know the game. And if you're sitting here telling me you like Jake Rogers, we can have a different conversation. I'm not a huge fan, but fine.
And we do love Jake Rogers.
Okay.
And the other thing I would say is, we think that Comerica is a great ballpark experience, and we know where to park now. And I think it's just a great time, and it's a team you can. It's a team you can love instead of resent. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Tim, I think you're one of those. You want to go for the experience, to have fun, to be with your wife, and just enjoy the game. If they win, great, but it's not going to ruin your day. And that's why I think a lot of Tigers fans are. And I know, much to your chagrin, Mike, but that's just how it is here.
No, it's not my chagrin. My chagrin is with what we're about to discuss, where I am going to need you guys to have a drop-free environment. Because I have to say something that's a quote, and it cannot be turned into a drop.
Okay.
But there is a player who used to play for the Lions who I think this guy has something seriously wrong with him. But this player is going after a person you should never attack. You will never win. And he's doing it at a Super Bowl parade. I have to read this to you next, okay? I need you to trust in me. This is not a Karshian tease, and we're going to come back and talk about Gator's favorite meatloaf. No, this is a legitimate.
Oh, no. It's legit. I think I know where you're going with this, but I'm going to let you present
No, I don't care about presenting it. I just saw it, and I'm going, we got to do one segment. What is wrong with this guy? You're never going to win this battle. People, sit tight. I got you covered. Rico, tell them.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. It's at 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet and choose from the great deals they have in their lineups of the new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they are ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT, $279 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Unfortunate breaking news. There's been a shooting at the Eagles Super Bowl parade. Police say there's been 2 shot in the Spring Garden neighborhood. This marks 2 years in a row after 33 people were injured last year in the Chiefs celebration. Tigers president Scott Harris spoke with the media again today and was asked whether the team is still looking to add a bat after missing out on Alex Bregman. Quote, I don't think there's going to be one coming from free agency. We're going to explore trade opportunities, but we feel really good about the group we have, and we think it's a group that's going to continue to get better, end quote. Former Tiger middle infielder Dixon Machado is inked a deal with the Cubs. The UCLA and Indiana men's basketball game tonight will be available to watch on the MetaQuest VR headset. Atlanta Braves star Ronald Acuna Jr. is at 90 to 95% better after his ACL surgery. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, so I wanted to just give you this story. And, I mean, look, I think we learned pretty quick he can be a good football player, but he's a bit of a wacko in his 1 year with the Lions. C.J. Gardner-Johnson went back to Philly, won the Super Bowl. Now, not only did he shovel dirt on us for what I deem to be no particular reason, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson has gotten into it with Taylor Swift. Now, that is a losing battle. To the point where Taylor Swift fans, now this is where people are all messed up. I hate to break this to you, but Taylor doesn't care about you. She doesn't pay your mortgage. You can be a fan of her and love her. Taylor Swift fans have then taken up for their favorite celebrity and attacked C.J. Gardner-Johnson's mother's restaurant with 0-star reviews, which you're affecting a person's business and life. What C.J. says about Taylor Swift does not. Those are not equal things. Well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson decided he wasn't going to take this laying down. And guys, this is not a drop.
No, it's not. You can feel free.
This is a news story.
Unlike you,
all right, I'll cover it.
Unlike you, I will honor my word.
I will. I'll honor it.
No. I'm trying to talk about him.
Okay.
Point is, at the parade today, he is wearing a sweatshirt that says, quote, Swifties can LIX my balls, close quote. What does the LIX stand for? Roman numerals 59. And if you pronounce it together, it pronounces licks. So, why, man? Like, you're not winning this battle.
No, but
why would you do that?
Because that's what he does. I mean, even his teammates say, man, they just, almost try to avoid him in the locker room because he just gets under your skin. He's one of those people that just can't leave well enough alone. But it's like the Beehive with Beyonce. You're not winning. Right.
These music celebrities have armies of loyalists.
No. They have cults.
Okay.
Let's just call it what it is. It's a cult because the person can't do anything wrong. They can justify what that person says each and every time, and they will fight to the death for that person. So that's a cult. So yes, you CJ, good luck. This is this is your battle, man. You're not going to win it. It's cute with the t-shirt, but they'll come back at you.
Now, luckily, people have stepped in. CJ's mom has a restaurant. Apparently, Yelp has flagged the restaurant for unusual, barrages of unfounded reviews. Why? If you're CJ, I guess I just don't understand it, man. You're a grown-ass man. You're going out on social media and you're saying nasty stuff about Kelsey and his ex and all that, and you're like, bro, you just won the Super Bowl. You're not a comedian out here.
No, Mike, let's just be real. When you talk about the Eagles, he's probably 10th of the Eagles that you talk about. You probably talk about Cooper DeJean before you talk about him. He needs attention. So what better way to get attention than to go up against the big dog and let's go up against Taylor Swift. That'll get me some attention. That'll get people to talk about. Heck, we're talking about him now. He won because he needs this type of attention. He needs this. He needs the affirmation. He needs people. Probably needed some hugs. I don't know.
I just tell you can't wear a sweatshirt like that. And no, I'm not going to do the cliche bleeding hearts thing. Oh my God, there's children there. Well, the kids probably can't read it. The point is, it's the wrong thing to do. It's just so ridiculous. I wanted to at least bring it up. You know what kills me? He's a good football player. He's not great, but he's good.
But I think that's it, because he's good and not great. Not a lot of people talk about him, so he takes that personal. So every place he goes, he has to talk trash. He has to do stuff. The ski mask here, waving to the San Francisco crowd at halftime. Game's not over yet. You may want to wait.
David, your thoughts as a pastor? No, I'm kidding. You can give me your thoughts, but I also wouldn't mind the ticket text.
Yeah, he loves attention. That's what it is, Rico. You're right. This guy loves attention, and he feels like he's not getting it. Yeah, sure, he's on the Super Bowl winning team, but no one talks about him for this Eagles team.
Mm-mm.
So if he does this, yes, he's probably feeling, I'm going to get the attention that I deserve. I want the attention. I'm C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Talk about me. Super Bowl champ. Right. Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah, all this Jalen Hurts and Saquon. And what about me? Well, C.J., you're just a player on the defense. You're a good player.
Yeah, but on the defense, is he one of the 5 best guys I got? No.
And that's just it.
He's not better than Quinyon. He's not better than DeJean. He's not better than Nakobe Dean. He's not better than Nolan Smith. He's not better than Jalen Carter. He's not better than numbnuts Jordan Davis. I mean, you start to list it out, and you go, wait a minute, I'm listening to this guy do this. He's a 7th, 8th best guy in the defense, and he's a good player.
He's a very good player, but it's red flags galore. I mean, it started with the ski mask thing, right? Like when he was in town, and then he left town, and then
he made fun of us. I'm like, what did we do wrong to him?
We didn't do anything. We actually embraced the idea. A lot of fans embraced the ski mask thing with him. They embraced his idea. Then he left, and then he dumped on us for.
He said his year here was hell. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, sorry, you made it all the way to the NFC title game.
Right.
And you had fans love you.
Mind you, your teammates carried you because you were hurt. We were excited to get you back.
And now the Taylor Swift thing, I think Rico's spot on. I think he just wants the attention. He's not getting it.
I quit. That's my response. I quit. I give all of it. I'm done. Yeah. Happy Valentine's Day. I quit. All right, David, take a text, please.
Yeah, someone says he's an idiot. Glad the Lions dumped him. How in the world did he fit in the Lions culture? Doesn't make sense to me. That is Phil in Wixom.
Whoa. He fit the Lions culture. Yeah. He actually did. Very braggadocious, very over the top. He's just someplace else now, and now you're like, oh, this guy. No. He fit the culture for a year when he was here.
That's the part these fans don't want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
J-Mo does some of this stuff.
Right.
Kirby does some of this stuff. Brian Brandt, not sweatshirts with cuss words. I'm talking the style, the bravado, the talk, the trash.
The T-shirt with the middle finger.
Okay. Yeah, man. That is a little. Now, I don't mind having an edge as long as you back it up. Now, what did we talk about the other day? It's probably time to power that down and let's be about the business this offseason.
Yeah.
But I
think it's safe. He's not going to go after Kendrick Lamar because he knows, well, that's not going to end well. Taylor's not going to say anything about me. She's not going to write a song about me. And honestly, she probably doesn't know who he is.
Ouch. David.
CJ is a clown. He talks smacked about the Eagles when he came here. Then the second he goes back to the Eagles, he talks smack about Detroit. He has no idea.
Hold on, time out. I just thought of something. Maybe this is my Golden Girls moment. Wasn't he the player who started effing with the fans in San Francisco when you were up?
That's what I said. He was waving to the crowd at halftime.
Now the reference is clicked.
Yeah, he was waving to the crowd.
I'm losing my mind.
Saying goodbye, saying it's over.
Cutscene.
It's halftime.
I think 30 minutes left.
The only thing that looked worse than that was the Bears player who was doing that
before the Hail Mary
game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's waving to the crowd. See you later. Like, clock's it's only halftime. We still got 2 more quarters to play.
Also, Mike, I was in the bathroom when you said it. What did this shirt say?
No.
Okay.
LIX is the Roman numeral, and I can tell you that Roman numeral was placed in a sentence about his balls. Okay? You can figure it out. How dare you do that to me?
I was just wondering.
I know your tricks. All right, we got a fun little blitz for everybody. We're going to do Who Said It. We got a lot left to do today. 97.1. Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex than anybody in the state, and that's because Northville has the best prices of anybody in the state. And the benefit of everything being in stock all the time. No exceptions. It's right in their warehouse a mile down the road. They've got you covered. This is where the pros go. And if you want to get on their spring schedule, do it now. They fill up fast and lock in before the prices go up. It's Northville Lumber. You can take samples home as well. Call them today or visit northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so we wanted to have a little bit of fun with one of the blitzes today. Obviously, football covered the other one, Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. This is a last-minute gift guide. David, take it away, please. Oh.
It is...
David, please.
That's one.
It is...
David, let's try this again.
It is extremely last minute, seeing that Valentine's Day is today. So
Let's go buy a little bow.
But here's the thing. These gifts, you can go into a store today and get. You don't have to go to Amazon. You have to get them online.
Okay.
Yes, Kenny.
I was just thinking this would be a great time for Mike's new drop.
No. The answer's no.
Not doing that one. So if you're someone that likes to take pictures and you want to have those memories, a digital frame to showcase the favorite memories.
First of all, Valentine's Day is a joke. But, okay, I'll play along with you. A digital picture frame?
Yeah, so what it rotates through the different pictures.
I think a regular would do.
No, I mean, because most people don't print out photos. Like most people have thousands of photos on their phone, where back in the day, Mike, we had photo albums that you actually looked at. So now you can take your 20 best pics that you took on your phone, download it to that.
So like Kenny's girlfriend could buy him one of these, and it's all the times he's been blackout hammered at the bar, and it's like this rotating collage.
How about a nice oil painting? How about that?
Right,
huh?
yeah, regular Van Gogh.
Well, speaking of oil, there is a massage candle on this list that you can get. That's a nice gift right there, right, Kenny? You said oil, so get the massage candle. Here's a gift here. Kenny looked at this one and says, okay, my girlfriend might like this one.
Oh, boy.
These are warmer slippers. Microwavable slippers to keep her toes toasty.
Oh, God, this is
It
painful.
will keep them warm for 25 minutes.
I'll let you guys comment on
What's
this.
the point?
There are lavender-infused seeds that activate once heated.
So 25 minutes and then it's over.
And then you got to warm them up again, yes.
Okay.
I don't know. How the hell is it different than...
I mean, it seems like it should last longer than, if you put it in the microwave, it should go longer than 25 minutes.
What do you want to do? Have her put her feet in a space heater?
just
I mean,
put-
what are we
put-
talking about?
put
How
some
long
socks on. I don't
your
know.
feet got to get warm. Look, this is all egregious. I think this is a Hallmark holiday. Valentine's Day is a complete nonsense thing. If you're not a good husband the rest of the year, what the hell do you care about today? You may as well go pot steaks. Just be a bleep hole 365 at that point.
Yeah, that's why in my household it's not exactly a big celebrated holiday, because neither of us really care about the holiday.
Oh, I thought you were going to say about each other. Got it.
All right, great.
Or
yes, David.
How about the super soft pajama set?
Oh, Jesus. Didn't Wojo used to sell those?
Yes. Yes, he did. Nudies.
You know, I'm leaving it alone. David, you tell me. What are you doing? What are you doing for your missus? What do you got? You buying anything here?
No.
Oh.
No, not at all.
What's her gift? Don't.
You know what?
Don't. She is the mother of your children. You will not disrespect her.
It is not a holiday we truly celebrate.
Good man.
You
I
can
don't
go
think
out
anybody really
last week.
celebrates.
Oh, really? Try to
Valentine's
go to
Day.
a restaurant tonight. Bro, people are sheep with this stuff. Go
Yes,
ahead.
they are. Here's one. Maybe they like poems. So you can get a book of poems and affirmations for
What is
them.
it, 1830?
I'm trying to find gifts that someone can go to the store
poem?
tonight.
Hold on, Kenny, do me a favor. How much money do I got to pay you to roll back to the crib tonight with a poem for your lady?
It would have to be enough for the next few dinners. I'll tell you that much.
Could you imagine Kenny unfurling a scroll?
Written in like an ink pen.
Feather pen.
Dip, dip.
It's a collection of anonymous New York Times best-selling authors.
Wow. No. Next. Rico's gotten awfully quiet here.
I'm just listening to
Have you
this.
hit the romance portal?
No,
You're out?
I'm just like, okay. I'm still on the whole socks you heat up in the air.
25-minute slippers that keep your feet warm. You want to set her feet in the actual fireplace.
You know what? Right. Give me the $30. I'll buy some matches, and trust me, she'll stay
Your
warm.
feet are warm.
Next.
Maybe you like to cuddle. Here is the softest blanket built for two. It's called the Unhide Cuddle Puddle faux fur blanket.
Just buy it for her. I couldn't be involved in that. I'd overheat. I can't do it. I don't like any of that stuff.
So he would be warm for more than 25 minutes.
Yeah, you can give it to her. Here, it's enough room for 2. Roll around in it twice. Do whatever you like.
Right.
That's not for. I can't. I don't get the couples that do that. Like when I'm watching TV, I want to relax.
Right.
Now we'll watch TV together, but there ain't none of that stuff where it's like, man, get the hell out of here with that. I'm overheating. Stop it.
Really?
That's not for me.
No. I'm just saying, like, just stay. Like, you go to that end of the couch. We go to that end of the
Yeah,
couch.
dude, it's not like we're at opposite ends of the Federal Bureau of Investigations building. It's just I like a little bit of space. I want to relax.
I'm just learning.
Plus, you got to factor in I have dogs. The dogs are Bunsen burners with paws. There's no scenario because if she is too close to me, that's going to be a party of 5, and I ain't having it.
And yes, I know personally that 2 of your dogs are no respecter of space.
Listen, they take what you give, and you don't put up any resistance. They're getting over there and they're giving you the old "how's your father." I can't change that.
I think these gifts are somehow getting worse.
They are because Valentine's Day is a con.
Right. But I'm trying to give today what you can do today.
Okay, but isn't that just the blanket? Isn't that just called a blanket?
Yeah, this one has it. It keeps
No,
the heat.
this is the Doo-Doo XL.
It keeps the heat in a little bit more.
Right? Isn't that what blankets do?
It's called spend an extra $40 is what that's called.
Right, it's a blanket.
Can you imagine? Kenny's poor girlfriend is under the blanket with him, and he just hot boxes the hell out of that puppy. Kenny, your digestive system, you wouldn't be allowed to own one of those.
I'm not saying it hasn't happened before.
Why are you laughing? You'll see.
All right, maybe this is more simple. The Stanley Quencher.
It always works.
30-ounce tumbler.
People love them. Ladies love them. I don't know where this Stanley revolution came from.
I'll just say this. If you want one, go to a secondhand store. There's a lot of them there because people just
They
stop
buy them and
using
realize
Yes.
this was a huge mistake. But
So go there. Don't spend $35 on this.
I didn't think about that going to a secondhand store, but yeah, it's like.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
For the gentlemen, if you are listening. First of all, if you're listening to this show for advice on this
right.
topic, you may be a little bit misgiven. This is a show where you're here for things like this, or this, or this, or this, right? We're not, it's not a nuanced thing. The simplest thing you can do, and no, stop it. You're a real problem. You don't have a balance. No, you don't have. Stop. Everybody stop. I'm trying to give sincere advice here.
I mean,
the best thing you can
cost anything.
Will you put the all right, you know what? Put the energy drink down. You don't need any more of that. Take that away from him. He's overserved. It's last minute. You know what you can do? Cook a beautiful meal for your wife. I don't care if you already cook. Cook something special. If she's the one doing the cooking, you know what she'll appreciate? She ain't looking for a moose ride from you. She's looking for dinner.
That is so simple. You're right. Many of the guys are thinking, do something. If she does something all the time, do it for her today.
And let's take this full circle. Kenny, the hot dog roller.
Wow.
Right. That's a great
Kenny,
point.
his girl comes home. Kenny's in a tuxedo t-shirt. He's got a plastic rose and the hot dog roller.
A plastic rose.
The candles are lit. She walks in. There's the hot dog roller.
And wait, we have appetizers. Here's some salsa.
In the bottom drawer. And in the finest china Kenny can find.
That is beautiful Valentine's
I was
Day.
just making the point. Make a beautiful meal. Cooking is nothing more than caring. You don't have to be Wolfgang Puck. Just give a bleep. You'll come up with something okay. Come on, people.
Fair.
I'm just saying, that's the best last-minute gift. Then it's not going out, you're spending egregious amounts of money. It's amateur hour out there tonight. It'll probably take you 3 hours to have dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I guess you got to book your reservations like a month ahead of time.
Yeah, please. Every deadbeat husband who's lousy to his wife all year thinks he makes up for it because they're going out to dinner tonight.
Yeah, we're going to dinner. Hey, it makes up for everything.
Oh, that's
no, it
great.
doesn't.
Yeah, you ignored your kids the last 3 months.
Yeah, take the kids away from her. Maybe that'll be what she wants.
Exactly. Enjoy the whore's divorce. I'm sure it'll make up for a year you being nothing. I hate this holiday. This holiday's a joke. If you're a good husband the rest of the year, you're fine. You don't celebrate this crap. Kenny. Get that tube meat on the roller.
The tuxedo shirt and the plastic rose. That was funny.
Nothing else on, just the warming socks.
Okay. All right.
And on that
We
note,
should probably end this.
that is your last minute Valentine's Day gift ideas.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. Michigan State kicker Jonathan Kim will represent the Spartans at the NFL Combine. 8 Wolverines are heading to Indy as well. Kim was 32 of 39 in his 2-year career at MSU. Piston sophomore Asar Thompson getting ready to compete in the Rising Stars tournament with his twin Amen tonight. The four-man of the tourney has 2 semifinals and a championship. Both Thompson brothers are on Team M. Former Michigan baseball coach and current Clemson skipper Eric Bakich told reporters earlier this week they would kick off this team's season on the radio. Bakich was rejected in the NCAA tournament last season, meaning he had to sit out 2 games. The radio broadcast also being executed off-site. Bakich tweeted a picture of him on the call today with the caption "Game Day." Earlier this week, he said, quote, "I can't get ejected on the radio," end quote. News broke yesterday that YouTube TV and Paramount did not strike a deal. Today, they announced they have inked a short-term agreement, which means that March Madness and the Masters will be unaffected. There's been a shooting at the Eagles Super Bowl parade. Police say 2 have been shot in the Spring Garden neighborhood. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We will get to who said it this hour. Did a little Tiger talk earlier. And yes, make the Four Nations face off great again. We opened the show with that. And a little bit of football. But Kenny, you had something on the heels of that Valentine's Blitz. You had a question. So you are welcome to ask it. We can get some ticket text because, frankly, I laughed myself into a headache. My head hurts.
Yeah, so this is going to be, I've been with the lady now for, I think this is our 5th Valentine's Day together as a couple.
You better not think it is. You better know.
No, it is. I'm trying to do the math based on what month we got together. But yeah, no.
2 plus 2 equals WTF.
Let's call it 5.
Okay, what do you got?
So that's where we're at right now, and it seems to me that she doesn't like Valentine's Day the way that I and you don't like Valentine's Day. It's just another day to her, and the most we've ever done for it as a couple is, all right, when our schedules align, maybe we go out the weekend after, maybe we have we go to brunch or we go to dinner or lunch or something. Okay. It's never a big to-do. It's never a big deal. So what happens now is I often wonder this time of year, what is the appropriate, am I doing the right thing? Because first of all, she doesn't like flowers. She's not a flower person. She's told me this many times. So flowers is out. Chocolates I could do. I'm just wondering, am I falling into some sort of a trap by not doing anything but the lunch, but the dinner, but the brunch, whatever we end up deciding?
No, because it's not your first one. That's
right.
The trap.
But I've always wondered this time of year, is this actually the right thing to be doing, or have I been falling into the trap every year?
No, because she's still with you, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a trap.
It's shocking, isn't it?
I know.
So it's not a trap. It's her just being genuine, saying, I don't really care. You got to keep her right there. The trap comes year 1. I don't want anything. And then it's, you didn't give me anything. You said that. Well, you should have known.
And that's what I did anyway. I went out of my way year 1 to get her things, to do the traditional, the flowers, the chocolates, the whole bit, the dinner, the whole 9. And then she was like, we were at dinner, I think I remember her, and she said, you didn't have to, none of this is a big deal to me. We didn't have to be here because we were waiting for a table, the whole thing, and it was a nightmare.
He had even put shirts with buttons on it.
I know.
You know what? Yeah, take her out someplace where you can miss the Four Nations game, and
that's the plan. We're doing brunch. It's probably tomorrow. Four
So
Nations
you're
start at 1.
basically asking, is this a trap that is laid for men this time of year?
I think
is that what you're asking?
I think most men have the woman that they're with or the person that they're with views this as I must do this or it will be a fight situation, or it will be an uncomfortable next week or so. And as the midday show would put it, you're getting further from, not closer to.
Okay, David, I want to go to you because you have the most complex situation of children as well.
Yeah.
What counsel Kenny on this?
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal because of the kids. Whenever we can go out and do anything, it's when we do it. So doesn't matter, but she doesn't care about Valentine's Day. And I knew that early on. Like with your girlfriend, I knew early on when we were dating, she didn't care for it.
Wait, you knew what with his girlfriend?
No, I'm saying just like his girlfriend. I knew early on.
For a second.
Your energy drink away from you.
I knew early on when I was dating
I just
my
wanted him
wife
to correct himself
that she didn't care about it, so I knew where to go. But she does care about going out and being a couple. But with kids, it's just difficult to just oh, I'm going out this. It's just tough.
That's why yours is complicated. I
So you just take it when you get it.
Whenever we can. So it could be back to back.
My issue with this, Kenny, and I'll be as sincere as possible. My issue with Valentine's Day is like 99% of the world. The world is BS. All of these social norms and social constraints and things you are told you have to do, when you begin asking the why.
Mike's starting to preach over here.
No,
Seriously. You're preaching right now.
This is, again, and I think you said it. It's like that's how we have a complete understanding of each other where this is not important to either of us because I do make the best effort possible. Because I always laugh. People are like, oh my God, what is Mike like? You think I'm yelling to her about Tarek Skubal's contract when I go home? What are you, out of your mind?
No, you're not.
If you do your job the rest of the year and you make a real effort to be a good husband, then this day doesn't mean nothing. It's a day that ends in Y.
No. And Mike, I know you don't like to hear it, but yes, I would classify you as a good husband.
Thanks, man.
There's many times where you're just like, hey, buddy, I got to go and take the wife out. I haven't been around. I've been doing this, been cutting a lot of pods.
I try to be mindful during football season, Kenny, because you see how we work, right? And the only reason I say it is that no tiny violin. I ain't taking ditches. But if you prioritize it the rest of the year, you prioritize her the rest of the year, man, tonight is this is a Hallmark thing.
Right. So I feel like Valentine's is more so for the people who need to let other folks know that their boyfriend is real.
Uh-oh. Or
their husband really does love them. And he's not cheating on them.
Or they want to show everybody how happy they are on social media, but the reality is the relationship sucks.
Instagram couple?
Uh-oh.
But no, to me, that's what it is. Is you're right. That's a new category. I need something. You have to give me something. We have to do something so I can videotape it and put it out for the masses to see how special I am. Not how special we are, but how special I am.
You're living your life through social media.
Or you're the type of woman who you need your coworkers to know, I told you I had a man. He bought me flowers. He's taking me here. He's doing that.
So, Kenny, do yourself a favor. Stay strong. You walk tall with conviction and just do something nice when it works for her. Like, I know, am I allowed?
I'll tell you this.
It's nothing salacious. I know you've told me your girlfriend enjoys brunch.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's go do that.
We're basically two ships passing in the night as far as our schedules are concerned. We meet up when we can. So this brunch is probably the best way to do it. And
that's it.
She specifically asked me last night if we wanted to go to brunch on Saturday. And I said, yes, absolutely.
Just make it a yes, go. That's it. But tonight, nah, you don't just... I hate the social norm stuff. Go live your life, and as long as you're true to who you're with, then it doesn't matter.
Brunch, enjoy the chicken and waffles, put some hot sauce on.
Yeah, and this is what I
Bro,
also
you and
say.
that spice. Don't even get me started.
I also say this, Kenny, believe her. When she tells you something that she wants or doesn't, believe her.
Yeah.
Like, the communication between the two of you is important. If she says she doesn't want it, then don't do it.
Yeah, 5 years in, you pretty much should know what she likes and what she doesn't like. No, like I said, year one, you did the right thing because is this a test? So it's better to come to the test over prepared,
yes,
only to find out that the test is simply what's your name, what's
also,
today's date.
I got bad news for you. After 5 years, it either works or it doesn't.
Yeah.
And if it ain't working, leave.
And I feel
There's no
like
fixing. I hate when people do this. They spend 15 years fixing something that could have been over 10 years ago.
And I feel like by now, 5 years in, I would have received some sort of a signal from her that, hey, we should be doing something today. I really would like, X, Y, or Z.
No, you're good. I think you're in the clear.
I think so too.
Yeah. All right. You're good. You're good.
Enjoy brunch. You're fine because she told you. So you
Do
can't
not watch the Four Nations on your phone while you're at brunch.
Are they even playing during brunch?
I planned around this. It starts at 1, so we're going to get there nice and early so that we can be out by
now. Is that going to be jam packed on Saturday brunch?
Brunch? No, it's usually pretty reasonable.
No,
as
I'm
far as
saying,
crowd.
but because it's the Valentine's weekend,
And do yourself a favor. Don't get all tuned up either. Will you please?
I mean, it's the Four Nations Cup. Man.
Yeah, but don't go to brunch and get all tuned up, and then it's not like you're even there. She's spending time with a hologram.
No, I think we're both going to have. We usually have one mimosa at brunch, and that's usually.
I remember the one time you had it all.
No one believes that.
Okay, that's fine. The way you paint me at brunch.
No. You buy bottomless mimosa, and that's one order, but you have like 11 of them.
Okay, the God's honest truth. We get a mimosa and we get a breakfast shot. I don't know what's in the breakfast shot, but it's delicious.
No, I was just saying. I remember the one time you had the brunch all planned out because you had your day to
You're
watch.
right. I got to think about this. I got to think this through.
And the next thing you know, the game
I'm
is
missing
on.
football games. Yeah, I remember, Rico. You don't have to remind me.
All right, ticket text and we move on. But Kenny, you're fine. Relax. You're good. What do you got, David?
Kenny, she's told you what she wants. Trust her. Someone else says, my wife and I don't celebrate Valentine's Day, but listening to the last-minute gifts wants me to go out and buy them all to see how angry she'll be.
Oh, boy.
Gil married 25 years.
Don't do that.
And you won't make it to 26. Like, what? Because basically, she's going to walk in. What did you do? Why do you feel the need to overcompensate?
Kenny will pick up Captain Morgan's instead of Admiral Nelson for tonight. Rick from Clawson. And then this one.
Rick? Top shelf only.
This one, I love this one. Please let me know if you are putting your slippers in the microwave so I know never to eat anything at your house again. I think
point.
that's the bigger issue.
And that's where that'll end. A personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. David, when you call, he answers. You call him right now, 855-65-crash. Or you go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com, anytime, and he will get right to work and secure you the justice you deserve. It's David Femininio, 855-65-crash, or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we do it every week. Our coworkers say a lot of things. David curates a collection, and then he gets really devious about it. We got to guess who the hell said it. All right, David, give us the eligibility report, and then we get to work.
Let me make sure I got the timing right.
You see why I asked? Hey, Pastor, you're a dishonest SOB is what you are.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right. And
6
Wojo
a.m.
was
8
here
p.m.
this week.
He was.
He's going to hit us with like a Jeremy Otto, isn't he?
I hope.
Well, we
Like
got
an
him now.
update?
I think Wojo's off to spring training, so this may be it for him for a while.
He'll come back pickled.
All right, number 1.
This is straight.
That's a great start. I love it.
Most people have hobbies. That's his. All right, here we go.
The only way that Chris Ilitch really gets from the tag that he sheeped from the fans is buy out Javi Baez, extend Tarek Skubal, and approve a trade for a superstar player.
Whoa, that's a hell of a hat trick. I don't even think I've put those demands down.
Is that Acosta?
That sounds like Acosta to me.
Sounds like so Costa. Either one more time, David.
The only way that Chris Ilitch really gets from the tag that he sheeped from the fans is buy out Javi Baez, extend Tarek Skubal, and approve a trade for a superstar player.
Let me offer you something. Would that be Tecumseh Tom?
I was just thinking.
He's been awfully chatty this week in the mornings.
Oh, you think? My guess was Jeff Rieger.
And I was about to say, what about Rieger?
I think I'll lock in at Costa because it sounds like smarmy Costa telling you all the things that's on his mind.
He wouldn't have been able to get that sentence out. Tom would have yelled at him.
That's a good point.
I'm going to go with, I like Tom, but I think probably Rieger.
I'm going to say Rieger. He's big and bold.
Yeah, a lot of demands.
And Wojo said, "No, that's not the case at all."
Yeah, but this would actually require them talking about the Tigers instead of just bickering.
They did.
Oh, well, this was in between bickering, I think.
But what Wojo would do is let Rieger set it up and then just bash him for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I see.
Just belittle the man for the next.
So we're all over the
90
place.
minutes.
We've got Acosta. We got a Rieger.
We got a Tecumseh Tom.
Tecumseh Tom.
Would Tom? You know what though? Time out. Maybe Tom. I don't know that Tom would say it because he's a bit of a sympathist for the organization.
Yeah, that's
no,
why
but
I
he's
didn't
saying
see
for
it.
him to get rid of the cheap label.
Yeah, but would he ever use those words?
No, because he knows that the label is there, so he wants him to lose that label. So do this, and fans will treat you nice.
Or he could have been mocking Jim and saying, "Oh, I guess the only way anybody
man.
will ever get rid of that."
There's so many ways to play this.
I'm still going Jeff Rieger.
Kenny?
I'm sticking Costa.
It's a high-low out there, Rico.
I'm like, what is that sound? I'm sorry.
Just our office being torn to shreds. No big deal.
I'm like, is it an alarm? Like, would we leave the building?
Basically.
I was starting to freak out for a minute. Like,
all right, lock in. What are you
Rieger.
doing?
I'm doing Rieger. I'm sorry.
Who said it?
Costa, go.
Wow. Damn. You mean to tell me nobody got this right?
I just don't. I never expect Gator to say anything mean about Chris.
It might have been out of context. It might have been the same thing that we were saying
That's
Tom
true.
was doing.
Yeah, he basically saying, look, he's not that bad, but if you do this, then people will leave you alone.
Damn it.
All right.
I enjoyed that, guys.
This noise is getting out of hand.
Oh, you hear it now?
Yes. I only heard it a little. Now I can really hear
Let's
it.
go. You know, I always find construction in the middle of a radio show. It's always the best plan for renovations.
All right, number 2. When a team is hoarding talent and they say they don't want to block young players, and then those young players leave.
I'm sorry, David. Go ahead, please.
Gotta get through this.
I'm trying to read, but I'm hearing it in my ear.
You can hear it? That's not good.
No, not great. All right, go ahead.
When a team is hoarding talent and they say they don't want to block the young players, and then those young players lead them to a playoff bid, I'm like, okay, this plan's kind of working.
Now that feels like Rieger, doesn't it?
One more time, David.
When a team is hoarding talent and they say they don't want to block young players, and then those young players lead them to a playoff bid, I'm like, okay, this plan's kind of working.
I'll go with Kang. I don't know.
I'm going to go with Jansen.
I'm going to say Jansen, too. It just
Why?
seemed like he was just
What?
talking.
You're going to be a problem.
I know.
Hold on. Do you know something?
I don't know anything.
She's getting louder.
I'm just guessing it's John. It
What?
sounded-
Huh? Read it one more time, David.
When a team is hoarding talent and they say they don't want to block the young players, and then those young players lead them to a playoff bid, I'm like, okay, this plan's kind of working.
I'm staying with Rieger. I'm going to be wrong. I can hear it because he always does the self-deprecating thing where he's like talking to himself but to you at the same time.
He does do that.
He's like a walking thought bubble. Give me Rieger. And I know I'll be wrong, but I'll be so angry if it's him and I switch. Everyone locked in?
Yep.
Who said it?
Oh,
I quit. Okay, thank you.
We're not even in the right
I was
shows right
distracted
now.
by the noise outside. That's why I got it wrong.
What? No, it's just David does a really good job with these.
Number
It was
3.
the other half of the Michigan broadcast booth.
Mm-hmm.
He's very simple. He's got that.
All right.
Gotta stop.
All right, I'm sorry.
Don't worry, that's next. He's very simple. He's got that old baseball mantra of see ball, hit ball, see ball, hit ball, and he doesn't want to get any deeper.
He sees ball, doesn't hit ball.
So this is the torque comments we
Yes,
all
yeah.
discussed earlier in the week. I just didn't hear another show talk about them.
This could be Wojo. In like the 10 minutes he's been on the air.
True.
Oh, they
True.
definitely talk torque. Yeah, I'm
And
going to
he
guess
would
We talked about
Wojo.
it a lot.
And
after our
he
show.
would defend it too.
Yep, exactly.
Because if there's one thing I know, and I know Bob's already ordered his own gravestone, it's going to say the team was right. It's going to be right under there under whatever year he expires.
Crack butt nuts here.
Right, exactly. Wojo. That
Yeah.
feels like a Wojo, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to be wrong, and we're all going to be screwed.
Hey! Yes!
I was doing so good.
David, it's not a game if people never get one right. How do you watch Jeopardy if people go 0 for 100? You got to throw us a bone.
I think I'd like Jeopardy more if they missed
I
them all.
would too. I would too.
Ay, ay,
Make me
ay.
feel great about myself.
20,000
At that
everyone.
point, it became, what was that, the weakest link, where she just made fun of you.
Yeah, she mocked the hell out of every contestant.
Ken Jennings just poking fun.
Number 4.
I always hated Alex Trebek, too. He always thought he was the smartest guy in the room. It's like, you ass, you have the
You know
answers.
what though?
But
now
he
with the new
enunciated
host,
it right.
I miss him.
You hated Alex.
I don't like the new
Yeah,
host.
because he was a smarmy Canadian ponce. He would sit there with the little 3x5s, be like, ooh, oh, terrible guess. Yeah, easy for you. You got the answer right in front of you.
Calls it how he sees it,
And
man.
Jennings is not better, so I wish he was here.
I don't watch anymore.
You should.
Celebrity Jeopardy was the best on SNL.
Yeah, I watched
new
that
one.
the
That
other
was
day,
so
and
good.
it was boring.
There's a new
Turd
one.
Ferguson. All right, let's go.
I want to see the Eagles because you learn right away. What moves did you make? How did you stack up? And if you lose, you want
this
that
feels
as
like Costa.
fuel the rest of the way.
Yeah, that feels just like Costa. That disco attitude.
Or is it Jansen?
Oh, damn.
Because
more
that
time.
is a Jansen opinion. It sounds like a Jansen opinion.
I want to see the Eagles because you learn right away. What moves did you make? How did you stack up? And if you lose, you have that as fuel the rest of the way.
I'm going Jansen.
See, I was going to
Locking
say
it.
Rieger, but that last part ain't.
The fuel
that's
part
not Rieger.
sounds like ex-lineman, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
'cause
How do you stack up? That sounds like lineman
Yeah.
speak. I could be wrong. Go Costa
Evan?
if you want.
Evan?
I'll just be different. I'll say Tom.
No, don't be different.
I want to be different.
Let him be different.
I don't have to be like your other minions and just agree with you.
Ooh.
That's going to get you kicked out the boat.
Go back to Tecumseh where you belong.
Oh, that is a classic Tom bit.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we all have to agree with Mike.
No, we're actually all agreeing with Kenny, and I don't want to do that.
I'm the one that said
Don't
John.
don't let facts get in the good way of a lazy bit.
Doesn't matter because Mike said it anyway.
Yeah, I know.
They all agree with Mike.
I was
Cutscene.
actually
all
reading-
we do is argue.
I was reading Mike's mind, actually. I was just agreeing with
That's
the thought
right.
that he
That's
already
right.
had.
That's a part of the loyal minion program. I give you a severance chip. God, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, John. I think the fuel part that sounds NFL playery.
You know what? I'm going to say that. I'm going to go Guff.
Yeah. He's with me.
Damn it. I want to snap this. I started with him,
Yeah, you
and
had
I
it.
went to Jansen.
I'm sorry.
Why you listen to Kenny?
Please don't break the mic.
God!
They'll make more noise in the studio if you do that by fixing it.
Yeah.
Yes, they will. You have one more.
Yeah, do it.
All right.
Quick.
He makes you a lot better, and you can't deny that. Now, how long will it last? 1, 2, 3 years, maybe? Does it last 5 years? Maybe not. But isn't that the cost of doing business?
Costa, I'm locking in. Why? Because we're out of time. Go.
You know what, Kang?
Jansen.
Rieger.
Done. Who said it?
Yeah, let's go. 2 right today.
Whatever. We didn't get skunked. This was not an optimal performance, but then again, we had a crane behind us. It was a little bit disorienting. All right, that is who said it.
Somebody asked me the other day, you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home, counted the number of connected devices I own. Guys, it's over a dozen, all to keep me connected to all the good stuff like streaming and interneting, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today to switch. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. According to Adam Schefter, Notre Dame is wrapping up a deal to poach Lions Director of Scouting and Advancement Mike Martin. Martin's set to serve as their general manager. Tigers president Scott Harris told the media today that Kenta Maeda is a candidate for one of the final spots in the rotation. Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty, and Reese Olson are assumed to be the locks at this point. After a near unanimous selection to the Baseball Hall of Fame this year, Ichiro Suzuki is donating his entire personal collection to Cooperstown. Hank Aaron and Tom Seaver also did this, and Ichiro wanted to follow suit in their footsteps. Marcus Stroman a bit disgruntled in Yankees camp. He skipped the first 2 days and said he does not want to pitch in the bullpen this season. The media asked why he reported today specifically. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we'll get some ticket texts in the mix. We've got some football to get to you. I'm going to ignore what Jeremy said about Maeda being a contender for the rotation. I'll pretend that's not real. I don't want to live in that world. David, what do you got on ticket text, buddy?
Wojo's tombstone will say it was the right move.
That's right. That's right.
We have some ticket texts from the Tigers if you're selling or buying tickets. Someone says, we are at Comerica Park, multiple games this year. Flaherty, Olsen, whomever, optimistic about what the season holds. So, yes, I'm invested.
I think the tough thing, though, is, look, you don't go to watch pitching unless it's a guy like a Skubal or a guy like Verlander in his prime or Paul Skeens is in town or something exciting, right? Mm-hmm. It takes a pretty nuanced fan to, I don't know, plus you lose so much when you're there live. At least when you watch the game on TV, you can appreciate the pitching, and you can appreciate some of the analytics that they now offer you during the broadcast. But, okay, hey, listen, it takes all different kinds of people.
Someone here is really invested. Aloha, he says, live in Hawaii and purchase tickets for the Tigers when they visit the A's in Sacramento in August, making a 3-day trip. So, yes, I am invested. That's from Tony.
Yeah, that's the other oh, my God, I forgot about that. Both Tampa and Oakland are going to be in.
Well, Tampa's not their own fault, but yeah.
Well, sure it is. They played in a dump, and the dump's roof got torn off.
Okay, you know what? You win.
I mean, the Tropicana Field.
Yeah, they could have had already a better stadium.
But yeah, Oakland playing in Sacramento at like the Cal Expo or wherever that is.
I remember when that thing first opened, and I'm like, wow, they went real retro with this.
Cheap.
No, because it was the 99 Final Four was there. And it was like, wow.
Very retro. Yeah.
Right. It was like, so you just spent all this money and this is what you came up with. Okay.
Jared in Waterford says, we plan a date night once a month. February just happens to be Valentine's Day, so just makes sense to do it then. No big deal.
Do your thing.
Another person says, I work in a restaurant and we are overbooked tonight.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
You overbook because sometimes people won't show, and therefore it's easier to tell people, hey, could you go to the bar and wait rather
they
than
all show.
Yeah, but whatever happened to waiting for a table? You remember when that was actually how things worked? You just waited. Like now, it's like the Hunger Games if you want to go out to eat, or like, I mean, forget about it. Like when I'm in New York, forget it. New York's hilarious. You got to book like a month in advance to go get a hot dog. It's chaos. Everything's reservations all the time, and I'm like, what happened to like, hey, how long for a party of 4? And they're like, an hour. All right, we'll go to the bar. What happened to that? Why did that stop?
You got people who sit at their table too long, and
well, now you know what else they're doing, and it's not a topic. You notice now to fine print when you go to make a reservation, time limits on tables.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh yeah,
I thought you were gonna say no phone. You can't videotape anything in here.
Nope, I had to make a reservation a couple of months from now because I'm going on a trip and there's going to be a group, and I wanted to make sure that everybody got where they wanted to go. And right in the fine print, it was like, please be aware there's a 2-hour time limit on the. I'm like, time limit? Yeah. What if you're spending money?
Doesn't matter because they got other people who want to spend money.
I don't care. That's not how
it's my
works.
table. I'm at my table. Leave me alone.
Right, but when they can double dip and say, you know what, you're gone. Next table in.
We've just lost.
You know what?
We've lost all customers.
Try to kick me out. See what happens.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Take it easy, Action Jackson.
Okay, well, Trust me, my phone's on Do Not Disturb after a certain time.
Carl Weathers producing our show today.
So I'll come pick you up from jail in the morning, but
This is the same guy who goes booth when he walks into places.
Right.
So you never know.
Doesn't acknowledge people.
Well,
Yes.
Someone says, how does someone become an anonymous Amazon bestseller? Because that was on the list.
That's a
If you're
good point.
anonymous.
I didn't think that. Hey, let me present this to you guys. It is just a brief missive, but it's the best thing I have heard all week. This is tremendous for me on a personal level. I don't know if it makes you guys sad. End of an era. Scott Hansen could be leaving Red Zone. Get out. NBC might go after him, which is fine because he ain't doing Sunday Night Football. They'll put him on some garbage Olympic thing. But here's the deal. Basically, he's at contractual loggerheads. Good. You know what Red Zone's telling him? Say it. You're not that important.
But 7 hours of...
He's not even good. Do you understand?
Okay, but where will we go for the witching hour?
We don't need a witching hour. You can just
wins becomes losses and losses becomes wins.
The problem with Scott Hansen, he never shuts up. The idea is to send us from game to game. Have you noticed as Scott Hansen's ego has gotten bigger, he now thinks he's the play-by-play guy? Or even worse, he thinks he's the color analyst. Now Scott Hansen's in the opinion business. Scott, you're a robot. You're a traffic cop. Okay? You're the guy who directs traffic when kids are crossing the street to school in the morning. Hold the stop sign and shut up. No, he doesn't shut up.
The only thing that I don't like is when it's like, okay, Scott, this is a horrible game. I don't care that they're on the 30-yard line. There's another team really in the red zone. I don't care about the Bears and the Titans. Show me somebody good. Please.
Yeah,
do that.
Go get a cardboard box because it sounds like you're leaving the office. I can't stand him. This will be the greatest day in the world if I never have to hear him again.
He's taking a victory lap.
I hate him. I can't stand him. He'll find work. He's probably already got a deal brokered. The point I'm making is it's just not going to be on Red Zone.
Yeah, NBC wants him, and I think they want to use him for Olympics.
Good.
For stuff like that.
Good. Put him in a janitorial closet, and once every 4 years,
Yes,
unlock the door.
Right.
7 hours of commercial-free luge. Don't care. Get him off Red Zone. You could find anybody to do that job. I love how the whole media kisses his ass like what he does is special.
Mike, I've a dark thought. What if his replacement is worse and you want him back?
But who could be worse?
Don't say that. Oh, no. Don't say that. Look what happened to David's Jeopardy. He hates it now.
Okay.
You know what?
All right.
They give the job to Desmond.
Stop it. That's never going to happen because you have to be able to read.
97 won the ticket.
I'd like to remind you that comment came from an ordained minister.
Facts are facts.
Wow, David. Come on, dude. It's Valentine's Day. Jeez.
And it's Black History Month. Come on, David.
Double dip. But yeah, Scott Hansen might not be on Red Zone anymore, and I think it's the best thing I heard all week. Wow. Tell me this right now. Be honest.
Yeah.
You could take a fan off the street. I could train him for 6 months. They could do that job.
See, I think that job is one that's a little harder because it's just you.
Yeah, but so you wear a diaper. Okay.
No, it's just you. So it's almost like you're entertaining yourself because there's nobody to bounce things off of.
But that's the problem.
So you go a little stir crazy.
But the games are the entertainment. We're not here for you. He's offering opinions on penalties. He never shuts up. Just go, all right, we're going to Denver. Enjoy. All right, here you go. I don't need you talking over the game. They have people doing that.
So here's what we're going to do. This football season.
What?
You're going to do your pods. You're going to do this show. And you're doing that. 7 hours of Mike Valenti nonstop. Buckle up.
I could do it.
I want you to. No. You know, I'm not trying to be. I want you to do
You know why
this.
I'd like that job? Because I wouldn't talk nearly as much as this one. You let the game
Witching
speak.
hour bleep holes.
Wait.
My
No.
parlay's dead, F you.
Can you imagine the Giants in a game if they lose, like this year, if you lose, number one pick. If you win,
But that's okay.
And to get him live, like, you sons of bitches.
Right, but if you're selling the Red Zone as an entertainment product, like Mystery Space Science Theater, whatever it was,
Yes.
if you're doing that, that's a different product. See, now that's a business idea. We can go with that. You can have the Bleep Zone and you can have the Red Zone.
Right.
You pick. One's professional and one is foul.
One is the Manning cast.
Right. Business idea. Now we could do that.
Okay.
All right, here's for the 7 idiots who like the Titans. Enjoy. All right. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 24. Look, they're celebrating with awesome deals all month. Get off the sidelines, get in the game at Moran. They make car buying and certified service an absolute breeze. You can lease the 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both only $999 down. And new stock arriving daily. They will have the vehicle you are looking for. You go to MoranExpress.com. You get the loaner. You go about your day. Do the things you got to do. You're busy. You're not going to waste time sitting there in a waiting room. Go to MoranExpress.com. You're always going to get the best price, period. And if not, well, hell, walk in the front door. On Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Tigers president Scott Harris spoke with the media again today and does not agree with the notion that the team has a short window of contention. Quote, yeah, we don't see it that way. We see an organization that comes a long way in 2 years and is on the brink of becoming one of those teams. It's a fixture in October. We haven't earned that yet. We can't talk like that. We have to keep getting better in spring and into the season, unquote. Michigan and Michigan State basketball both have the same exact record, 19-5. The Spartans will be back in action tomorrow against Illinois. Tom Izzo still just one win away from breaking Bobby Knight's all-time wins record. Sunday, Michigan battles Ohio State. Here, the game at 1 over on WWJ. Michigan baseball began the 2025 season with a bang today by upsetting the number 2 team in the nation, Virginia, 5-4. Boston Celtics president of basketball ops Brad Stevens is not a candidate for the Indiana men's basketball head coaching job, per Jeff Goodman. Shaquille O'Neal has a new deal in place with Turner Sports. His contract worth more than $15 million a year, according to Front Office Sports. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock hour. We've given you Valentine's Day advice from Kenny. We did the Four Nations quiz again. Tiger tickets. Are you excited? And did they do enough to make you want to spend and invest your money?
And now we finish the week with something that used to be near and dear to our heart. It is NBA All-Star Weekend. You have Cade Cunningham. One problem. All-Star games feel like they died 15 years ago. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Should sports just evolve? I mean, we were joking during the opener today at 2 o'clock about the Four Nations face-off, and I'm like, look, this is something the NHL should lean into. This is replace your All-Star Weekend with this. Kenny had a great idea of turning it into a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing. For God's sakes, get Russia, because you need some drama. But, like, I don't get excited for MLB All-Star Game. NBA used to be awesome. 3-point shootout, the dunk contest, and then the game. And you were describing the format. I struggled to understand it.
Okay, Mike, it's because it's very confusing. But looks like they're taking it's a Team Kenny, Team Shaq, and Team Charles Barkley. And then the fourth team will be the winning team from the Rising Stars tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And then on Sunday, they'll play a round-robin tournament to determine who's going to be the best team. Where it used to just be the East versus the West. And then they did it, okay, well, how about we have the players pick their own teams? Now it's just, it's just so confusing. It's gimmicky. Nobody wants to be there. As I stated before, the players don't want to play in a regular game. What makes you think they want to play in a game that they're not really getting paid for? So they don't care. They even tried that in-season tournament that I don't think anybody cares about.
No one does.
What's going to be in Las Vegas? And no one cares. So, yeah, you're right. All-Star games, NBA All-Star Weekend was must-watch TV. It was you get a couple pizzas, you with your boys, and you putting money down on who's going to win the dunk contest.
Pro Bowl's dead. MLB All-Star Game, if you still like it, you can call and support it. NBA All-Star Weekend is I think is played out. And candidly, we just talked about the NHL should put a bullet in theirs and do this Four Nations face-off. If you wanted a skills competition night, if you wanted to bake this in and make this something bigger, you could do it.
Right.
But I'm asking you, should we just get rid of all this stuff? Is there a place for all-star games in sports in 2025? When, to Rico's point, on a night-in, night-out basis, I can't guarantee NBA players care about the game. They're not going to care about an exhibition. Yeah. NFL players turn the Pro Bowl down with you end up with like the 9th-rated quarterback in the NFC going.
Or you just do what they do now, where it's just basically a bunch of games. It's dodgeball.
Yeah, they turned it to flag football.
Yeah, and then it's like, target practice where, accuracy for quarterback, that type of thing. Maybe you just go that route where it's just different games. the last one that I still like is the Major League Baseball, because that's the only one where pitchers are still going to try to get you out. So there's a little bit of a care factor in there. In the home run derby, there are still names that I know that are out there trying to swing.
But even home run derby, you still get jazzed up for that?
No, because it takes forever.
Okay. So hold on. What Kenny brought up earlier, the I almost said the Frozen Four, the Four Nations Cup, 9 days. It's too long, right? Takes forever. What you just said. Attention spans are at a point now in 2025. People barely have enough time to keep up with their teams. How can you expect them? If this was 25 years ago and it was, Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson or whomever, right. Remember the one All-Star game, Magic came back?
Right.
I think they had the cactuses on the jersey. It was in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Those were special days, but those days are gone.
The Jordan dunk from the free throw line.
D. Brown.
The
Nike pumps.
Who jumped over a car?
Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
It's done. And I feel like they keep trying to do it.
Yeah.
Who's excited for NBA All-Star Weekend? David, are you in on this?
No, I'm not.
I'm going to watch a second of it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to watch it at all. But there used to be a time when I would tape the skills competition because I wanted to go back and see the dunk contest over again and things like that.
Like this weekend, I'll give you a great example. If the NHL was doing its regular All-Star game, not a chance. But you know what I will watch tomorrow? I'm going to make a good faith effort to tune into USA Canada.
Yeah.
Because that's just an interesting sports event that's worth my time. I'll do that, and I'm going to watch Auburn and Alabama. Those are going to be kind of the two sportsy things. But when you look at the world we reside in, I don't think All-Star games fit anymore.
No, it doesn't. And I can just give you the list right now. Dunk contest, Mac McClung. Exactly.
I only know him. I only know McClung because he was back in high school. Evan showed me a highlight reel of a kid, and he was just crushing people. It was Mac McClung and Zion Williamson as the two most impressive dunk highlight reels I've ever seen. And then McClung went to what? Georgetown? Is that where he went?
I believe so, yes.
But, I only know him because he's an oddity. I don't know him because he's a player.
Correct. He has 5 NBA games in his career. 5.
But, listen to the evolution of the dunk contest. First one, Dr. J, Julius Erving, Dominique Wilkins, Michael Jordan, Kenny Skywalker,
Spud,
Dominique Wilkins, Spud, D. Brown, Cedric Ceballos.
That was the blindfold.
Right. Kobe Bryant he won. Vince Carter, Jason Richardson won a couple times. And now it's evolved to, you had Glenn Robinson III.
Dwight Howard at some point.
Hamidou Diallo.
What about Gerald Green in the cupcake?
Gerald Green.
Yeah. Obi Toppin. Hall of Famers.
Guys who don't play in the league.
Right.
Look at the three-point shootout.
So, when you just look at those names, it's like it used to be an honor. Yes, I'm in this thing. The infamous Larry Bird walking up to everybody saying, which one of you bleeps are going to come in second to me?
See, no, you just brought it up. And
he never took off his warm-up. He just went out there and just shot.
The best is when he took the last shot, walked away with his hand in the air, didn't even look at it, and it went in.
Yes.
But those days are gone. You can't replicate them. It's almost...
Now you got to have...
David, 1 second. I just want to say... Because I think he'll appreciate this. I view the All-Star Game stuff a lot like movies. Do you know why they don't make a lot of great movies anymore? We're out of ideas. We've done it all.
So Steph versus Sabrina Ionescu... And they canceled that. I guess they were like, there's no way we could top what we did last year, so we're not doing that one again.
No. I just don't think there's anything left, so you evolve.
There isn't anything left, and I love Cade. I do. But he's not a great three-point shooter, and yet he's in the three-point contest.
Because they run out of names.
I don't need it.
No, because the main stars are like, I don't want to do this. Because LeBron, at some point, LeBron should have been in the dunk contest. Listen to the names that I talked about. Jordan, they were in there. They did their time and said, okay, I won a couple of these. Now I'm going to let the younger guys. Now it's just I'm too good for this. And now we got G League players in the slam dunk contest.
The best is still what Vince Carter did that night was that was the peak. And it was downhill from there. Vince Carter, that established
the whole no more.
Done. But every dunk he was just doing things that like it had built to that point, and it's been all downhill ever since. Like, Kenny and I had the joke earlier about the skills competition with the NHL. Those were magical times, man.
Yeah, back in those days,
Mike Gartner flying around the ice, or Al McGinnis. Like there was something to it.
Now I could miss it and not even bad.
Yeah, because it doesn't.
And it doesn't help either is that the state of sports that are in right now, the seasons feel like a death march. So this feels like you're adding on to the length of the season. It's like, oh no, we got to sit through this.
And Kenny, I think part of that is the money's too big. There's too much sports. Look, it used to be, and I know I probably sound like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino, but it used to be, hey, on a good day, I got to catch the highlights. And it'd be Sports Center with Larry Belat and Bill Pito or Craig Kilborn or whatever it is. And you got the highlights. Or they'd have NHL Tonight, and you'd go, okay. But think about where we're at now is everyone is on their phone all the time. I'm like one of 12 people on earth not on social media. Well, think about you're inundated with sports to a point that you actually don't want to watch sports anymore. The following of sports is superseding the watching of sports. Does that make sense?
It is, because it's now down to your time is so valuable. Make it worth my while, or I'll binge watch this show, or I'll do this.
Everything
I got other
is
options
delivered right to you.
Right. So I don't have to wait. I can watch my favorite show right here, right now. So if this isn't entertaining, I'll go to Netflix.
Yep.
I'll go to Hulu, and I'll watch whatever I need to watch.
But for me, it'll be USA, Canada. It'll be Alabama, Auburn. There won't be any All-Star game for me. I just cannot possibly. I won't do it. It's played out. MLB All-Star game used to be midsummer, magical. You wanted to see it. I've lost that.
The best pitchers versus the best hitters. Randy Johnson going out there striking out the side. Yeah.
And what kills me about that is now the best players don't show up to the home run derby. And I used to love the home run derby. I used to love
it. Affects their swing.
I know, but Vlad will opt out. Judge will opt out. Soto will opt out. Everybody will opt out.
This is where you need the commissioner to be like, actually, you're going to do this. You're going to do this.
Good luck.
I'm just saying, this is where you're doing this.
248-539-9797. College basketball. Yeah, it's still going on. I know March is all you care about, but with FanDuel, you can dabble a little bit. You can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. It's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference tourneys to futures odds. We're going to do a cash ticket episode next week. I've eliminated 330 of the 344 teams for winning it all, and I'll present some odds to you. FanDuel has all those betting markets. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on all the hoops action before March takes over. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, 97.1. Let's get to Tom on a cell. We'll get a few of the ticket texts as well. Tommy, what's going on, bud?
I'm good. Happy Friday to you guys.
Same to you.
So, the NBA All-Star Game, I actually think 21 could be good, but this is the way you got to do it. So, I still kind of play NBA 2K every now and then when I have time for video games. And that 21 version where you can play is to me like the best version because you could like bring in like legends. So I think they Netflix it. They Tyson, Jake Paul it, but in a good way. You bring Jordan in, you bring in retired guys, you bring Dwayne Wade, like you open it up, like current players, old players, play for charity, just lean into that, scrap the current model, but build on 21. And I think that could actually make it interesting. I think that's the only way, like turn into like the best YMCA 21 game you could ever have.
Okay, so you almost want to run like an over 40 men's league.
But mix in some current players too, as I think.
Oh, but the current players, you'll have old guys. They'll be tearing their ACLs left and right. You can't put the young guys out there with the old guys.
Man, 21. I mean, Jordan ain't in the best shape.
But I give Tommy, I give you credit, at least being creative. Yeah. But you understand the position we're coming from is these events used to define the sports calendar. They were magical. And now,
honestly, yeah. Like, I'm not interested in it. I think what could be, they need a narrative. Like, if they have it in Dallas and Luka comes back in a couple of years, I think people would tune in.
Right,
but
there needs
they
to
don't have
be
any storylines.
I think you just nailed it, though, Tom. We as human beings, society, attention spans, motivations, there has to be a hook. It used to just be, it's the NBA All-Star Game. It's the NHL All-Star Weekend. It's the Pro Bowl. That's no longer good enough. Like, in a lot of ways, it emulates what we do for a living, meaning this business model of, well, we just do the radio and people will find us. That's dead, man. If you're not putting that content on people's phones, on people's tablets, if you are not giving people access, if you are not providing multi-platform strategy, you're dead. Well, it's the same thing for the leagues. It's not good enough just to say, well, we're the NBA. No, there has to be a hook. And the problem is there's no hook, because here's another thing that I think has killed all-star games. There's no rivalries. There are no rivalries. Everyone in the NBA is kissing each other's ass. There's no rivalries.
Well, no
the
Lakers,
Celtics walked into Madison Square Garden and decapitated the Knicks. What was the postgame? Dapping it up, and we'll see you in Cabo. No, you got embarrassed on your home floor.
No Pistons, Bulls. No, you're right. There's no game.
Look at the NFL.
The Knicks, Heat. Yeah.
What rivalries you got in the NFL right now? Real rivalries. All right, you got Bills, Chiefs? Fine, cool. What rivalries, though? Realistically. Ravens and Pittsburgh, is that still a thing? Not particularly. You get my point. And this is not a shot, all right? The money has grown because the popularity has grown. Players make too much money to dislike anybody.
I was supposed to say, is Cowboys Eagles? Or Cowboys Commanders? Okay. Rams Cardinals?
Nailed it. Let's go over to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Drew?
You know, I think you took a little bit of my thunder, Mike. The guys are they get too much money. They're paid too much money. They're already pampered as it is. Back in the day when Isaiah and them guys were playing, they weren't making that much. They were getting a bonus to play in the game. It actually meant something. I mean, I don't know what else. How do you motivate guys that are just, I mean, they're on their way to being billionaires? I mean, how do you motivate them?
Drew, you're right. It's hard to do because the game did mean more. There was rivalries because I was watching Dwayne Wade, and he was talking about like the top 75 players gathered in a room, and he was like, man, these old guys, they still hate each other. He's like, Isaiah Thomas was muttering to himself. He's like, what's wrong? He's like, that guy over there, and he was pointing to Jordan. Like, he's like, you mean you still hate him? Yes.
I mean, think about it. We had a coup in an All-Star game back in the day. Like, don't pass the ball to Jordan. I mean,
yes.
That is amazing that happened.
Yeah.
I wish that would come back to something like that. But they're all buddies. They're all on trips in the summertime. They're all talking about what they're going to do with their millions of dollars they got. And the only real, I think Mike has said this 1,000 times, the only real All-Star game that you can't really play halfway is baseball. It's a game all the way up. You can't change that game. It's always the same.
Well, because baseball's the
football's
one.
too dangerous.
Baseball's the
too
one
dangerous.
sport
Nobody wants to play defense.
that doesn't have physicality.
Yep, you're right.
Right, there you go.
Unless you're,
Exactly.
Pete Rose.
Right, Ray Fosse. Yeah.
Unless you're Pete Rose.
But no, you're right. And look, that doesn't mean baseball's not competitive. No, physicality and competition are two different things. Now, there's a raw physicality to playing the game, but it's not, as you said, you're not risking getting broken in half the way these other games.
Mm-hmm.
Even the NBA, if you're going to play it right, there is a level of physicality. I mean, what they've turned the NBA All-Star game into, that's an embarrassment to playground basketball.
Yeah, first one to 160.
I can't even take it serious. I'm sorry. David, go ahead. You were about to say something. What's up?
I'm just laughing at him. First one to 160. That's exactly what it would be.
But it's the truth.
It's stupid.
It's really just a worse form of the regular season because now half the games are already at 130. Think about giving up 130 points in a regular season basketball game. That's just normal.
But I think it's what you said. There's no rivalries. Like, there's no game where you're looking at the Pistons saying, oh, I have to go to that game.
Right. How about Pistons Bulls back to back? Bulls get embarrassed. 71-29 at the half, lose by 40 on the first half of it. I have a lot of pride in that locker room. Came back the next night and lost by 20.
I'm going to go back to something you asked me and David yesterday, and it's yet another reason why I like the college game over the pro game, because at least there are rivalries. There are teams that, you know what, I don't like this team.
Like Alabama-Auburn's going to be nuts tomorrow.
Right.
100%. I agree with you.
In hoops, MSU, Purdue, they battle each other every time they play. Those are certain games where you're like, yes, circle game. I know there's going to be intensity there. I know the crowd is going to be just loud and obnoxious to the visiting team. There won't be any handshaking afterwards. It's just going to be referees separating them and maybe saying, you know what, guys, no handshake line. Just go to your locker rooms.
248-539-9797. We'll give Justin the last word on this deal. Justin, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, how you going today?
Good. What's up?
So I was thinking of a good idea for the All-Star games, and I think it would go great with like basketball, especially. But yeah, so you have your NBA All-Stars, and then you have your Joe Schmoes. You know, the guys who like to talk trash on Twitter, Facebook, whatever it may be. You know, hey, you ruined my parlay. Have those guys step up to the plate and see what they can do. I think that would be pretty darn entertaining, right?
No, it would actually be a liability because those people would die. Listen, Justin, it's like there's always been this debate with like NFL football players. Could a fan off the street rush for 3 yards in an NFL football game? Let me help you. No. Like,
put it this way. The national champion probably couldn't beat the Carolina Panthers.
No.
I'm saying in football.
It's been discussed before. The worst NFL team in history against the best college football team in history would be a 28.5-point underdog.
Favorite. The NFL team.
Yes.
Yeah.
The worst. You could take the 0-16 Lions against the best Alabama team in the history of Alabama teams. Lions minus 28.5. With Dan Orlovsky a quarterback.
Right.
You could never put. I remember there was this whole conversation. You remember the And One mixtape tour? Mm-hmm. There was a conversation back then of, well, geez, I wonder if like Hot Sauce could play in the NBA. Bro, I think he ended up at like a pro-am. They did like a little one-on-one thing. He got dusted so bad in like 4 minutes. It was worse than the Jason Williams, Bryce Drew draft workout. You remember the story of that deal? Chuck Daly running the Magic? I mean, like, you can't. There is no scenario where you could commingle professionals with, as you put it, trash talkers.
No.
There would be liability and lawsuits. Somebody would get paralyzed getting dunked on.
And just flat out embarrassment.
That's not fun. No. Right? That's terrible.
No, because if that's the case, I'd rather see bring in the college all-stars. At least maybe somebody will get off a shot, because at this point, no. You know what? If you score a basket, you win.
You win the prize. I won the money. David, ticket text.
The baseball all-star game worked long ago because you didn't see the other league. Now you see everybody. So Rico nailed it. In today's NBA players, they see these all-star events as it is beneath them. I used to really like the celebrity basketball game, but now I don't know any of these people. I can't even define what an influencer is. The American sports landscape needs a complete reset. It's all just bad.
I tend to agree. I do. And I mean, look, I've taken it very personal over the last 3-4 years. What's happened to something I've loved, which is college sports. I mean, it's just, in my world, been wrecked. Now, plenty of people, Rico included, still enjoy it. That's fine. But I think there are a lot of people like me where it's like, yeah, that's not for me. And even now, I mean, we're about to hit silly season. We're going to hit spring ball. Kids that just got to a place are going to leave again. I'm going to have to figure it all out by August. I'm going to be pulling my hair out.
No, but you know what? At least I know when I watch the games, they're going to try. Now, they may not win. They may go 4 for 23 shooting threes, but they're out there trying to win the game. And it's just like they're not pulling a Kawhi Leonard. I'm just going to sit there.
He's the worst. If your furnace ain't running right in this cold, you need reliable service, and you need it now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, generators too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off the next day service call. Ask about the winter bundle up discount as well at mastercraftheating.com.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. A judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded equipment like the Hack Squat and the Supine benches. Also has free weights, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. Convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. All of this, $15 a month. That's it. Head into one of your local Planet Fitness, and there's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area to get started. $1 down, $15 a month. Find your nearest Planet Fitness and join today. You can do it in the club, you can do it online, or use the free Planet Fitness app. Look, we're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. Man, we had a lot of fun today. If you missed any of it, use the Odyssey Rewind from talking about how to make the Four Nations great again. We talked about Valentine's Day gift, second Valentine's Day gift. Then again, if you're looking to us for advice on the last second Valentine's Day gift, you should probably go see a marriage counselor. David, take a text before we pass this off. I know Rieger's here. I don't know if anybody is Wojo with him.
I think it's just Rieger.
Just
today.
Rieger? Okay.
Someone is asking, does the hot dog dinner come with warm salsa?
Kenny got angry.
Oh, man, that
Did you
was
see
good.
Kenny's face? It went from ha, ha, ha. Oh, you sons of okay. He said it.
He did.
And it was like, dude, why did salsa come out? Like,
you don't warm up
you
salsa.
can warm up salsa. Like, oh, good hot salsa. Okay.
Yeah, we seen the thing now. Where would you even put it? Because the hot dogs.
Where you put the buns.
No.
You put it in a cup.
If he thinks that's where you warm anything up other than hot dogs,
He has
well,
a
you know
hot
what?
dog roller.
I
in
will
the
leave it
middle of
alone.
his
Let me stop. Someone says, I've been married for 17 years and I'm getting my wife a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of Bonanza. Same strategy for 17 years, no complaints. Matt in a truck. Good for him. On the NBA All-Star Game stuff, someone says, AAU has ruined today's NBA. That's from Chase.
You're number one, too,
So he's now upset again because he heard what we were saying. I love it.
How come I can't just go into my weekend like a normal guy?
You can, man. Enjoy your brunch.
That's why I stopped, Kenny. We're done. You're good. Enjoy your Valentine's Day weekend.
I'm sorry. What did the last person say?
Let me grab it. I deleted it.
AAU.
Hold on. AAU has ruined today's NBA from Jason.
Yes and no. I mean, I think the fact that the players are planning, they always have to play with each other in order to have a team. Where in high school, yeah, you were just the man on your team. You played against that rival. Now you can team up, but maybe. I just think that the motivation, David, and talking with a lot of the kids that play AAU or do the 7-on-7 in football, the motivation is to get to the league, not to stay in the league. The motivation is draft night, not to actually be a Hall of Fame player. I've yet to run across any kid that says, I want to make the Hall of Fame. It's, I want to make the league, so draft night, you've succeeded. Anything after that is gravy.
Yeah, you're right about that. Someone else says, sorry, my computer. Zach LaVine and the Aaron Gordon was the last dunk contest that was epic. It was an anomaly, Alex in Romeo. Can we get K to be the MVP if that's the All-Star thing? Guaranteed he tries harder than anyone else in the game. I don't know. We'll see. And then one more here. I like the skills competition for the NHL and NBA, but the All-Star games themselves are terrible. I'm enjoying the Four Nations a lot. That is from Tom.
Okay, here's the thing. I actually enjoy the dodgeball for the Pro Bowl. I said it.
You watched that?
The dodgeball.
That's it. I didn't even watch that this year.
Because nobody plays dodgeball because you're not allowed to play dodgeball anymore. Like, Rieger,
you're right.
Your daughter won't know what dodgeball is.
Oh, no, I disagree. There's dodgeball leagues. She loves it, actually.
Oh, really?
Oh, so she watches the leagues, but not in a school, though.
Right, no. For
I thought
instance,
schools canceled that and said you can't play dodgeball.
Well, I don't know about schools, but if you go to those bounce houses, which are a rage, that's where you play the dodgeball. So you bounce and you try to
you cannot
peg
play
other
in the
kids.
schools. You cannot.
So not just old school dodgeball
really?
with
I didn't know that.
with the rubber ball because you can hear the ping. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Hits you in the face and it hurts.
I didn't know you couldn't play that at school.
I've not seen my kids talk about playing it.
Because it basically is a game where you pick on the weak.
Right, and we're a litigious society, so
No,
somebody's
it's not
getting
litigious,
sued.
but it's the whole, with all the mass shootings, it's like, okay, dodgeball is basically you find the weakest person and you eliminate them by hitting them with the ball.
What's up, Rico?
Hey, man.
How you doing?
Just
I got
you?
a question.
Just you solo?
Just me. 2 hours of radio gold. We got Mark Ryan coming your way at 8 o'clock. I got to ask you a question. So are you going to Champaign tomorrow?
No.
Okay. So tomorrow, it's been brought to my attention. You got USA, Canada in the Four Nations. You got Cade Cunningham in the 3-ball contest and the dunk contest. And you got Michigan State at Champaign to take on Illinois. I'm not asking for yourself. I know which one you're watching first. Rank those three for the average, typical Detroit sports fan.
The average typical.
Yeah. Like, what do you think the average dude sitting on their couch tomorrow night?
They're probably
what are they choosing
They're probably
first?
at dinner with their wife or their girlfriend.
No, what are they choosing first?
I don't know. I mean, if you have an affiliation to MSU. If you don't,
yeah, I mean, this is not
the
topic.
No. I'm just thinking like if you like basketball, it's the NBA. If you don't like basketball, it's the Four Nations.
I mean, I want to watch all of them.
You know what? Here's the thing, Rigger. Honestly, want to know what they're doing on the couch? Probably watching the latest episode of something.
Love is Blind comes out, so you're probably right about that.
I don't know. I'm just saying, probably watching the latest episode of something.